don't think my peers are exposed to this kind of information, so I definitely have an advantage in there. So I think the idea of having an advantage was also what drove me to seeing that there's a chance for me to probably make a statement and make a difference. I really hope I can.
You can most definitely, most definitely. Um, One thing that they, I guess they, how do I want to say this? Well, they teach you about systems rather than how to navigate in and out of systems. And so, debate is very important. Um, Logic is important. Looking up logical fallacy, there are tons of them. Once you can identify which logical fallacy someone is committing, it is much easier for you to like because when someone, I don't know if the word lie is too mm, maybe not lie, but when someone says something to you that doesn't add up, chances are it's because of a logical fallacy. And if you can identify it, you can either try to help them understand what's going on there, or you can accept that, okay, they're committing a logical fallacy and they don't care, which means they're being deceptive, or they're closed-minded and you can't reach them. That will make it much more easy for you to navigate. And aside from that, you also got to make money. And so the way, the go to school, get a good education, to then work for someone for the rest of your life, or build a business that will suck up the rest of your time for the foreseeable future. I mean, these are choices. Yeah, they're choices, but there are four quadrants. There's the employee, there's the self-employed, right? Like doctors, and we know we know how much time doctors and lawyers put into their work. Then there's the business owner who runs a business, who has like, um, who has ownership over a certain space and how operations are run. But then there are investors. That's the fourth quadrant that hardly no one ever talks about. I would advise you to look into that, look into, the monetary system, whichever it is, now or in the future. It's going to be very important for your freedom.
Are you saying I should invest?
Most definitely you should. But
Mm.
before you do that, you have to learn how, what is investing. So, I mean, everything we do is an investment. When you work for someone, you're investing your time for whatever reason, right? Everything is invested. Sometimes people trade knowledge, sometimes people trade physical things. Doesn't really matter. A trade is a trade. Should definitely learn to invest and what it means.
Um, yeah, I mean, I've always known that investing is such a big deal because I think there's two ways of trading goods, which is impulse or investments. And the difference that one of them grow exponentially and the other one is just a one-time exchange. So yeah, I do understand the idea that investments is way better, but I never had an initiative to get into it. But I do know someone that can teach me.
But just like everything else, it can be self-taught, I promise you. You don't have to pay a dime. You don't have to pay someone. It looks like gibberish until one day it doesn't. All you have to do is just get into it, and that's it's hard to explain. But I promise you, it everything that we start out seems like the first day of work, the first day of school. You're like, okay, am I really going to get the hang of this? I feel misplaced. I feel off balance. And then one day you're just in the flow of things and it's just a day at school or it's just a day at work. And it's just like, okay, now you know what you're doing. It's the same thing with investing, I promise.
Yeah. Thanks for the advice.
You're very welcome. I mean, after all, you're going to need a lot of free time to change the world, right? Can't be locked up in someone else's dream.
Kind of am at the moment, but I'm trying to make the best out of it as of now.
That's all right. We've all been there. I'm still there. Regardless of what I'm telling you, I fall victim. I think it's my culture. I just grew up, my family telling me that hard work is the only way to have a fulfilling life. Um, and you know, e even if even if I got to a point where my investments made me, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars a year, I would probably still be working the same. I, I'm self-employed, so I'd probably be doing the same exact thing anyway, just because there's something about labor that fulfills me. I don't know. I wished it wasn't like that, but it is what it is, you know?
Oh yeah. Did you read the Unabomber Manifesto?
The what?
Unabomber Manifesto by Ted Kaczynski was made by a Unabomber.
No, what is that?
So there was a point in time in America where there's this terrorist, and people thought it was a big group, but it turns out to be this one mathematician, and he wrote the manifesto, and he succeeded in having the media publish it. So in the manifesto, it basically talks about how humans needs to achieve a power process, and a power process requires enough amount of work and an achievable goal. So I think that's where labor comes to play, where humans naturally needs to work for something, and also they need to be rewarded fairly, reasonably. Yeah, it makes it what makes us human. I agree with that view that he proposed.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
read
I'll
that book.
definitely read that.
I've read it and suggested it a lot to people on the server.
Ted
Yeah,
Kaczynski. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that.
you're welcome. Someone recommended it to me as well, and I think that was my first document that I read politically. Well, for the person who read it, what are your thoughts on it? Because I've heard people calling him like a radical, all radical, right?
Yeah, I mean, his views could definitely be seen as radical. Obviously, the actions that he took are certainly radical. But my opinion on the book is it's very poignant. Now he does go very very far in saying that because a lot of it has to do with technology, right? And how technology kind of is a hindrance to us, not as much of a help. And I can agree with that. But he goes very extreme in wanting to not utilize technology within society, and he finds that technology is most of society's problems. I don't know if I would go as far as he goes in wanting to eliminate all of the technology from society and thinking that that is a better approach. But I
What
do
would be
agree.
your limit?
I think it's for every individual to figure out on their own. but I do think we do have technology that's kind of running amok, and we're starting to see how technology is being used more as a tool of control than as tools to help within labor. But I do agree with a lot of his psychological analysis, like you were talking about before, with the power structure and how the human wants to feel fulfilled in what he does, and if he's not feeling fulfilled, he seeks ancillary ways of fulfillment, or like recreation, but ultimately is still never fulfilled.
Mm. That's also where I'm conflicted by, because I like to look at things of like what natural is good, and technology seems like a natural procedure of things because humans can tinker. Like I cannot be convinced that tinkering is not natural. Uh, but yeah, like what's the limit? I think personally, I think what should be the limit is minimalism. So technology should only be introduced at its most minimalistic structure. Um, an example I could bring up would be computers. I don't think computers should be as advanced as it should be now. Back then, we had the Alta 8800, which is a DIY kit and it's literally just switches of binary numbers. So that's like an example of the most minimalistic form of computers. So if you want to have an advanced computer, you have to work for it. You have to learn and be skillful at it. That's I think that's how it should have been. People should work on advancing their own technology instead of depending on others for technology. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And lots of times it's governments or large corporations that are the ones advancing the technology more for their own ends than the benefit of people. I mean, they have to provide a benefit to the average person, but there also seems to be some double-edged sword when it comes to that technology as well. Not all technology, but at least a lot of the stuff that's starting to roll out now when it comes to, cell phones and cameras and all that kind of stuff. Smart technology. But technology as a whole, I agree with you. I think most people are prone to tinkering, and a lot of that may have been worked out of us throughout the years, throughout schooling. It's very hard to tell what the natural progression or path or state of a human being really is when the societies that we live in right now, our minds and our bodies get kind of stolen at a very young age, and most of our time and what we learn is guided in a specific direction, and it's not as much of a natural progression. I know that I had a lot of different tendencies, passions, things that I enjoyed that I had to quit at a young age, or I wasn't able to um, really hone in on those skills or spend a lot of time on those things because of having to focus on all of the BS schooling and all of that, and getting caught up in the day to day of our society, and not really honing in on a lot of skills that may have been more beneficial to me had I been able to naturally explore and expound upon those things that I really enjoyed when I was a child.
Yeah, I think a lot of conflict that happened with me has a lot to do with that. Well, what do you think about chemistry? What do you guys think about chemistry?
Chemistry overall, just like, what
Yeah,
do you mean?
chemistry. Yeah, sure, overall. Because I think chemistry is it's too powerful. It's extremely powerful because you give the ability of humans to manipulate something invisible. You cannot even identify it. And I think I don't know about this, but I know I've heard somebody saying that it's I might be paraphrasing it, but it's something like it's a demon knowledge. So it's a supernatural being sharing knowledge that allows humans to mess with chemistry. A lot of artificially made goods are based on chemistry, and seems like it's a common theme that artificial products aren't good. There's always a negative effect of it. Um, and yeah, like I said, it's invisible. People can put something in your pills and you'll never know. I don't like it personally.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to chemistry, I guess what you're talking about is more like artificially manufactured things by human beings when it comes to either food or stuff like that, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. And plus, like, you don't need to learn chemistry to live. It's not necessary. You can live fine without having to know each and every atoms and their properties. And the funniest part is most of what we learn in school um, about what we should learn about chemistry with their structures and their electron movements is still theory. It's still theory and it's based on someone and it's never been proven and it's being passed on to us.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I feel like the more human beings try to play God, right? And get away from the natural and think they know better when making synthetic and artificial, whether it's from, you know, clothing fiber or foods or even how to structure a society with law. I think the more humans think that they can do better, the more we see the consequences or the symptoms of the problem that we create.
It's really a magician's trick. Um, what the young woman just brought up, sleight of hand. You've heard that term, right? Or
A sleight
you
of
know,
hand.
sleight of hand. So it's like you see one thing, but another thing is actually happening. But in the case of what they teach us in school, you see one thing and you think that's the truth when actually something else has happened, but we never see it, we never catch it. And so we go on thinking these things that are theories that someone said, but it makes sense because it works somehow. And we just apply these words to certain things and based on that, they'll build a whole mathematical theory around something probably basic that you never actually see what that basic necessity is. You just see all of the other magic around it. And that's what I call sleight of hand.
I see.
Like I don't that's gravity would be an example. When they say, oh, well, the apple fell on Newton's head, so therefore we have weight because of gravity. That's what sticks us to. And now my the apple fell. Okay, wait, how's that distributed? Okay, blowing straight past that, blowing straight past that, not giving it a second thought to, yeah, That's why we're sticking on this thing that's a sphere in this universe. And all of that is accepted. And now when you ask questions, it's like, oh, wow. Well, okay. Well, that's the sun that's in this universe. How does that work? Well, see, actually, we're traveling around it as it's moving. So you never stop at the very beginning, like, whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean gravity sticks me to the ground? Exactly. How do we know that the ground is a sphere? Exactly. And what do you mean by these things? Like, just blow right past that, and we go off of all of the other things that are past the main premise that was never questioned in the first place. And they're simple words that should deconstruct that whole thing. Like, okay, apples fall, but air expands in all directions. But you told me that all matter, air included, has weight, but it's not all doing the same thing. Sometimes that, goes over people's heads, and you got to like try to illustrate it. But it's really as simple as that. You have the word container. We know what containment means, right? Then you have water. How is water in the liquid state weighed or experienced? In a volume of some kind, in a container of some kind. Well, how is air pressure or gas pressure experienced? Well, a volume of some kind, a container of some kind. But when it comes to the earth, all of a sudden, the outside of a surface is all of a sudden considered a container because of this word, gravity. So now water is contained, air is contained, and then there's just void of nothingness around all of that. Then you look at the sun, that's 340 billion times the Earth's atmosphere, just straight up gas in the void of nothingness being contained by nothing. How does that make sense? No one knows. Does anyone question it? No, they don't.
Yeah, no,
Because they be on the
I
main premise.
yeah, you get told what gravity is at such a young age. I don't recall exactly when I learned of the term gravity, but I know I was very young. And I use the word told because you get told what gravity is. You don't get shown what gravity is. When you progress through school and you start getting into sciences where you're showing certain things through experimentation, gravity has already been implanted in your mind as a base foundation for the earth. So people passively accept gravity because it's something that you have been told is in existence without any proof or explanation, but you're told at such a young age. And I think that's why it's hard for people to grasp. They come in this channel and they say, oh, what do you think? Gravity's not real? And they think it's just the most ludicrous thought that one could have, is that gravity doesn't exist, because it's implemented at such a young age as 100% fact that things fall due to gravity, even though we've never been shown scientific experimentation proving the cause of the effect. And I
Yeah,
think
that's
that,
the misdirection. In the same way that sorry
The
to
sleight
interrupt you
of
there,
hand. Yes,
but
no, please do the
it's
sleight of hand I was talking about. Go ahead.
yeah, the misdirection in that where we see the vanishing point, that's called curvature. An object falling is called gravity. So if you say if you say you don't believe in gravity, you must be a crazy person that thinks objects don't fall. That's their misunderstanding or their twisted understanding of when they're asking that question. They're basically asking you, do you think objects don't fall?
Yeah, they always, lots of times say, well, if gravity didn't exist, then we would just be floating. Right? They assume the exact extreme opposite, because if this word that I was told when I was a very young child, if this word that I was told was the cause of this effect didn't exist, then we would be floating. But I was never shown at all at any point in time that it is the cause of the effect. I was just told that it was.
So what's the consequence of air then in that scenario? People probably stop and then they'll go, well, it's already doing, like it breaks you at that moment. You're having a malfunction because you're like, well, the air already does that. Oh, really? Okay, well then what happened to gravity? Well, no, um, well, it's stuck to the earth though, right? Like
Well,
it's just this, I don't, it's this disconnect, and it's right there in front of you. You know, I don't, I don't get it.
well, the air equals atmospheric pressure, because we have air, then you have atmospheric pressure, and that's their proof. Like the vanishing point is curvature, like things falling is gravity. Air equals gas pressure. That's how we know. Retarded. But it's actually a misunderstanding. It's their naivety. It's that they're not thinking clearly about the topic or understanding the differentiation.
Yeah, I mean, it all hinges on everybody's belief in gravity, not necessarily a knowing. And you're taught that belief system at such a young age that one thinks that they know, but they were never actually shown in a way that you would know that gravity is the cause of the effect. So it's a belief, and it's a belief system that has been in place or is put into place at such a young age. It's hard for people to think critically about the topic of gravity when it comes to air pressure, holding the air, holding the atmos, all of that. People can't get outside of that belief system they've been ingrained in. And it does, Elijah, it does break people's brains when they start to think about it. But they fight vigilantly to make sure that that belief system that they've had since they were a child isn't destroyed.
Isn't cherry on that story that you learn all these facts, but then you find out more in future that also that isn't the narrative of modern science, that that nothing is pulling us down, that the space time is bending. I mean, all these things what we learn like a facts are not the facts even.
They're fables, they're stories with no proof or evidence.
But guys, everyone I respected my whole life growing up wouldn't have lied to me.
That's the thing.
That's what
It's hard for
that's what their
people to
brain's saying.
comprehend. Yeah, it's hard because they think if gravity doesn't exist, then the people who taught them that gravity was a thing were lying to them, and that's not the case. They were just taught the same thing. They're not lying. They're
Yeah,
not
but
lying
I'm saying,
in a sense of knowing something opposite of what they're teaching. They're not lying in that sense. They're just regurgitating what they were told, thinking
That's
that it's true.
that's more perversion, isn't it? That the powers that be who are upholding this lie have preemptively struck us by telling individuals who began looking into this that, oh, if what these flat earthers are saying is true, then that means everyone is lying. We're not saying that, but they preemptively struck by seeding into children's minds and adults' minds that we're basically saying that your whole life is a lie, your career is a lie, everything. And that's not even true. Far from the truth. But again, they know what feelings that this kind of thing elicits when you tell someone they've been lied to. Meanwhile, isn't Christmas coming up? Isn't everyone about to indulge in the lie that Santa Claus is bringing children presents? No problem there. No consistency.
Yeah, that's a good point and a good analogy, Elijah, because we're dealing with adults who have this Santa Claus fantasy fairy tale that they believe in, and
Let's make
they're trying to
sorry.
conceptualize as an adult why everybody would lie, when as a child you believe in Santa Claus because you wouldn't believe that your parents would lie to you, or that your neighbors would lie to you, or your teachers would lie to you.
And it might
No,
be a
let's
bad
make
analogy because
marketing
that
around that
actually
story,
is, you know,
Santa Claus story. You know, we are lying about Santa Claus, but let's make marketing around that story. Let's sell all. Let's how to spend more money for the Christmas than any other, time because of Santa.
Right? The kid in his head thinks, why would all these adults make up a lie that somebody lives at the North Pole and has reindeers and flies around and comes down your chimney and gives you presents? Why would they do that just to get kids to behave? That's ludicrous.
Yep.
Also, ludicrous is calling children baby goats.
Did I say kids? My bad. Some habits are hard to break.
but yeah, you're exactly right. That's exactly what I went through. You know, going from my mom to my dad as a 5-year old. Christmas rolls around and he's like, "No, you got to stop that bullshit. Santa Claus isn't real. I'm buying those presents." Like, nah, no, that's sort of like how we kind of treat Globers in here, which is why we need to stop. Because I was mortified. I'm like, "What are you talking about? No, no, this isn't." Like everything that when people come in here feel that's exactly what I felt as a child. And then I had to one day accept, wow, okay, so I guess it's not real then, you know? But it's the same exact feeling. The difference is
Elijah,
you are knowingly
I
lying.
did that to my brother, when he was young, because my brother is 20 years younger than me. When he was young, I don't know now, maybe 7, 8 years old, I said something like, if it's not mommy and daddy, you will never see the Santa Claus. And that was the very bad, bad day for him, you know? He
I
was like a totally in bed. He didn't want to believe that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
I feel like the whole narrative around Santa Claus, when children realize that Santa is not real, it's a very traumatic experience for
Yeah,
a child.
yeah.
Very
That
traumatic.
was very traumatic. Yep.
And I don't know if we fully know or understand the consequences that may have to a child, and we all go through it. The consequences that can stick around from basically learning that everyone around you is lying to you. That's a very traumatic experience for a child to go through, especially with something that they love so much. I mean, we all love the holidays and getting together and enjoying it with family and being around the presents and just all of what goes along with the holiday season. And children especially love the whole feeling of that, and then learning that it's a lie and that it's all made up and that the people you love the most are the ones that are perpetuating the lie. That's a very traumatic thing for children to go through.
Somehow it's, I don't know, it's, maybe I will say very bad word, sadistic, I don't know.
But it is also part of the natural progression of growing up. Like, I agree with what you said. We have these big moments in our lives where we're told big things are going to change. But it's, for example, like as a very small child, you think all that matters is sweets and parties and having fun. And then slowly you grow up and you realize, no, wait, food costs money. I'm going to have to work one day to earn a living. And all throughout your life, you have these little moments of brevity or certain things dawn on you that it wasn't the way you thought it was. And it's going to be a little bit different going forward. And you're going to have to put on your big boy pants now to deal with this new way because it wasn't the way you used to think it was. And that happens from age 3, age 6, age 12. You know, when your first girlfriend breaks up with you, you thought it was this way. You now realize it's that way. And you have to learn that hard lesson. I don't think each one of those are scarring as much as they're developing character to get you used to the fact that life is not always the way it first presents itself.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of coming of age things that we go through. But I feel like
Which are hard.
Yeah, but I feel like the whole lie of Santa Claus, that's a pretty traumatic thing to do to children because it's an avoidable coming of age trauma, right?
Yeah, like
I think
Elijah
Santa
said,
Claus is real.
it's exact same attitude that the Glovers have. You know, why would they lie? That's your first response as a child. Why would they lie? I figured it out on my own because I can unlock doors at a very young age with a butter knife, and I told my sister. I can remember how she reacted. I told her I was like, Santa Claus isn't real. She's like, no. I'm like, okay, look, I'm gonna show you something, but you got to promise you won't tell mom or dad. I'll kick your ass. I mean, like I've never kicked your ass before if you tell. She's like, okay. And so I showed her all the toys in the closet. And I was like, they're going to tell us Santa Claus gave us these. They bought them. They're hiding them from us. They're lying. It's the exact same reaction. Even if you show them the proof, they're still like, no, no, why would they lie?
Yeah, maybe Santa came early and packed that closet full.
Well, do you have proof that Santa isn't real?
Prove it.
I've never seen him. I'm Jewish.
Prove to me the negative.
Prove that something is not real. So prove to me that unicorns are not real.
At the end of the day, it must be a good lie because we get toys and candies at the end, so it's good. There's benefits to the lie.
And it's not only one, you can see a bunch of them during the new year.
And why would your parents lie? Do you think it's to get a slightly better behavior out of you? Is it maybe for the sake of just having some excitement with you? Like, you don't ever ask, why would my parents lie about Santa? That's not your first point
That
of
is
call.
how they get around. There's so many of them.
Your parents lie because their parents lied and their parents lied. Keep perpetuating the same thing.
Maybe it's not even a lie to them, it's their truth, but they were misled. So they're not
And then
even necessarily lying, but they're guilty, per se.
And then whenever you don't do Christmas with your children and don't let them even go into someone's house that has an altar set up, and then people send you text messages like your your mom. It's so sad all the families together, but not my whole family. And they just try to guilt trip you. It's like, no, we're not going to be a part of that no matter what you say.
On a personal note, I've spent the last few years trying to convince my wife of not following the traditions that we had traditionally followed when it comes to the holidays, and it's a very hard thing for her to comprehend or to break, regardless of the approach that I take to try to tell her why we should not be doing these things. So on a personal note, that's a struggle. That's how deeply ingrained the traditions are, and how much people really enjoy and follow these traditions. So we're coming up on a struggle that I'm going to have here in the very near future of, are we going to have a Christmas tree in the house?
That's kind of like the pretend devil worship we'll be getting in like a month.
Oh yeah, for Halloween.
Yeah, the other holidays.
Yeah, the only one that I mean is really kind of legit is like the Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
And
in
even
that they try.
Thanksgiving.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Even Thanksgiving, you can do it in a even more non-commoditized way, as like a harvest fest, or even cleaning out your garden with the family. Go out with the family and clean up the garden for the coming winter.
Yeah, you nailed it. That's pretty much almost word for word what I was about to say.
So Elijah, with all these traditions and in our culture, you've been looking a lot into cults, and cult is the first word in culture. We in a cult?
Well, a cult or culture in itself isn't bad. Um, but when you're in a culture or cult that has a hierarchical structure that can't be challenged or questioned, that's bad.
Yeah, I got you. So I have a suggestion. People that are out there, the young lady that was just in here earlier was discussing a book that she had read via recommendation. I don't know if she got it off the server or where she got it for sure, but I know I've recommended it to people on the server, and I've gotten book recommendations from others on the server, and I do hear some consistencies in some of the books that are suggested for people to read. Would anybody be interested in kind of like a quote unquote book club, right? We pick a book, give a couple weeks for people to read the book, and then kind of come together on another channel in here and just kind of discuss the book that we've read. Does anybody think that would be productive or helpful or a good idea?
My bad. What? I wasn't. No.
You're hot macking Solar.
Sorry,
No problem. Don't want you spilling.
working on
Go
my pool.
ahead. Don't want you spilling out the government beans, right?
What are you up to today, Elijah?
No one is on the mic today, man. I don't know what's going on. What up, Chris?
What up, Cyrus? It doesn't even show me you're in the room.
Scroll down. I've been having this glitch with Discord. I can't see like everyone in the room too. I have to like scroll down for some reason. Where it's like it's cut off. It's not, it's weird. Maybe I'll just restart my phone or some bullshit like that.
No, it's phone too, so that's not the problem. Update something probably. How's your leg doing?
Yeah. What's up?
How's your leg doing?
Oh, thank God, man. It's just getting better. Right now I'm walking on it. I kept it in a big brace, but I'm not using crutches anymore, so that's good. Kind of training it, it does bother me a bit, of course, when I'm sleeping still, pain-wise, but shit, it's okay. It's recovering.
Hey, you were the one that's interested in dreams, right?
Yes, that's me. Dream deciphering. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was you, but I talk to so many people, I get information confused sometimes. Me, no,
okay.
but just a group of acquaintances I talked to, they said they were gonna have someone on their show that studied like interpreting dreams and stuff, and I was like, Cyrus is pretty good at that. He's interested in that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say I'm good at it. I just have a lot of dreams, man. And when things come true, that's how I know that wasn't like a bullshit dream. Where like recently on the 13th, so I don't know what the date is today, 26th or 27th. Anyway, so I had a dream back in April, and I was able to date this because I reached out to someone to try to find that person. But I had a dream back in April. I thought it was, kind of horse shit, but it was vivid, so it didn't feel right. So after I got up, I tried to find that person, and I couldn't. What do you know? Fast forward, like whatever, 2 weeks ago, she found me. The person I saw in my dream, and the funny thing is, what I saw in my dream was correct about her. So it's like, huh? It's like I thought that dream was just bullshit. Didn't feel like the other dreams. So man, I got a lot to learn. Stuff like that. Stuff is difficult.
I can hardly ever remember my dreams, but yesterday morning, like early in the morning, I guess you'd call it microdosing dreams. Like not enough to feel it really. I mean, I could feel it, but not enough to trip or anything. But enough to feel it. It just made me feel lethargic. I'd never took in that small amount. But anyway, last night, dude, last night's the longest night I've ever had in my life, dude. I was just dreaming all night long, and I normally can't remember my dreams, but I sort of remember. But
that's nice.
What was weird is in my dream, I was like super groggy and like couldn't wake up, and I was like, in my dream, I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like because I was just so tired and it was weird.
So you had a dream about your physical state, your current physical state that you were in, or you're tired and you're actually tired.
I don't know. Okay. Just in my dream, I was tired.
Well, if you want to dream more,
but anyway,
there's some cool tricks because everyone dreams, you just can't remember. And dreams or visions are not the same. That's what people like. Dreams are just garbage. They're literally arbitrary garbage. Visions are not. And how do you decipher the two is the really hard part. And then when you have a vision, it's like, okay, because symbolic, it's gonna be symbolic. It's like, all right, what's the symbology here? It's difficult, man. I'm struggling with that stuff. But I think I was able to get Enoch's dream pretty good. I think Enoch was his dream was easy. Well, someone gave him a fish. I was like, oh, someone gave you a fish. Like, dude, I got this. That one is easy. The fish was money. It wasn't really a fish. It had nothing to do with fish.
The guy's name's Anthony. I told him that you were in the VC check-in a lot in the evenings. That he could
All right.
find you there.
I just have him DM me or shoot me a friend request or whatever. I'll be around. I like that dream stuff. If you take like a hour and a half nap or something like that, or 2 hour nap, like around what evening or whatever, yeah, like 4 or 5 or something like that. I usually get a lot of dreams around that time. I don't think it's the time. I just think it's the nap. Like when you just sleep for short durations, you can remember a lot of what went on. I mean, it's like I remember I took like a 40-minute nap once and had a dream that felt like, man, like it was for ages. When I got up and I was like, man, okay, well, how many hours have I been sleeping? It's been, it's like 30, 40 minutes. It's like, oh shit. Time perception is just totally off.
Normally, when I wake up, I can remember I dreamed something, but like if I don't play it back, as soon as I wake up,
Gets erased.
like even as soon as I wake up, I can't remember all of it. But
Yep.
5 minutes later, I don't remember a damn thing.
Well, that's a really good thing, man, because that's exactly how I am. So whenever you remember something, just make sure you try to figure that one out, because most likely it won't be a dream. Like it won't be a nonsensical dream. There'll be something behind it, because you forget your dreams. So well, how come you remembered that one, right? That's it. That's the thing with like visions and dreams. I could tell you like the visions I had, or the big one that I haven't deciphered any of it yet. I just like play by play, like frame by frame. I'll give you the fucking story, right? That's how vivid it sticks in your mind, because it bothers you. You get up and you're like, no, 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 no. It's not about like it felt real. No, it's not like it. Just that there's more to it. It's like this is wrong. This is weird. Like there's more to this. You'll know right away, or the person will dream.
I think the only reason why I remembered my dream last night, like as much of it as I did, was because it was just so confusing. It's like in my dream, I'm like, why can't I wake up? Like I'm so tired. I can't think. I can't function. Like I was falling asleep in my dream.
Yeah.
Like,
did you wake up and you were another dream, or nah? It wasn't like a
no,
looped. But okay.
no.
All right.
I've done that before, but
Yeah.
things get too weird in my dreams. I know I'm dreaming. And then that normally wakes me up. When I was a child, I could sort of control them once I realized I was dreaming, but now I just wake up.
Okay. Well, I never try to control my dreams. I just like, I can't. I don't think I can. Just wild, wild shit. Weed does not help. Which I'm like warming up my bong right now. It's like the most fucking dream suppressant I've ever like used.
Yeah, so I smoked heavily, like probably about as much as you do when
Yeah,
I was in my
you're not gonna
late
dream.
teens, early 20s, and
Yeah.
I never remembered any dream, right? Never, like I didn't dream at all. And even though I know how to pass piss tests and stuff, I didn't want to take a chance of not passing for the school and job I was trying to get. So I quit smoking. And man, after I can't remember if it was 30 days or 90 days. Man, I had the worst nightmares of my life. I woke up soaking wet and sweat.
Yep.
Like it was crazy, dude. I was like, wow.
Yeah, it suppresses your dreams.
Oh yeah, it does. I had some freaky dreams from quitting smoking.
Okay. How freaky.
Okay. Okay, there was like a giant hole. Kind of, it was made out of dirt, but it was spinning like a whirlpool. There was this guy from a show I used to watch who was playing this Egyptian deity, and there was some other stuff going on that I can't really put a finger on right now. But like, I woke up from that dream and I was like, what the fucking, what was like? Just I didn't even have words at the time to really describe it. It was super vivid, almost hard to remember, but like. It was just weird. I didn't wake up sweats or anything, but it was weird.
Okay.
Dude, I was running from a demon for hours.
Oh, I've had those dreams when I'm sick. I had the
I
dreams.
What's
don't
the
know, some
demon?
kind of creature.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what
I
does the
don't know.
creature look like?
I don't know, man.
Like,
I just remember it had claws and it was solid black. That was
all right, yeah, scary,
20
and you're
years
like,
ago,
okay,
man.
fuck this, I'm running.
Oh, that thing was after me. It was trying to kill me. I suspected, because like it was aggressive, like an animal. You see, like when it's being aggressive, when it's not.
Did it have
Wild.
what? 3 fingers? I'm assuming, or
Correct.
4? Like 3
3.
fingers and a thumb? Yeah, cool.
No, it didn't have fingers. It had claws. But yeah,
Claws,
like 3 of
3
them.
claws. Yeah, that was a demon.
It's funny. It's funny you say that because when I had a outie body experience, pretty much sober, at a concert, like the filter singer was up on stage, and three claws came out of each side of his mouth and like threw his flesh down. And that was the beginning of like whatever it was that pulled me out of my body was trying to show me, pretty much trying to tell me that those aren't. Yes, it's flesh humans up there, but it's not.
They're
They're
not
demons.
human.
And when they say we, they're talking about evil as a whole. I heard, I knew every, not Filter, but all the other bands. I knew every word to every song that they sung. Just about, and maybe not. I think was Primus there. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah. After that day, I just quit listening to music because I realized I wasn't smart enough to listen to music. Because even though I knew every word, I had no idea what they were singing. Actually talking about. And
Oh, that's a good dream, man. So
no, this
wait,
wasn't a dream. No. This wasn't a dream,
no.
dude. It was
Oh.
an out of body experience at a concert.
Oh, okay.
That's wild.
Yeah, I was
I was
like
like,
40
holy
feet
shit.
above my body, and
Oh,
it was
okay.
telling me,
Heavily
that
intoxicated with
I,
drugs or no?
with what? No. I
No,
smoked
no drugs.
back then. I smoked as much as you do, right? And
Okay.
maybe 2.5 hours before we went on the trip, me and my homeboy had smoked a blunt roach,
Yeah.
and it's the same weed I'd been smoking for 4 years because I sold. I had the same stuff all the time, and
Mhm.
no, it wasn't a hallucination because of drugs. It wasn't a hallucination. Like I was pulled out of my body.
That is interesting. Yeah. Okay. You told me this before now. Now I remember. Oh, the 3 o'clock. So tell me, okay, so when you went out of your body, what did you see again? Because we
In the beginning,
obviously, yeah, in hindsight, like you changed like your life after that point. So it was critical for you to see that. You had to kind of see it at that time
so
to stop listening to that music or whatever.
when it started, I realized I couldn't move. And like I tried every bit of energy just to move a finger. Like you ever been like wasted drunk, can't move at all?
No, I usually fall
No.
asleep.
Okay.
I've
Well,
had sleep paralysis where I thought I was awake and I couldn't move, but I was actually sleeping and I couldn't move. But
all I could move
yeah,
was my eyes. That's all I could move. I tried to put every bit of energy into moving my finger, and it wasn't happening. And then my vision I thought it was like getting blurry or hazy, but it took me a second to realize it's because like I was looking at the back of my head. And then as it got further and further away, that's when I realized, like, when I could see my buddy sitting beside me, that's when I realized, hey, that's me there. And like, okay, this is weird, especially since like I've never hallucinated in my life, even taking hallucinogens. I don't hallucinate. And I'm like, what's going on here? And as I was pulled up in the air, they're up there on stage. Right then when it was happening, that's when I saw that filter thing. But it was still moving me like further back. And I I saw that filter thing, and that was like they were getting off stage, and then next group that got up, I don't remember who it was, but anyway. What I remember most because it was so long ago was Limp Bizkit was up on stage, and he sings that song. Who's the boss? Look to the cross, stranded in the land of the lost. And like I'd never realized, like, wait, this is what this whole song is talking about: is who's the boss. And then he starts naming all these bosses, you know. And then he says, waited round 2 to knock him out. And he's talking about like evil waiting for round 2 to knock out Messiah. And I'm like, whoa, man, how did I listen to the song so many times? Never know that he was saying that. Just other stuff. And then like it stuck with me for a few days that I could still sort of hear what people are actually singing about. But listen, back then, for some reason, my favorite thing to listen to was Crazy Town. And I had that. I mean, I listened to that CD like every day. And I told my homeboy, I was like, we're gonna sit here and listen to this whole CD. You can smoke and drink. I don't care. 'Cause I never let nobody smoke or drink in my car because I usually had like a lot of pot with me,
mm-hmm.
and I didn't want the car to smell
Hey,
like it.
so that's something that some of you guys, I'm sure, know quantum of conscience is, right?
Oh, what's that?
He's a YouTuber. Anyway,
No, no, no.
he does this. He also goes on this other site once in a while, like on the weekends, freevoice.io, and his one of his, I think his most recent one. It was interesting that he brought up like with music and a lot of the lyrics and how deep they actually are, referring to some occult type stuff and things like that. He makes an excellent point. Like most of these artists are in their early 20s. Like where the when they join a band and stuff, typically it's all about getting girls and stuff like that. Like where do they actually get this knowledge from, and to be able to write these lyrics? Are they really writing them themselves? Like what 20-year-old knows the kind of stuff that they're talking about and can write them so poetically in a way where it's hidden like that? And, uh, I, it seems artificial. There's very, very few people who would ever be able to do such a thing.
Hey, if you're open to it, Lou, I'll send you a link to like the first individual that started the industry exposed. You can't find any of his videos on YouTube anymore, and unfortunately, it's the videos that you like have to read whenever he's giving commentary. But it's like 52 or 72 episodes, and the first 3 are really dry, but you got to watch the first 3. I mean, you need to watch them all in order anyway, because he builds like a class. But the first 3 are really dry. But the reason it is because he just throughout the whole episode and everything, he just keeps pointing back to they've been copying, they've been doing the same thing. All these people are doing the same thing, and he shows how they all through their own mouth admit that they're invoking spirits, deities, and that most of their alter egos are these spirits, and that's why like Eminem and Jay Z
Yeah, I hear
will
you.
use the same deal. But if you watch it, dude, even atheist, Buddhist, like by video 15, I'd like sit down and watch it with people, my friends
I
in the
get it.
past,
I
like
mean,
get goosebumps and
I've heard
shit, man.
that kind of an argument about it before, but I don't think they're just channeling spirits and shit like that to do it. I think it's just all. It might be more simple. Like it's these people are. Uh, Holy shit! I'm sorry. I gotta stop. Somebody
On
is
a lot of
parked.
heroin.
Somebody has a car parked in my fucking backyard.
What?
Yeah.
Drunk. They
Yeah,
were
well,
drunk, right?
get that 12 gauge. No, I'm just kidding, man. Just go see what's up. It's like, what the fuck is this, man? Why do you have a car in my fucking yard?
They were drunk and parked somewhere.
Yeah, drunk as fuck. Sunday morning, right? Yeah.
No, it's a hunter. The property behind my house is public land, and this guy's freaking using it for access to get back there.
Okay. And you don't have I see.
Whatever. I'll leave it.
I'm assuming he's far enough where he's not gonna bother you. He's not that close to your house, right? If he's a hunter, I think hunters have good ethics, man. So, no, yeah, maybe not all of them, but you should know better.
He's leaving right now, but yeah, I think I'll be posting it. Stop, Harper. I think I'll be posting a sign there to let them know where the line is for them to stop. He shouldn't be parked. He shouldn't be driving up into here.
Private property sign or two. It kind of helps for sure. No trespassing, that sort of shit.
Just go have a cordial conversation with them and let them know, hey, man, not a big deal that you parked here today, but just to let you know the property line's over there for future reference. Conversation go a long way.
He was just packing up and leaving. He just drove out of here right as I was talking about this. And yeah, he came in probably 50 yards onto the property line. He should have parked a little further back. He just whatever. He figured he could get away with it for packing up or something probably.
He probably figured since he pays his taxes, he can drive wherever he wants, Lou.
Well, they started spraying again here in my neck of the old woods. Woke up this morning and sky's filled with lines and stripes.
Those are organic clouds, man. That's how they form. Organic cloud formation.
Oh,
looks
wow.
a lot similar to tic-tac-toe.
Oh, okay, good. Well, thank you for letting me know. I was about to become
You did,
alarmed.
man. Okay. Nah, it's all good.
You didn't read the article that came out a couple of years ago from the Weather Channel talking about all the like 19 new clouds?
Yes, I did hear about the 19 new clouds. Yep. So now I know that every cloud that's in the sky, that's a perfect straight line, and it follows a plane. It's just the nature of the cloud. It likes planes, and it likes to be straight lines in the air. That's all. That's all it is.
We've known about those for decades. It's fine. We've
Bro, you
seen
look
it.
like a fucking conspiracy theorist, man. I bet you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Are
right?
you a conspiracy nut, Brad? Huh? What do we do with this guy, kids? Huh? Come on, get him out of
Get rid
here.
of him.
Kids.
Boy.
If anybody's having a shitty morning, at least you guys aren't going to a chicken plant to do a fire inspection. Make sure
Yeah.
the chicken plant doesn't burn down.
Oh,
Yeah.
Inspector. There you go, man. You can have chicken shit all over your shoes. You have your fancy inspector shoes on.
Chicken shit, chicken guts, chicken everything.
Motherfucker. Sucks, man.
Well, thank you for doing that so that I can have healthy chicken in my body later.
Yeah, man. I'm just
beef.
helping out all you Chick-fil-A people. That's all.
They don't use real chicken. Come on now.
Or you could be digging out a gray water pond. That's fun too.
A gray water pond?
Why would you do that?
Because it's gotten full. Tilted in.
So that's the
That's
mechanism. Okay, you just fill it up and drain it.
If your gray water pond works properly, it's full of aquatics. Is that the right term? Water plant?
Yeah, I'm working on that part. I just got it dug, and my boys played in it, so I have to. They kind of leveled out the everything. Now it's just a bunch of sludge. So I'm digging it out, and then I'm gonna be planting. I already did some plants on the edge. I'm gonna be planting some taro. You know, the big elephant ears.
Okay. I don't think we're talking about the same gray water. Like you're talking about like sewage, gray water, as in like sewage.
Gray water is not considered sewage. That's why it's called gray water. Black water is considered sewage. Gray water is your sink. Some states the sink.
I don't use
some states the sink will not be considered gray water, but usually in most states it's your sink, your shower.
I use barely any chemicals though. I try to keep our lifestyle toxic free, and once I have it done, it will be a somewhat self-perpetuating system. I've had so much going on. I'm finally getting to it.
Okay. So you just have it. Like, do you have fish in that pond, or do you plan on having fish and life and shit like that?
Yeah, I have ducks that need the pond. Well, not just the gray water pond, but then the overflow that just like a big pond for 10 by 10, I guess, 10 by 15 square feet. And so I'm just trying to get the ducks to be able, because the ducks won't mate if they don't have enough water to be happy in. And so you won't get duck babies.
Do you have like a bog type filtration within the system? You know what I'm talking about? Like a bog.
Yeah, that's in the work.
Okay.
Right. I'm gonna be planting some taro and different water plants. I hope to get some water lilies in the bigger pond. Some of the I forget what they're called. Apparently, the blue ones are somewhat euphoric. The blue lilies, the lotus. That's what it is. Lotus. Yeah, the blue lotus is euphoric. It's supposed to make really good tea.
You trip out, bro. Go meet
So
God and stuff, man.
So that plant can serve multiple purposes for you. Help to clean your water as well as create tea.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also a sign of the false enlightenment. But we don't need to get into that.
I know, right? You see the lotus flower popping up and representation of the sun sometimes even.
Yeah.
Ducks can be pretty dirty, right? Like you have to give them a pretty substantial pond so they don't muck it up too much. Right? They can really be crapping a lot in your water.
Yeah, I suppose so, but that's why it's gonna be like 3 feet deep, and I don't have that many ducks right now. And if I get enough ducks to do something, I have an overspill spot. I could dig another pond out.
What kind of ducks you got?
White and speckled white and brown ones. I don't know what kind they are. We just bought them
Oh,
for 10
okay.
bucks a piece from a farm around here.
Gotcha.
They're not like mallards or anything.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Jack Spirko? He raises ducks. He calls himself a duck farmer. He has a
I
podcast
think you
called
might be a quack on that account. I'm just
He has a podcast called the Survival Podcast. His name's Jack Spirko.
I don't know why I'm subbed to him, but I'm
Yeah,
subbed to
we
him.
definitely like the ducks more than we like.
I really hope he's right about inflating.
About inflating what?
No, he says that right now the price is going up are not inflation, that they're supply and demand issues, and that here soon that the prices will all go back down because of the way people are ordering surplus of stuff because they can't get it. They freak out a little bit, contractors and whatnot. I don't know if he's right or not, but I can always hope someone's right, right?
Right.
Yeah, in that realm, I feel like it's a pretty complex equation that's not as black and white as a lot of people will think it is regarding inflation and supply and demand. There's a lot of nuances to the economics.
I just wondered why there's so many ships out there off the coast. Like, is that they doing that on purpose, or they really just not have the labor to unload them? Like, why? Why?
I don't know. Something weird's going on, especially with the whole fiasco with the what was it, the Suez Canal that got blocked up by that ship that went sideways. Kind of a foretelling of supply issues, and I don't know. It's weird.
Well, it's weird. It's like, wait a sec, guys. Hold on. The only thing that's really changed in the world is that the Cocoa Pebbles has, like how the Cocoa Pebbles going to affect trade routes and shit. What are you talking about? Does that have anything to do with that? You know what I'm saying?
It does.
Why are
Yeah.
y'all lazy sitting in the middle of just sitting there,
Because the
not
people
able
can't
to
work.
unload?
You can't go to work or
Oh,
whatever.
unless you've had the magic juice.
Or the
Why are
capacity.
you
You can't
trying to
operate at
make
full capacity, you know.
why are you trying to make any kind of logical sense of an insane world?
Well, that's true. Silly me. I do apologize.
Nothing. I don't know. You just don't have to be surprised anymore. Like nothing
Yeah.
makes sense. Like why would you
Well, there's just
expect?
no excuse. You know what I mean? That to me, that's what that's what I'm saying. There's no excuse to have this fucking shit all backed up. You know. But I don't know.
Oh, there's an excuse, and they're using that excuse to the fullest extent they can.
Yeah, I guess there's no reason. There are excuses. There are no reasons. It's like, did this happen during the Spanish stuff or any other time in history because of a sickness? No. So what's different now? The fuck? I can understand one or two ships out there not able to, you know what I mean? But all of them? What?
Yellow.
Who you calling Jello, son?
Hey, man.
What's up?
I'm just wondering if you've got a some sort of response for the apparent moon reflectors that left the reflectors on the moon.
That one's pretty simple, actually. I bet you didn't know.
Give it to me,
You're
Lou.
talking about the retro reflectors that they claim to bounce lasers off of.
Yeah. Is that what they're claiming? To bounce
Yeah,
lasers off them?
yeah. Supposedly,
Okay.
they had already successfully done that before any moon missions. They didn't
Excellent.
need reflectors to do it the first time. So why the fuck should we believe anything about reflectors now?
Thanks, Lou.
Yeah. And then on top of that, just actually think about what it would take to do such a thing. First of all, when they claim to successfully do it, they get a return of 1 or 2 photons, is what they claim. They haven't, I believe, they haven't successfully had a return photon in years, like at least 3 years. So it's not like they do this successfully every time they try. Also, just think about all the the physics of it, like the Earth moving around the sun and spinning, and the moon spinning, even though we only see one face. Its speed around us. If there's any kind of latency whatsoever, there's no way you should even get a return, even if it was possible to hit it in the first place.
Yeah.
Also, how did they get there to place these supposed reflectors?
They traveled 250,000 miles in some piece of shit tin can thing.
Through a second law of thermodynamics violation. So they never went there. Case closed. No reflectors.
And then even if they do get a return photon, how do they know it's theirs? Is it marked like Titleist number 4 or what? How do they know?
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, boys.
As I said, it's an easy one.
You know when you just get hit with something and you're like, fuck, I don't even really know what you're talking about. Just go ask the guys in Discord and they'll just obviously know. Thanks, boys. Photons? What's a photon?
Apparently it's a particle of light. According to some.
Particle of light.
Yes.
When light isn't a wave?
It has a waveform function, but it's not a physical wave, no.
So is a photon subject to the laws of particle physics?
I wouldn't know. Get QE for that one. This is not something I'm willing to debate. But, I just have a very basic understanding of it. So.
Yeah, me too. Just a basic understanding.
Apparently, the double slit experiment sort of shows that it's a particle and that it is a waveform function, but I've never personally been able to get my hands on, these slit detectors, and this is a topic that I used to sort of debate on because, I used to say, where can I purchase these slit detectors? And I used to just get shouted at even for asking that to some of those people that are really, ardent supporters of light is a particle and whatnot. But I'm like, yeah, well, I've never seen this experiment done, and whenever you actually look into it in YouTube, all you see is CGI versions of this experiment being done. So it's sort of a topic. It's a little bit dubious for me, but I mean, whatever. I might just be ignorant, but like I said, I've never done the experiment myself, so. But then again, that doesn't mean that it's not real because I haven't done it. Well,
So you're looking to perform the double slit?
Yeah, apparently, and whenever I brought that up, people were like, "Oh, well, you can do it at a university because they're the only ones that have the the apparatus to be able to perform such an experiment." And they were like, "You would need so much money to do it, blah blah blah." And I just get shouted down. I'm like, "Okay, well, seems to be a topic of a sensitive topic to some people."
Huh?
But,
Yeah, it can't be that hard,
Yeah.
I mean, the circumstances aren't that hard to set up. All you need is whatever they use to split the particle in like 2 different rooms.
Oh, well,
3 different rooms.
That's easy. They're just slits. They're just physical slits. Like that's how they supposedly, you have the 2 slits. That part's easy. It's the particle. It's the what do you call it? The detectors, the slit detectors. That's apparently like really expensive, or only people that are uni have ever seen it done, and it's only That's what I used to contend with. Like, why can't I just go and buy slit detectors from the shop?
Yeah. Right. Here's something funny. Here, check the voice text. It's my favorite double slit meme.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. The way, and he's got that diffraction pattern. Looks at it, and it's
right.
Yeah. I like that.
It's like it's behaving when you look at it, and it's not when you don't.
Yeah, well, that's the whole conclusion behind. Well, the knowledge of which path the particle goes through, collapses the waveform function. Therefore, you get that pattern once you know the path that the light supposedly traveled it through. But I mean, I want to do that experiment. And whenever I used to say, "Oh, well, where can I buy these?" Oh, well, I used to get shouted at, and I was like, "Okay, fuck." It seems to be sensitive to some people. Like my dad, I'm just asking questions. Isn't that how we got to how the Earth is flat? Just ask questions about things that may or may not make sense to you. Maybe for some people, it's really simple, and they've done it before, and they look at me as an idiot because, oh, it's so simple. I went to uni and I did it, But then that's why I was like, why on YouTube do you not see, somebody actually just setting up the apparatus? It's always like an explanation of the experiment.
Right, but you never
using
see someone
CGI.
actually do it.
It's always CGI, and this is how they show you what happens when somebody does the experiment using CGI. And I'm like, Globe does that a lot to explain things that aren't real,
Right. Yep.
But whether light is a particle or not, I don't really give a shit, to be honest.
Right.
To be perfectly honest, I mean,
it doesn't matter. It just couldn't. Yeah. It couldn't matter less. Like, again, people are like, "Oh, light propagates and travels in a ha-ha and a DD and a whoa-whoa." Yeah. Does that mean the ground is flat or spherical?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Yeah. Who cares? I get it, Rayleigh scattering. Okay, if you really want to help the Globers beg their question and split hairs, let's talk about light extinction, and we'll talk about all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the ground. But end of the day, I don't really see why it matters.
Going back to your moon retroreflectors, also, it's already super complicated based off of all those physics I mentioned. But then, how did they account for refraction
with the moon thing?
Yeah.
The moon reflectors.
And
I
so
just
you
want
can
to
just
know.
stack some shit on there, you know.
You know those construction reflectors that you can see from really far away because you have to, like, for like planes flying into construction areas and stuff. So you got really, really bright reflectors. Did they use those or even better quality reflectors? Like, I want to know. I feel like you'd be able to see one or two of those fuckers reflecting, even just from the ground with your naked eye, right? I mean, come on, it's right up there. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
I think I was just going to say, well, just going back to that light experiment. The only interesting thing about the whole conclusion would be that, if it is the knowledge of the witch path that does collapse the waveform function, I mean that's something big there, because if it's just knowledge, that can change the whole outcome. That's interesting.
Well, I think, yeah, I agree, and my opinion is that it does. I think that I believe that a lot of the things that I've done, my mantras, my practices, my beliefs, my intentions, have helped me and others. My you know what I mean? Like, thoughts can become things, especially when you focus on it becoming something. Like, that's your intention. So whatever the intention is, and so, like, with the double slit, it's like, well, what would be the intention? Well, to me, the intention would basically just to see a difference between me observing it and me not observing it, and how it behaves. And then I would do another one, and so I would try to clear my head of all thoughts, but just what the particle might look like on the other end of that, and then see what happens with it when I think both about, like, the particles looking a certain way as on the result end, and my grandma being healthy. Just thinking about something along with that, adding an intention in to it, right, and seeing if it changes the pattern.
Yeah. Indeed.
See, you got me talking about it. Go ahead.
No, sorry. No, I was just going to completely change the subject. Talk about, I don't know if you guys have been employing the sextant argument much in here, because I haven't really been much in here lately. So
yeah, we have.
Oh, that's good. And what sort of reactions have you been getting from Globers?
From what I've seen, it's over a lot of people's head, because it's, well, I don't know why, but the reactions I've seen is a lot of people, they don't know what plumb lines are. They don't understand that if you have a 90-degree angle, that's two straight lines intersecting, that there's no way for it to work on any curved surfaces. It has to be flat. That's the way it works. It's a 90-degree angle that you get. So some people get that and some people don't. But yeah, that's yeah.
Well, in the chat,
nobody has any experience ever with using a sextant, so they're lost there just from go. And then like he was just saying, like, you already have to argue with these Globers about whether or not a straight line can be curved, or whether or not you can even have a straight line on a globe. And it's for most people, it's they're arguing out of ignorance, because they're willing to argue with you about it, but they don't know shit about it.
Exactly.
That's why in the chat, like, I devised just a very simple way of understanding what it is that we're trying to talk about when it comes to the 90-degree angle.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
And how it only works, with the horizontal surface. I mean, it's very simple. You don't have that 90; it's out of whack, as you can see, because the baseline of that triangle is now a curved line. And
I like
also
that you called it.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm pretty much done.
I was just gonna say, I like that you called the image dunce cap. That's pretty good.
Yeah, because I had originally put like dunce, but I sort of cleaned it up a bit because I didn't want to go that way. Where the globe triangle one was, I put dunce in it.
Yeah, dunce. But now I can't.
Because to me, it's so simple that it would take an intellectually challenged person not to understand such a simple concept.
Right.
And
Oh,
it's something that
absolutely.
we all learned, you know, early on, and simple trig functions, you see. And then I was when I put this in Gem Panda server, and I mentioned that it's a trigonometric function. You know, it's triangulation. That's how you find out these distances. And they're like, no, there's no trig involved. And then I had to, you know, offer
It's
citations
so
and
funny. It's like
and
we're
yeah.
working with an isosceles triangle, but there's no trigonometry involved.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. And angles of elevation, and you know, I mean, they don't have. That's what I always go back. You guys don't have a horizontal to measure any angles from. You know, like a protractor, for example. A sextant is basically just a glorified protractor. And a protractor has a horizontal baseline that you measure these angles off. You don't have that on a globe. It's just there. It's destroyed. But then, you know, they have their own versions of how they think the sextant works, and it's just an absolute shambles. There's another picture that one of them sent me. Let's see, where is it? There it is. And I sort of edited and corrected it. That's what one of them sent me. I had to draw the star because they didn't have that star that you see in the picture. And I also had to draw that vertical zenith line because they didn't have that either. They have the vertical on the other side.
Right.
And I was like, what the hell is that vertical for? It needs to be underneath the star, the vertex of the star. Because that's where you have your 90 degrees that you subtract that angle that you measure off the sextant from. You subtract that from 90, which is that 90 that I've then labeled, this is where your right angle should be. Because he didn't have any of that. He's got the right angle on the wrong side.
Are your edits in red? Is that you or is that them?
Yeah, my editor, besides where it says sextant reading, that's something that he had originally put. But all the other red markings and the star, like that little star, that's my edit. Yeah. And also the vertical line underneath the star. And another thing that the very basics of a sextant, the very goal of a sextant is to measure something called zenith distance. So that means the distance from basically your 90 to the 90 underneath the star. So that's the whole point of it. And these distances would be different on a globe because see how the distance underneath, the distance at, say, ground level, it would be different to the distance higher up because on a globe, you know, those plumb lines would not be parallel. So you would have different zenith distances. It's just,
and it doesn't
everywhere
matter.
You look at it, it just falls apart.
Exactly. And see the thing is the bigger you try to make your field between the three measurements, or the three locations, the bigger it is, the more you have to account for some kind of curvature, the less of a 90-degree angle you're even going to get. Whether or not you could even get one with what he's showing us in this thing, you can't get. I don't see a 90-degree angle happening.
There isn't. That's why I pointed out that where I've labeled this is where your 90 should be. It's impossible to get a 90 there because it's curved. And then again, and he's also got that line that says horizontal on it. Where is he getting that from? It's just an imaginary line he's drawing out. That's supposed to be horizon.
Oh, I'm gonna assume that this is a horizontal, even though. It's just horizontal given the image. Not even is it lined up with the image.
Yeah, exactly. And that, that should be the baseline of his triangle to do his trig functions off, to calculate the distance. But he wouldn't have that. Like I mentioned before, he has a curved line. And then I've had people say, they try to draw tangent planes, but that doesn't work either because you need if you draw a tangent plane, then at the end of that plane would be a different elevation to the center of that plane, the tangent where it actually touches the curved surface that they talk about. You need a circle of equal elevation over a large distance. If you draw this tangent plane, then you just you're not getting that circle of equal elevation. It's just not possible. But
Yep.
I got a
It's
question.
not
Are
possible.
you the guy that did the video over Black Swan Lake?
Me? No.
Yeah, did you do that video? No. Okay.
I think. Are you thinking about Mitchell from Australia? Is that who you're talking about?
I'm not sure. I know John mirrored his video, and I really enjoyed the video. And you seem to be talking about some of the same things.
Oh yeah,
And
no, that's Mitchell from Australia. He did a really good video on the whole thing.
All right, sorry I interrupted. Please continue.
Oh, you're good, Hank. Hank, you can interrupt anytime I'm speaking.
Well, not when it comes to math, because that's not really my strong point, so I probably should be quiet. I understand what you guys are talking about, but I have absolutely nothing to add.
Exactly. That's me too. See, Globus understands the numbers pretty well. All I'm doing is I'm doing like a very basic visual thing. Like, and listen, they can get down to 89.59, degrees, but it's not 90 degrees. Their imagination can't line up with reality unless, of course, they're imagining the world as is, flat and stationary.
Yeah. And I posted another pic there just to analyze, because this is another rebuttal to my point. They were just grasping at straws and scrambling to try to get a horizontal somewhere. And this is the other image that they then went and edited again, and they added that horizontal that you see. That's basically what they call a tangent, and you see how that would be wrong, because if you follow that tangent, if you continue it all the way to the left and try to meet that where it says vertical, where he's put vertical in black, then you have a completely different angle.
Different, totally. Yep.
Because if you follow that red line,
you can't get a 90 degree. Can't get 90 degrees on anything else than flat. It can't happen.
That's right. I then went and re-edited, and just to illustrate what I meant, I followed that red line all the way after his edit, and you see where now you have a completely different angle. So it's just a complete shambles now of different angles.
They just keep trying to add angles to try to make it work, and there's no 90 degrees there.
Exactly. But I mean that's their attempt.
These overlapping crossing lines and just sloppy. Sorry, overlapping sloppy crossing lines here.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Exactly.
All right, I gotta keep studying for this test, but I'll be back later today, guys.
No worries.
All right, peace out. Yeah, you'd think we would have come across this sooner. It's hard to put a triangle down on a globe, right? They keep fucking falling off, right? It won't sit right.
And one of the comments that hit me the most was actually one of these guys that does YouTube videos on. He's not a flat earther, but he's just a navigator. And one of the first things he says in one of his videos is, the sextant is nothing more than a glorified protractor. And that tells you all you need to know. You look at a protractor, you see it's got a horizontal baseline to measure these angles off. Bang, there you go. You don't have that on a globe. And these guys are basically telling you, I'm using a protractor, a glorified one, to calculate these angles of elevation and get my distances to the GP, to get my fix. It's just so simple, but it really hit home, when he said that, because that's what it is. It's just a protractor.
Well, you know what? There's so many problems with the non-model globe, and I think that it's just time where everybody's going to realize that their model is in crisis to the point to where they're not at step 5, right? They're at step 0. There's absolutely no science whatsoever to validate, verify, falsify their globe. And if that's the case, then it's just nothing more than a cool story. It's a village idiot's explanation of why we see what we see, and we can do better than that. I think we should take down all the data that we can and compile it and not put it into a model. Because what do you need a model for if you got the data? Because the model is when you start adding stuff that may or may not be true to ad hoc explain what's going on with the model. When you got anomalies and ad hoc explanations, you should just, ignore all that and just write down what is and ignore what isn't.
Exactly. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm surprised we didn't catch on to this earlier. It's very simple, elegant, and to the point. Flatness over miles and miles and miles as well, like thousands of miles. It's great. It really is the year of the sextant. I just like it because for me it was really easy to comprehend, and then put it forth to the Globers and watch them just crumble and resort to everything they tried to do. They needed to try to flatten the globe in order to get these angles. Like they even tried. I had one guy that was basically chopping parts of the sphere off. You can imagine,
I
say, a
saw.
sphere. Yeah. And flattening. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? The distance, your chord distance would be different from your arc distance. So you're all over the joint if you're drawing chords now, and you're flattening the Earth. Like, in order for this to work, dude, you're on a sphere, mate. That's why I found it so funny, and just to see their reactions. Because all the other arguments, sort of, we've been through them a million times. So I kind of liked that this was something new that we could, poke fun at them for. But yeah, I really like this current argument.
So I used to use the sextant argument a long time ago when talking to people in person and friends and stuff around me. But I found very quickly that most people have no idea, one, what a sextant is, and two, how it's used.
Yes.
So
What
then
are the new genders?
So then it became an hour and a half of me trying to explain how this apparatus is used, and it just became a fruitless endeavor because at that point the main crux of the argument, or the point I was trying to make, is completely lost on trying to teach somebody how this instrument is utilized.
Yeah. Yep. That's why with graphics, it's the best way to show people that are, that aren't catching on to it. Well, it's different now. We have the tools to do so in this particular server. But that's why that Roger posted at 6 minutes past the hour. That's from that video. That's supposed to be from an admiral, I think, or not an admiral, someone that was a navigator or whatever. And this is how he explains it. This is how it's understood. This is the triangulation that occurs when using a sextant. These are the angles. But it's what I found funny about this is they all seem to do the same thing. They for all intents and purposes, they navigate it as flat. They use it as flat. They explain everything in flat terms, triangles with straight lines, horizontal lines. They also do this with the Coriolis effect. I've seen so many videos that explain the Coriolis effect, how we understand it, as an apparent deviation, but then they go and superimpose that on their globe belief. In the very next sentence, they'll be like, well, this is how it works, but the Earth isn't flat, so there's more complicated mathematics. That's actually what a lot of these YouTube navigators say. They're like, this is very basic, but there's more to it because the Earth isn't flat, even though it looks like we're working on a flat Earth. This is what a lot of them say. And I find that fascinating because it's like they know that it's flat, they're measuring it to be flat, just like they know the Coriolis effect is an illusion, but then they go and say, oh no, it's actually having physical effects. And I've even commented on a lot of YouTubers' videos that define the Coriolis effect, and I'm like, dude, you defined it correctly, but then you went and fucked up when you went and said that it has physical effects in when you go and superimpose it on your globe belief, like on hurricanes, for example. I'm just like, I don't get that. Like, it's cognitive dissonance at its utmost, and it's recorded in a YouTube video. I love it, absolutely love it.
We used to attack the triangulation of the distance of the sun, moon, and stars, right? And we would say that, well, when you're dealing with triangles that are that acute, right, it loses accuracy very quickly, because if you have like a Coke can or a football on a football field and a man, right, you could use photoforensics and triangulation and these methods to figure out, how tall the man is, how far away he is, this sort of thing, right? But when you're talking about like 93 million miles, that is a very large, inaccurate triangle, right? And then when you're assuming, because you don't have a Coke can in space, you're assuming that Venus, well, it must be the same size as Earth, right? Then you've completely, removed the Coke can and you got a bale of hay that's half eaten and you don't know the actual size of it, right? Because
Yep.
it's just a lump of hay, right? So you can't measure off of it. So that's how we used to attack the triangulation and the distance and location of all these heavenly bodies. And now that you've completely, done away with the bottom half of the triangle, like there is no way that they could tell you how far away this stuff is, right? Because we're saying it's close and local, they're saying it's far away. Both are equally true, but we have the inverse square law. So if they say that these stars are 13.8 billion light years away, some of them, right, there's no way to verify that because you would need to know, right, the signal strength that it would take to reach this far. And if you backwards engineer that, like that's one hell of a bright light to,
Yes.
to make it that far. And then they say, well, we've measured it. We know, and I don't believe the stuff that they say because it's so reaching, like they're grasping for straws, anything,
Yep.
It's like if you torture someone with waterboarding, they'll say anything you want,
That's
right?
right.
And that's what we're doing them. We're torturing them with all these facts that they can't explain away. And they're just, they're dancing to the beat of our drum, right? Dancing to Yosemite Sam's bullets, and
Pulling
they'll
their
say
hair out.
anything. Yeah, anything they could say to get out of the questions that we're asking because we're making too much darn sense. And
So with
95%
that,
of the population lives next to the ocean. The rest of us probably live next to a large body of water. So it's only a matter of time.
so with that being said, Hank, and the fact that the sextant can be used for practical navigation purposes, wouldn't it therefore be relevant that we could get a good rough indirect measurement of the heavenly bodies if we have a known distance on the surface and a right angle triangle? I know it's kind of a third rail that nobody wants to touch.
No, because we don't have that Coke can or that football. We can have their zenith, right? Like the Pallades is probably near the tropics. I don't know because I don't live there. But you get what I'm saying? Like, the Pallades is pretty close to being right over top of my head. So I figured if you go a little bit south, then that would be right where it's at.
With the sextant, you have the known GPs, right, based on a zenith, which can be measured, right? They're known zenith points, which is how the sextant works. So if you are completing a right angle triangle and you have a known distance, the surface distance to the GP of that star with the right angle triangle, I know it's an indirect measurement of distance, but at least to the apparent position of where the stars and the heavenly luminaries could be.
Well, it's not the apparent position if it's directly above your head, because there's not a whole lot of refraction that can take place. It's when that it gets lower, closer to the horizon, that's when you deal with the apparent position. So as far as it being right over your head, yeah, we can measure that pretty accurately. The distance to the said light, I guess your guess would be as good as mine. I understand that. What is it? If you move,
but we can get a
12,000 miles,
yeah,
right,
we
in
can
one
get a
direction, that star that was above your head is now going to be below the horizon. Is that true?
but can't we get that? So we have a known GP, right? A known position on the surface of the Earth where that star is directly overhead. And then we have a position that we're triangulating based off of that known GP and our instrument, the sextant. So we're getting a known distance, or at least a very close rough estimate of our known distance on the bottom leg of that right angle triangle, right?
Yep.
Right.
So couldn't we, in theory, utilize trig to come up with what the other distances would be based on the angles to the other two sides of that triangle?
I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask somebody else, brother. I never took trig or anything like that in school.
Well,
so I couldn't tell you.
What are you trying to come up with? Like the altitude of the star? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I'm wondering, and I'm not like Hank. Math is not necessarily my strong point, but I'm just trying to think back, and I'm pretty sure if we have a known distance to one of those legs of the triangle, one of the lines on the triangle, we have a known distance, and then we know we have a 90-degree angle. And from one of the points of the known distance, we have an angle there. So we have a known angle.
I think yes, you should be able to theoretically find out that the altitude in distance, yeah, because those we're equating degrees with distance, with nautical miles in this instance. But then again, to derive that distance to a physical object, that I don't know that you could do that. I think it's more of a theoretical altitude. But yeah, that is an interesting question. It's something that I have thought about because, yeah, in theory, using trig, you should be able to, if you know that angle and you know that your B leg, you should theoretically be able to calculate, the altitude because you get that other angle as well by subtracting your that from 90, your angle viewed from the sextant. So yeah, that is something that I have thought about, but
So it's an indirect measurement, right? So it's not necessarily the most accurate way.
Yes,
right?
yes, it's not 100% accurate, of course. But you're right in what you're saying. That would destroy the globe in essence as well, because these distances are purported to be in the millions of miles.
Quintillions.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm just
I'm
thinking
sure
of it from a standpoint of the sextant is used in practical navigation. Like it works for the use that it is designed for. And if we're using it and we have known positions on the surface, we should be able to get a rough estimate of that vertical height. I know your how your perspective works does come into play, but I feel like the sextant has ways to factor that out of the equation so that it becomes more accurate. So I feel like it's a fairly accurate instrument that could give us at least a rough estimate of height of these things. But I know it's to me, it feels like a third rail that nobody really wants to touch in the conversation. And I can understand that.
I agree.
It's more calculation than measurement. We tend to stay away from calculations. I often use the circus guy who guesses your weight, right? Do you want him building your house, or do you want the guy, with a right angle and a tape measure to build your house, right? Of course, you want the construction guy, but if they can make calculations and guesstimates, then why can't we, right? It's only fair. And I would say that if you take into consideration at what distance away from that point on Earth that the object, the body in the sky, it sets, that should help you determine how far away it is, right? Because if you move this far away and it sets at this distance away from the point and all objects are doing the same thing, then you could say, well, maybe they're all at the same height. Does that make sense?
Yes. And like I was saying, I feel like it's used for practical navigation. Like, couldn't we practically have an estimate of the distances to these celestial objects if we use an instrument that takes into account technically their distances, wouldn't it be more logical to say that since we have this tool that's used, we use it in the real world and it works fairly accurately, that the distances that this instrument takes into account would be more practical. If we do that equation to come up with a rough estimate of a distance, that would be a more practical distance than what we have been told the distance to the celestial objects are. Because we do use it in the real world and we can demonstrate how we can utilize that information. If that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that, for the purposes of this argument, I don't think it's. I mean, it is interesting on its own, but for the purposes of the argument, I don't think it's something that we need to really look into. But
right,
like,
to destroy the globe, you don't necessarily need to claim the distance to the stars. The sextant argument destroys it all on its own. But I feel like at some point moving forward, if we really want to find some truth within this reality, maybe we should be looking into utilizing something like the sextant to give us a better estimate, whether people agree with us or people agree with me.
Well, we don't
not.
have to publish it. We can go into the lower rooms and calculate. I mean, isn't that what they do? They
Right.
they're
Well,
always calculating.
This is what the globers come with, right? So they say, well, so you say you need a straight line, right, to the GP of the star. So that star must be 4,000 miles away, right? Because we can calculate it then. So how can you validate it? That is what they do, right? They take it, they warp it into a claim, and then they put it onto us. That we then claim the height of a star. It's just a dirty trick. Nobody knows how high they are.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'd be very accurate what I said to see where it is over the top of the surface of the Earth, but once it starts setting and getting closer to the horizon, right, then its location is actually unknown, right? It's the apparent position of the star at that point.
That's
and
what
the only thing
usually
we can tell is when it sets. That's it.
And a lot more refraction comes into play the lower it gets.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Usually they don't, for celestial navigation, stars below 15 degrees aren't used. It's like from 15 and above because of the refraction. Yeah.
Yeah, and they navigate 600 nautical miles as flat, admittedly.
Yep, exactly right.
What up, Hank?
He's in the house. What's up, brother?
Chilling, man. Whoa. Yeah, I love that everything's kind of moved to the sextant world. I've been talking about that shit forever. It's good.
Hey, you remember when I was on the fence and I used to come in there? You remember how I debated, right?
Yeah, you were always cordial.
No. I mean, like, I didn't ever side with the globe when I was on the fence. I was always like from a geocentric, mindset.
Oh yeah, no, it's like it's funny because I remember there was like a time, and I would imagine people still go through this, where it's like you hear someone speak, and then like you're like, are you a flat earther or not? It's like like trying to like find out whether or not someone's committed to to whatever, to a label, But I always tried to. I was so lucky that I ran into the crew that I ran into when I came into this, because I learned how to back off on that. But yeah, you were always
Free Chan was super chill.
Like, yeah, I always wondered what certain people were, and I was, me, dude. It was, I was one of the feistier people back in the day, I would think. As yeah, I always wondered where you were on the spectrum of things.
Yeah, QE, highly intelligent guy, well educated, life experience. He said that once he heard the gas pressure thing, it was like that for him instantly. And I am self-taught and had to like further my education to really know for sure. But when I remembered that I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum and I remember seeing Detroit, I was like, oh yeah, for sure, it's flat. And then not too long ago, a few years back, maybe a year or two back, 4th of July, I went to Corpus Christi and I could see the buildings on the other side 10 miles away, and they were only like 2-story buildings. 10 miles away, it should have been like 40 feet below the curve ish, and they weren't.
Yeah, I think, Kath put it well with, the saying that, there's enough evidence to lead one to believe that you live on a globe. However, the sun, the moon, and the stars appear to go across the sky. And when I go to any level body of water, it looks flat and motionless. Like there's enough evidence to lead one to believe you live on a globe. But for all intents and purposes, the world appears to revolve around us and appears to be flat. I'm sure I'm murdering the good way of saying it, but I always like that. There's enough evidence to let you think you live on a globe, but it goes against direct experience.
I would say there's enough postulations, logical fallacies, and ipso facto leaps of logic, and
anecdotal evidence, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, I think also the thing is this is to remember that you're dealing with loved ones, and by sometimes forcing our opinion, you condemn their position, which doesn't help things. So it's nice. I often thought how kind, if I be so full of hubris in the sense, but it's like that thing of where it's like, it's nice to say, yeah, you're right. Hey, you had every reason to believe you lived on a ball, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fault you for that. Like, that's how I look at that statement. Is the idea that it's like, you had every reason to believe. You had to start, the cards were stacked against you in order to believe this bullshit, man. I get it. But if you think about it, you don't feel like you're spinning and everything looks like it's going around you. And if you go to any body of water, it looks level.
Yeah, that's kind of like the kindness of the UCC. There must have been a mistake. It seems that you didn't get my letter.
That's right.
So I'll give you 10 more days because I'm a gentleman.
Exactly. I'm going to give you 10 more days and 10 more days after that and a couple more days if you need it. And if there's anything I can do, just let me know. Just respond under notary seal penalty of perjury. Straight the fuck up, man. It's all kindness. But it's like intelligent grandma kindness. That's why it's like me and What World just talk about. Like, it's got to be so that even the littlest old lady can do it. This isn't about, being superior to some extent, but it's about knowing your business. But it's about knowing God's law, operating from that as though it's the real law, because it is. And you can't condemn anyone. And if you think about it, our language has so geared us to be materialist rationalists that we have, been led astray from all the cool musings of the ancients, that are still alive and well in the minds of people that read, like, and they're in the minds of judges. Like, to think our judges don't understand our capacity and the potential to be understood as spiritual beings is to say that God did not create the system or a dilemma that his children couldn't get through. Because if there's got to be a charge, well, there's got to be an instrument. And where's the instrument? And if there is no instrument, then who's to verify your charge? Let's say. So I'd like to see any charging instrument, or else it's a denial of equal protection due process of law. But if someone, says like pulls out a gun and says quack like a duck, well, over my objection under threat, arrest, and coercion, quack quack. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to win the physical fight, but you have protections if you have faith in the system. Now, granted, most people can't deal with the idea of being cuffed up and held and think that they're ever going to walk away from that. But that's where the whole biblical shit comes in. Daniel in the lion's den, and where's your faith, man? And where's your fucking morale in this? Because that's what I see is a bunch of, at times, unfortunately, is, people are starting to break under this pressure. And
I
that's
would say
what,
people are starting to wake.
right. But there's some that are, you know what I mean? But even like, I mean, would you be lying if you said that you never thought about breaking how? Right? It's like, some of it wears on people. It wears on me. It wears on any of us. But, I see people that have just completely shut up. They're too scared of the system. And it goes against everything that like Aldous Huxley and everything fucking esoteric was all about. Of like, you're supposed to stomp your head on the troll of doubt. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's this, thing that fear is false evidence appearing real. Right. And doubt is a thinking error. You're supposed to remove it like immediately. But it's like people get so caught up in their feels
Well,
and their reaction, they don't really realize what's really going on.
I always loved it. My mother used to tell a line which I liked a lot is and it's smart, but it's not you can't overthink it too much. But the idea of like, when in doubt, do nothing. And that's what even like a lot of this process of deciphering any of this information is about. Is be careful, because a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. All of a sudden you know about flat Earth and you want to go tell the world about it. Well, that might be a little bit dangerous for you. You know what I mean? Like chill the fuck out and continue and study until you're sure. Not even sure, but like the idea is like, and that's the epitome of, in my eyes, what the epitome of faith is. I have faith that there's a system of rules that is built to protect me because God made it that fucking way.
But that do nothing thing is really crucial, especially if you think about it. Like if you were lost and you don't actually know which is the right direction.
Yo, how about if you're in a trap? Yo, you're in a trap.
You can start walking further away from help, or you can actually start on a path that's the wrong journey.
Right, it's the Gordian knot. The harder you pull, the more twisted it gets. There are those Chinese finger traps. You know what I mean? Like it's just like that. It's like sometimes you have like in deciphering any of this information. Sometimes it's like even like you come across like information about sovereign or quote unquote sovereignty and law, and then you want to get rid of your fucking person and shit, and it's like whoa, and you're like, no, I know for certain. And that's why I always love that line. I used it often in debate. Is the idea is I'd say, are you sure? And if somebody says they're sure about something, then there's a great rebuttal to that, which is, many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. And it's such a great line because, many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of. So be careful what you're sure of. Are you sure the earth is flat?
I am.
Right, but but many a man has lost it. It's back to that. That's why I've always held. I'm 99%, but I've always you've got to have like a safety valve of like, hey, I may be wrong.
But this way, I'm sure it's not a globe.
You could say that, right? But it could be a bigger globe. I don't know.
It couldn't.
You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. We don't know.
No, we do know. We couldn't. We wouldn't have specular reflections, no matter the size.
Right, but it could be like the Ptolemy's model of a big globe with everything close by. I mean, I don't know. Is the point? There's some things you can't know, and if you're going to say you know, then you look crazy.
Well, sextant, no curvature over thousands of miles. Pretty sure it's not a globe. There's no curvature whatsoever. It's flat, so
Right, but
by definition, it can't be a globe. You can't have a
how about
horizontal
this then?
globe.
How about this? If I may qualify it, it's maybe not a globe with the circumference of what is it again now? Or what is it again?
59 miles.
Right, or 3950. Yeah,
24,901.
24,000.
24,901 or some shit like that. That's it. So maybe it's not that, but I'm just saying it's like, who knows what they want us to believe. I kind of like that fake Japanese map. That one that's not real, but everyone thinks is real.
The outer lands.
Yeah, that one. It's like, it's like everyone thinks it's some fucking old Japanese whatever, but it's not. It's kind of like the fucking Dead Sea Scrolls. Like, I don't accept that shit.
So, I mean, the problem is with thinking it's a bigger globe.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Isa? The Black Swan will make the globe with a radius of 264,000 miles.
The Black Swan will make a radius? Oh, you mean like the radius? So
yeah, the radius will be 264,000 miles.
Right, and right, and that's my point about you can't say for sure we don't live on a globe. Is what I'm trying to propose.
Meaning that the radius half of the ball will be from here to the moon.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it could be in the standard model of things, but this is why I'm saying it's like it's like out of a philosophical. I mean, many people, like, let's say Nathan, for instance, doesn't like my philosophical approach on most things because I look through everything through this fucking lens of philosophy because I can't see any way to get around that. Your only experience in life is a subjective one. You know what I mean? So, like, your outlook on things is going to always be reflective. But I think that's why it's like I would say be hesitant to say that you're sure the Earth is not a globe because the fucking circumference could be 26,000.
I don't get it, man.
Can
you imagine that? Imagine the size of the Earth.
Don't we?
Well, if that was the size of the Earth, right, and they're right about gravity, then we would be having 1,000-ton elephant on our back, right? Because if there's that much more gravity, then we wouldn't be able to walk around. If they're right about everything, and they were wrong about the circumference. So everything that you change, there's cascading domino effects, and it's like if we could walk on the surface of Jupiter, right, it would crush us, right? So why wouldn't this mega Earth crush us? And not only that, that's only the 10-mile marker. If you see the horizon and it's actually at the 30-mile marker, which is actually where we see it behind the land back there. I mean, I don't know.
If I said this, Issa, would this be an okay?
Calculation, but I can.
Under your philosophy, Issa, would I be able to say I can be sure that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959?
Yeah, that's what I say. Exactly. That's how I look at it. Right on.
So some things can be certain, and I can be sure.
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, science is still science. I mean, and that's what makes me so interested in all this.
But you just said you would hesitate to say. Sorry to cut you off. You wouldn't. You would never say you're sure of something because. But I can categorically say that I'm sure of that, and you agree that that's something that we can be sure of.
I mean, I don't know if
there's a bit of a misunderstanding. The way I understood Issa was that effectively you said many people have lost fortunes on what they were sure of. So just make sure. So just be certain that when you say you're sure of something, are you willing to take a bet? How much are you willing to bet now? Would you bet the house and the farm on what you just said? And to what degree would you go with that sense of surety?
Well, the point
Okay,
is
well,
that
if that's the way you
you
meant it,
wouldn't
then
want to be. Well, no, I accept what you were saying, just because on the grounds that can be kind of um, I think it's self evident in a certain way, much in the way that, let's say, it's commonly agreed upon that 600 nautical miles can be measured and dealt with and navigated upon as though it were flat, because it's because it goes against this notion of an Earth, and putting that together in my own head with the idea that you would need to have drop and all this different stuff that implies. It's incongruent. So it's like, that's why I think like the Earth is flat in proportion to the whole is like a qualifying thing. But I wouldn't say I'm sure of it. You can if you'd like to. I wouldn't.
Well, all I know is that there's so many people walking around that are under mass hypnosis and suffer from mass psychosis. We really ought to be sure about what we're saying, and the fact that we're flat earthers doesn't leave very much wiggle room for speculation. So we have to be like hyper specific, right, with our speech, and we have to be hyper imperialist. Sorry, empiricists. Damn it, sorry. Let's go conquer South America. No,
Well, yeah,
you know what I meant.
look at the way that science treats it. Like, this is what I've found interesting along the way, is the idea that scientists generally write in the sense, like, and I used to bring up the weight of Polaris, was the idea that scientists will say evidence that we have from this piece of equipment suggests that Polaris may possibly weigh this much if if this data, you know what I mean? Like, they go on, everything is an if and a maybe and it could be and it appears to be, you know what I mean? Like, that's what the scientists talk like. And then you have these gaggle of like people that hear that, and if you were to ask a scientist, do you know the weight of Polaris? He might say, well, on this date, from this distance, using this instrument, if this, then yes, it has, there's enough evidence that leads me to think there is a possibility that star weighs this much and is this big. Well, okay, somebody hears that and then they go, yeah, we know the fucking size of Polaris. And
Well,
it's
it's usually headlines.
completely different than what the scientist actually said. So when we speak scientifically, or like you said, empirically, about these things correctly, and then you study the way the scientists speak, they're more reluctant to say that they're sure of something than they are to say that they are sure of it.
So if you'd have been here last night, Issa, a guy came in from New York, and he was an astronomer, and he was talking about taking the collegiate classes when he was in high school. So he's been doing this for a while. So I met him at his level, and I started talking about like theoretical astrophysics, like I did back in the old days, talking about dark matter and dark energy and all these things. And I got him to agree with me, right? He was honest. He was like, you know what? If there's not dark matter, then the whole gravity thing falls apart, right? And then like I showed him like the black swan, and he was like, well, I don't completely like agree with everything that you said, but I agree with a lot of what you said. So it's like he couldn't accept that at this time. So I didn't like push, shove it down his throat or anything. I was just like, yeah, he's going to have to take a little while to swallow that. That's a big red pill for just one setting. He's going to take a little while, but I guarantee you that dude's going to be back, right? And he's going to think about what I said, like, oh man, like he said I should just go to a large body of water. What if I did it? Or next time he's on vacation at a large body of water, what if he like looks across like I did when I was at Corpus Christi, right? There's a big ass battle cruiser like right next to me, but I'm not like looking at that thing at all, right? I'm looking at like the little tiny white building in the in the distance, right? I kind of think that's what he's gonna do. Right? Next time he goes to a large body of water, he's gonna be out in the water and his friends are gonna be like, what is he doing out there? Is he playing with himself? Is he trying to catch a fish? He's gonna be making observations, right, from a foot above the water level, and he's going to be like, "Fuck, man, those flat earthers are right, man."
Yeah, I mean, I look at it almost. It's like people have to wade through the propaganda before you can actually get to somebody who can competently talk about any of this shit without being full of propaganda themselves. And when that happens is when you have I think, or at least that's where I've seen, some of the best people be willing to accept these possibilities. It's like when you're a rational person and you're talking with somebody and it's like, yeah, I have this outlandish belief, but I'm still fucking, still here. like, I don't know. It gives it more validity to some extent. You know what I mean? Like, but then there's Mormons and shit that wear holy underwear and are completely rational in society too. So who knows? Right?
I don't know if I hold Mormons and rational.
Well, right, but I'm saying I'm just because he might hang out with him. You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got holy underwear on. It's just much like if you tell somebody you're a flat earther, it's kind of like saying you got holy underwear on. They're like, yeah. And instead of seeing it as some fucking in-depth fucking moment to wake them up to the good word, they're just looking at you like you're wearing holy underwear, dude.
So I think you're more afraid of the stigma.
I'm not afraid of it, dude. I've been holding the banner for a while. Just saying, like I'm used to being looked at like I'm wearing holy underwear. Is what I'm saying, dude. Like I couldn't care less either. That's the thing. And I just want I want my right to be in public with my holy underwear on. You know what I mean? And it's nobody's business.
Yeah, don't forget that they're bulletproof.
In my eyes.
And that's not like bulletproof coffee, like the keto people talk about. The Mormon underwear is literally bulletproof, like Kevlar is bulletproof.
I wonder. I don't know. Not my holy underwear.
Like seriously, they have Kevlar underwear.
Seriously, no, not Kevlar. They have cotton underwear, but it's said to be bulletproof. I mean, unless I came across a straw man website.
I mean, is it all a bit of a straw man website? I don't know though.
Jeff over here said we could test it out for sure. we could test that theory.
Put some downrange.
How's the gun laws in Utah?
I don't know. I think they're pretty wide.
I think it's an open carry state. Those Mormons are all about like they're the last Sebastian of Mormonism, and they got like a strategically like.
So people can't put it to the test. Okay.
I was going to say, your faith is what makes them bulletproof. So if you're going around testing your holy underwear, obviously your faith is lacking. Ipso facto, you won't have protection.
There's always a way out. Huh? I'm waiting for you to finish.
No, I'm finished already.
All right.
Yeah, so here's the thing. There was this really intelligent guy. He said three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the
Wait like a
truth.
whole 2 days to charge the battery.
Are you hot mic in there, Elbow?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
I
it's
didn't
all
know
good.
it was out.
Might need to upgrade your charger if it takes 2 days to get a full charge.
Oh yeah. No, my mouse started tripping. My Razer mouse. They're supposed to replace it.
Okay.
It charged one day and then it's charged another. Sorry.
You guys seen that Apple mouse that the charging port's on the bottom of the mouse so you can't use it while it's charging?
That's ridiculous.
See, with my mouse, it has charging ports in the bottom of the mouse, but also we talking about the actual plug. Yeah, well, it has a plug in the front. And then you can, if I don't want to put it in the dock, so if I could charge, if I run it dead, it would just run through with the cable.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, when you hook up like a charging port, you can pretty much put it anywhere and then wire it to the spot on the board that actually, charges it. Right. So these engineers, like, they're really assholes, right? Because there's like a Dodge engine. I think it's the 2 point something engine, 2.7 or something like that. And what is it called? The thermostat? It's like down at the bottom of the engine, in between the tire and the oil pan, like right above the oil pan. And it's like right there on the top of the engine is the hose that's coming out of the engine. Would have been like a great place to put that, like right under the bleeder valve, right? But instead they put it like way down there where you got to get down there and like remove like the air compressor for the AC, and then you got to remove like the alternator and then take your tire off, and then once you get under there, then you can change that $15 part. And it's like, these engineers are fucking assholes, man. Like, why would they do that shit? I mean, it's obvious why they would do it, but
The average man can fix this. We must place it in a more difficult position.
we took, instead of it being like a competence hierarchy and we let the people succeed that are successful, then in 2008, like, we bailed out, these kinds of bad ideas, and the taxpayer fit the bill for it. So we got screwed once if you bought one of those cars, and then you got screwed twice because your government said, that really was a good idea. Let's give them another shot. I love America and all that stuff, but nothing beats a 90s model Japanese car. Whether it's a Toyota Corolla or a Nissan, not so much the newer Nissans, but the older 90s model Nissans. I mean, maybe even like the Hondas that are like standards, because Honda makes their own transmission in their engine company. But other than that, if you get a standard Honda, I mean, they just go forever, man. And those little four bangers, they last forever.
Late 80s, early 90s Hondas are some of the best vehicles that were ever manufactured.
Because, they got that law in Japan that after you get like 160,000 miles, you either get a new engine or a new car. So when they make a car over there, they're like, should we do like the manufactured obsolescence where they need a new car every 5 years? And they're like, no, they're going to need a new car every 5 years regardless. So it doesn't matter. Let's just make it, like, to last forever. And then in other countries, it'll be like the number one car on the road. And in fact, in Texas, the number one sticker, which is cars that are still running because you wouldn't put a sticker on a broken down car, is the Toyota Corolla. It's the number one car on the road in Texas. And another reason for that is because their engines, they don't have the interference where if the belt breaks, which is the timing belt, if it breaks, the valve doesn't run into the piston. So you can just literally drive that sucker to the belt breaks and then put it in the shop, put a new belt on it, and you're going again. Whereas then with American cars and even Honda cars, like the engine will the piston will run into the valve and it'll screw everything up, and it's like way more expensive than it needed to be. And you can get these cars for chump change. And then the ones that are like manufactured like crazy, the ones that are like not the luxury cars, but just the regular car that everybody buys. Like, don't get a Lexus, get a Toyota. And then if you got to have like the really nice Toyota, you can't really beat the Avalon. I mean, unless you just got to have the Lexus because you hate money in your bank account. I still can't really understand why people get the new cars. Because if you get one with 100,000 miles on it, whatever maintenance you're going to have, it's going to be way cheaper than your payments for a brand new car. So if you get a car with like 100,000 miles on it, yeah, it's pretty depreciated already, right? Because nobody really wants a car with over 100,000 miles. So you put another 100,000 miles on it, and you could, take care of it. You could sell it for what you paid it for, so you drove the car for free for 100,000 miles. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Hopefully you guys are taking notes.
Yeah. That is true. Toyota Corollas are the most popular, long-lasting cars here in Texas.
Yeah, Camrys are pretty badass. The Accord is pretty badass. Them old Civics, like the 1.6 liters, those things go forever.
If I remember correctly, my grandma's car was a Toyota Corolla. She took that car like 3 times, and it was still running when she sold. She used to give everybody a ride because she was a pastor, so from church.
You're kind of breaking up a little bit, or something's going on with your
Or
mic.
is he hot micing? Yeah, I don't know.
No, he's talking to us. It's just his mic sounds like it's under his armpit taking his temperature right now.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me better now?
A little bit. Talk some more.
So I was saying that
Your grandma had a car. She used
yeah,
to
my
give everybody
grandma.
a ride, and it lasted forever.
Yeah. Like I said, she went like 3 times to California and a couple of times to like New York on that car, and she used to give everybody.
Yo, what up, what up?
So yeah.
You guys talking about cars?
Yeah, the longevity of certain cars.
I got a Toyota Corolla. Pretty good.
How many miles?
86, 6,000.
Oh, you got a baby.
Yeah.
That's a baby Corolla.
I think my
Yeah.
grandma had like 300.
I bought it new and he had 3 miles on it.
I would never sell it, bro. If I was you, I mean, if you get the new car fever, don't trade it in. Just put that outside, put a tarp over it, and if your other car
only
ever
got
breaks
like
down,
$7,000 more to pay on it, and that's it. I'm done.
I think my grandma had like 300K on that. But listen, you know about cars, right?
I know which cars
Son,
to buy and which ones to avoid, like the plague, but I don't know a whole lot.
oh, because
What were
I
you
got
gonna
like a
ask?
fucking Chevy Impala. That's my set. That's actually my first car. I had it for a long time. The intake manifold blew up on me. I tried to go to crank it up. Well, it sat for a little bit, but I go to crank it up, and that black intake manifold fucking cracked and blew up. Like, did I knock my hood up? Now it only costs like $100 to get the part, but I'm trying to think. I'm trying to see if it's worth doing it. Like, something costs that to happen.
Definitely, man. Those cars are like dime a dozen. I'm guessing you're talking about late 70s, early 80s model.
It's a '01. It's a Chevy Impala. It's a '01.
Oh, it's '01. Definitely worth fixing then. Yeah, those
You think
parts are going to
so?
be in the junkyard. Yeah, dude. Those parts are going to be in the junkyards for the next like 20 or 30 years. Cheap, 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 cheap parts.
Yeah. I just don't know if it was. I just don't want to fuck. I don't want to buy a part and go through do the repair and it fucking blows up again. So
Take it to a mechanic and get him to diagnose the cause of why it backfired or why it blew up or what happened, And if he can eliminate the cause, maybe that was the effect, right? And he finds the cause and fixes it, and you get like another 100,000 miles out of that car. And I bet it's a nice car,
it's decent. It's decent. I like the body on it. It's not fiberglass and shit like that. And it's a 3.8 engine too, so it's pretty good.
Fun to drive.
Yeah.
Yep. Rear wheel drive, fun to drive. Yep. My thing is like I want to fix everything. Like there's the light bulb conspiracy that says that they have the ability to make light bulbs that'll last like 100 years, but they want to sell you like these cheap light bulbs that you have to get a new one like every 6 months. And it's like,
Well, like the
when
smart
you
lights, what you
realize,
talking about?
no, just your standard light bulb, right? It's built to last like 6 to 8 months, right? So they have this
No,
manufactured
really?
obsolescence. Yeah, bro. What I'm telling you is they build shit to break here in America. That's capitalism.
Well, no, I get
Like,
that. I get that. You're right. That makes
go to
sense.
an antique store, right? And look at like how they used to build stuff. Like they used to make stuff to be like, you know, they they built it so
Built to
good they put
last.
themselves
Built to
out of
last.
yeah, they put themselves out of business. Right. And that's why like antiques are so desirable. Like my son, he's a coffee enthusiast and he's always buying like old school like pyrite like coffee stuff and he's got like a little TikTok thing going right but
Wow.
like when you look at the quality of what he's got compared to what Walmart puts out, it's like unbeatable. Like it's
All right.
really high quality stuff and he's spending like 80 $100 on some coffee stuff, just a jug.
I get you. I get you.
But yeah, man, if you got an old Chevy, I would definitely keep it. If you can't afford to fix it now, pay off your car and then fix it.
No,
It
I
won't hurt,
can't. I can
it's
afford
setting
to
number
fix
one.
it. The thing is, like, this car is just. I had it for so long, and I put so much into it. Not only like paying to get it fixed, but actually like fixing it myself. Going on YouTube, trying to figure out how to replace shit.
Yep, that's
And
me.
it's just years of
YouTube
doing that.
University.
I even sold the car and bought it back, type shit. So I don't know. Just I'm about ready to take it to the woods and shoot at it at this point.
Shit,
I
you
don't
ain't in
know.
Texas. Give it to me. Shit, don't shoot it. Don't.
I mean, I just man, I didn't cry over this. It's just, dude. When I was younger, people used to say, "Oh, I put $20,000 in my car." I'm like, "It's no fucking way you put. There's no way you put the like crazy amount of money in the car." But yes, you did. Yes. Oh man, I'd spend like $900 just off repossession fees alone.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, you got that right. But my Toyota, though, I love that car. I mean, no problems. I done drove through Texas and been to Chicago. I done drove to Georgia. Like I've been driving. It's like, I love it.
And
I
once
love
your
it.
your tire pops, you're gonna hate
It
the
have.
shit out of it.
Yeah, we just caught a flat like a couple days ago. My girl did. But we keep maintenance up, we keep fresh tires on, we making trips. Every year we try to do something, go somewhere. But yeah. Can't say the same about my Chevy.
So I got like an '01 Acura CL, which is like the legend that they redid for a couple years and then they discontinued it. And like my car is so much fun to drive. It is like a little black 2-door coupe, and I can barely fit in that, but it's okay. And I love driving it, But it's basically like a 2-door Honda Accord because everything under the hood is Honda. It's just the luxury version. And if anything ever breaks on it, like I'm just going to have to let it go because repairing them luxury cars, it ain't worth it. But I got it for $500 in Oak Cliff at 3 a.m. in the morning, so it was a good deal. They were desperate to get rid of it because the next day they would have had somebody come out and issue them a citation because they had a car in their yard that didn't move. So
yeah,
I was like, I'll give you 500. They were like, okay,
yeah,
take it.
perfect.
Just take it.
Yeah, better than nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I
Good
love
deal.
that car. I also have
Hey,
the
you
Mitsubishi
know about
Mirage, which
shit
has like a
cars and good cars.
3-cylinder.
What about trucks, bro? I mean, I never owned a truck, but I want one though.
Well, I hear a lot of people that swear by the Chevy, the 350 engine, but honestly think the F-150 is a better purchase because there's so many damn F-150s around that parts are just like ridiculously cheap. And it's
Yo,
like every year they just make it a
everybody
little bit
driving
better,
that.
a little bit better. Yeah, the F-150 I think is like the best truck. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Toyota, but the Tundra has a starter where you gotta like take off the whole manifold, like the top of the engine, to get back to the starter that's in between the firewall and the engine. And that's the kind of shit that I'm tired of that kind of bullshit. The starter, you could put it just about anywhere on the flywheel, and they chose to put it like up top in between the air intake and the firewall. So if your starter goes out in that truck, it's going to be like a pretty expensive fix just for a
Yeah,
cheap little
I get
starter.
that too, because some of the things I did on my car was like, it's no way they would fucking do this. Like, why would anybody design this shit like this where I can barely get to it? I got needs. It ain't even about the special tools. You need like equipment. Like they can lift the cars up and shit. I can't do all that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, so because of that starter, I would definitely recommend the Ford F-150.
I had to change the spark plugs on my car. Just doing the ones in the back, and they like so far back next to the wall. I'm just cutting my hands up. Like, who the fuck would build? Why is it all the way back here? Like, and it kind of forces you in a way to go to a mechanic and spend all your fucking money, get overcharged. They're gonna charge you what they want to charge you. That's why I like fixing on my car myself.
Yeah, that's why I said you should fix that Impala because, like, it's everything's like right there, right? If you want to change the spark plugs, get your little V6. You got 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Like 15, 20 minutes later, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the market for a used truck recently, and I opted to go with the Toyota Tundra with a little bit higher mileage than some of the Chevys or Fords I was looking at, just because I felt more confident in the Toyota lasting even with higher mileage than the Chevys or Fords.
Well, I would recommend to you, like if you're going in the convenience store, just leave it running. don't
Wow.
don't start it every time. That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to steal your truck. I don't know where you live, but if you lived around here where it's pretty safe, like just leave it running.
Yeah, I
I mean,
haven't.
unless you're the type, you know.
I haven't looked at the starter or the placement of the starter, but I did have to. I rebuilt a starter on a Toyota Avalon back in the day. It was a 97 or 98 Avalon. It's pretty easy. We thought we were going to have to get rid of the car. I went on the University of YouTube, figured out what the problem is, and I actually went to the Toyota dealership. I was like, "Hey, I need these two little brass contact plates or whatever for a starter. How much is that going to be?" And he's like, goes over to a box and just flips me two of them. He's like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, "Nice, free parts."
Yeah, those parts are like, 55 something like that, And a lot of people don't realize that's how easy it is for you just to repair your own starter.
Yeah, I just replaced those two plates. Took me about 15 minutes and good to go. But yeah, I'll have to look into the placement of the starter on the Tundra and see if the problem doesn't, if I do incur the problem, that it's something I might be able to wrench myself.
Well, if you're the type of guy that knew back in the 90s, before YouTube, that you could just repair your own starter just by replacing the little connectors, because that's all it is. The starter just wears out where it connects and gets and sometimes a little solenoid that pops out, sometimes it wears out too, but most of the time it's just those little connectors.
Yeah, those little contact plates just eventually get worn or too much carbon buildup or whatever it is. You just have to swap them out. But yeah, I used to wrench on a lot of Hondas back in the day, mainly late 80s, early 90s Hondas. I've had two 89 Accords, an 88 Civic, a 91 Civic, a 89 CRX, a 90 CRX, 99 CRV. I've run the gamut on Hondas. I've had an Acura Integra. My dad had a 95 Acura Legend. Parents have had 89 Accord, a 95 Accord. Yeah, we've had a lot of good years out of Hondas with no major issues with any of the vehicles that we owned.
So Hondas are great if you want something that's going to be slightly sporty and dependable, or if you want, just the smallest engine and the best gas mileage, right? Because those Civics, the 1.6, like they were small engines, but you can't really tell it's a small engine because Honda is like the best engine manufacturer in the world. So they make like this tiny little tiny engine, but you don't really know that it's a, super small engine because they just run so well. And yeah, if you want something that's just going to last forever and you don't care about the sportiness, then get like a Toyota Corolla or a Camry or an Avalon, depending on how big of a car you want. But if you want something that's slightly sporty, man, them two-door Hondas are fun to drive.
Oh yeah, I mean, the CRXs that I had an 89 SI, and that thing came stock with 109 horsepower, but it was so light and you could rev it so high. I mean, a 6-cylinder Mustang would be left in the dust, but those people would try to race me for money all the time. Oh, you got a 4-cylinder? It's stock? I'll race you for $100. Like, okay, cool. You think your little 6-cylinder Mustang that weighs 3 times as much as my car is gonna beat me? Sure, I'll take your $100.
Somebody forgot to pay attention in physics class.
Right?
Especially with that kind of racing, you're talking about like a short drag, pretty much. Like you're gonna waste them off the line. In a longer race, they might catch you near the end, but they're gonna have trouble getting there.
No, even their top end. It's yeah. And I did a lot of motor swaps and stuff back in the day, but that was a long time ago. But it was before the Fast and the Furious came out, so people would look at my car and they'd be like, "Oh, what is that? A dual overhead cam 4-cylinder? I got this V8 Mustang. It's a stock GT. I'll kill you." I'm like, "Okay, cool. I'll take your money."
Yeah, and you just chirp off the line and take off, and they spin their tires.
Yep.
I had a Toyota T100, and it had like this 5-speed transmission standard, and the first gear was like 1 to 15, maybe 20 miles an hour. So it was like a granny gear, meant for pulling like heavy loads, but with a 4-cylinder, a big 4-cylinder, but a 4-cylinder. And I remember like people would try to like race me at the lights and stuff, and this was like back in the day, so I was like 19, 18, 19 years old, and I was delivering pizza, and at stoplight, these big trucks would pull up next to me, just like the diesel and everything, and I'll just be like, "What's up?" And they'd rev their engine, and I'd be like, "Okay," and then I would just fucking smoke, like, because I took off in first gear like 100 times a day, so I know how to do it without spinning tires, and I would just like leave them in the dust with my little 4-cylinder mid-sized Toyota.
So the amount of horsepower that Japanese manufacturers can squeeze out of such a small engine is incredible. Like if you could take a 5.0 Mustang and squeeze the amount of horsepower that Honda can squeeze out of a 1.6 liter, those things would be insane.
Yeah, they're just so efficient. Like they're, I mean, when it comes to the efficiency of engines, yeah, like Hank was saying, especially the Hondas. I think I'm not a car guy, not a gearhead really, but I think isn't the don't they have engines that are like over 98% efficient?
No, I don't think so. It'd be really hard to get that high of an efficiency, but the thing is that there's less moving parts, less to break, and they seem to make like really big engines in a really small volume. So like when you think big engine, like a mid-side engine would be like 3.2, like the one I got. But when you like take all the plastic off the top of my engine in my car, you're like, that's a 3.2? Like it looks like a 2.0, because they're so efficient. And, like the guy was saying earlier, he struggles to get his hands in to do his spark plugs. It's like because they don't waste. Like these Japanese men, they got like really small hands. So they're like waste not, want not. And they build everything like to the supreme amount of efficiency to where it's just like, I want to say like in my opinion, not even arguably like a leader in the world market because there's not a whole lot of waste in the car. Like there's not wasted horsepower, there's not wasted parts. Like they just make everything like really compact, tight little package, and the Hondas are just so fun to drive. I can't put it into words. Like you don't need like a big V8 to have fun in a car, in my opinion.
No, I had a little Jetta for a while. The what is it? The again, not a gearhead. I forget. Anyway, think like a go-kart driving it around. It's so much fun. But my favorite car ever that I had was a '93 Nissan Maxima stick shift 6-speed. It was a 5-speed, whatever. It was fucking. That thing was the best. It was a smooth drive, like at 120 miles an hour, you felt like you were doing 60. And had a lot of fun. It was down on the highway. It was a place where people like to cruise and race and shit like that. And I wasn't down there for it, but some guy with a Accord, which is pretty much the same size car, same size engine. He pulled up and he wanted to go, and we freaking hit that. It was pretty intense. We blew through 3 red lights, fucking uh, just nose to nose the whole way. It's pretty insane. But yeah, I beat him just by half a car length probably before he ended up saying, all right, that's it. But yeah, the 93 Maximo is tons of fun.
Yeah, those German cars are highly comparable with the efficiency and the high level of engineering, in my opinion. You pay a little more for a German car.
Oh, you're talking about the Jetta, yeah.
Yeah. But in my opinion, it's worth it. You kind of get what you pay for. But if you want just bang for your buck, the damn, as far as having fun, the damn Honda Accords, those little 6-cylinder standard cars, they're just so much fun. You can't really do better with that. I mean, unless you just hate money and you want to get rid of it, and you really need the biggest and the baddest and the best. Like if you just want to have fun with a cheap car, those V6 Honda Accords are so much fun.
Right, but I can spend a couple of $1,000s and take that '89 Honda Accord and give it 300 or 400 horsepower. You can't really do that with a Ford, especially a V8. You throw $300 or $400 at, and you got like some new seals and some new gaskets. That's about it. You're not getting a supercharger or any of that.
Well, I would say with the people always talking about the L swap, with the smaller one, like the 5.3 or something like that, you can boost those little things. But for the most part, yeah, the Honda engines are much better for handling that kind of pressure and boost. But it's real easy to overdo it either way, like either one you're doing. So you really got to know what you're doing, because the more like pressure you add, the higher RPMs, the engine isn't going to last as long, But yeah,
Right.
the
Well,
Hondas can definitely take it.
right. Well, I like to try and think of it like this. Each cylinder is basically a grenade. And what you're doing when you're adding turbos and bigger injectors, bigger pumps, is you're making that space a larger grenade. So at some point, the compression, the boost, everything in that cylinder is going to make the walls of that motor split and explode like a grenade. Because that's the intensity that's having to go on to move that damn crank.
So the thing about the engine, the Honda engine, is you don't have to replace it as often. And if you do, they're really cheap engines for the most part, because they're dime a dozen, especially if you order from Japan. So yeah, you can boost them and then not have to work on it. But with the LS swap, like the really big, like 5.3, like you can boost it and you can blow it up and then go get another LS engine for like next to nothing. But you're gonna have to replace it more often than Honda engines, I think, because the Honda engine, they're just so well engineered. Like, so I've been delivering pizza for like 20 years. So like I see people come and go with their vehicles, and it's like, bro, you shouldn't drive that home tonight. Like your radiator's busted, don't drive it home. It's like, oh, I know what I'm doing. Like, okay, all right. You can turn in your uniform when you get your last paycheck. It's like, told you so. So I kind of know what what cars are going to last and what cars aren't. And it's like those Honda engines. I mean, there's like a million Honda engines, like in cars and generators and all these things, all the lawnmowers, like all over the world. And they're just like unbeatable as long as you take care of them. It's almost like you can't break them, even if you want to.
Yeah, those old Honda B series and D series engines are some of the best engines that were ever made. And all those B series engines, all the different B series engines, the parts are interchangeable. So like a B18C, which comes in an Acura Integra Type R, you can swap out the cams in a B18C into a B16, which a B16 is what came in like the the Acura Integra GSR, or sometimes they put B16s in the in CRXs for the CRX SIR. Even in Del Sols, they had B16As. But the early iteration of the CRV, the SUV, it had a B series engine in it. Just had a little bit more lower
Yeah,
end
you gotta
torque.
love that. You love the and really do. Yeah, I've always wanted to do like the engine swaps. Like, awesome would it be to put this big old car, that I would be able to pull off. I don't think I would be able to do it without some free time on my hands. But man, that would just be awesome. Big old V6 and a little Honda Civic 2-door.
So you don't even have to go that. Put a B18C, which is an Integra Type R motor, in something like a CRX. You don't even have to worry about turbo or supercharge or anything like that. Just naturally aspirated B18C in a CRX is way more fun to drive than a lot of other things that you would contemplate doing.
Yeah, if you could show people like the specs for that car after you're done with it, and just be like sitting outside the Honda dealership, like, hey, come here real quick, let me show you this. Like, they're gonna charge you like $25,000 in there, right? For like, check this out. Like, you could do this yourself.
There's a reason why.
Yeah, I got charged $25,000.
There's a
That
reason
was
why
dope.
one of the most desirable exotic cars right now is an Acura NSX, naturally aspirated V6 mid-engine car that most car enthusiasts would love to own. And it's a V6 in a supercar. And they're still, good luck finding one for under 70 grand. Good luck. You're talking a 91 Acura NSX, still worth $70,000+.
Yeah, another hot one is the what was it? The Toyota. They just remade it, although they didn't do
Supra.
it any justice. Yeah, the Supra.
Supra, the third generation of the Supra, the one that was in the Fast and the Furious, those are highly sought after vehicles.
Well, one of the craziest
I would
cars
do.
I've. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of the craziest cars I've ever been in is my brother's old Toyota Sprinter. You know what they are? AE86. Do you guys know what they are or not?
They got
Toyota
different
what?
names over there. Sprinter.
Corolla. Yeah, we call them a Sprinter. They're like AE86, the old Corolla, like 86
Yeah,
model.
the ones with the headlights that pop up.
Yeah, well, this one wasn't that's the Trueno, the one you're thinking of. This was 11. They call it 11, and that thing had that thing weighed nothing. Plus, it was all like it had aluminium dash, no back seats, and an RB25 turbo in it. So that thing was insane. Like it basically you couldn't get any traction though because it was just too much power. So it was a good drift like sort of car, but yeah, you'd always get left in the dust because you couldn't get any grip off the line.
I think we call the Sprinters Corollas here in the States. I think it's the same vehicle.
It is a Corolla, yeah. It's a Corolla Sprinter A86, something along those lines, yeah.
My wife's first car was an '86 Toyota Celica Supra, and she
Nice.
always complains about it. Oh, I had to
No
drive
way.
this '86 Supra as my first car. I'm like, don't complain about your first car being a Toyota Supra, honey. Nobody's gonna sympathize with you at all.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, since we're bragging about trucks, my Toyota T100 I got 550,000 miles out of it, and I sold it to an old man who had just bought like some farmland, and it still runs. As far as I know, he died, and he left the thing in the field. And as far as I know, it still runs because I asked him about it, and he's like, "Oh man, I parked it. You know, I quit doing the farm work. I got too old." And then I was like, "It still runs, all right?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, it still runs." So I don't know how many miles it's got on it now, but it still runs. I sold it at 550. It's probably closer to 600, and that's a V6. That's a lot of miles for a V6 truck in Texas. I owned two T100s, by the way. One when I was 19, and then one in my late 20s.
Those were great trucks. Far superior to like the S10 or the Ranger.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Cars aren't really changing much. They're saying they're going to have all electric vehicles in the next, 10 or 20 years, but I call bullshit.
Cars have changed a lot, Cuddles. A lot. There's way more electronical or electric stuff that's taking place within vehicles nowadays.
A lot more plastic as well.
I know that. However, most of it's still garbage.
Oh
Where's
yeah,
where's
it's
the
garbage.
300 miles to the gallon that my damn V8's supposed to be getting?
Yeah, those people are dead. So, just give that dream up. The people that figured it out, they're dead.
And like I was talking about the Acura NSX earlier, they have new versions of the NSX which have 3 electric motors in them, so they're kind of like hybrids, and then they have electric motors that control each wheel. And car enthusiasts are actually paying just as much for the early 90s and those kind of first generations of the NSX than they're paying for the brand new ones, just because of the way that the car feels, the response that you get from driving a more analog vehicle. Real car enthusiasts don't like all the technology that's going into some of the vehicles. That's why the older stuff's getting to be really expensive.
So you're saying a good investment would be to find these rare cars in Texas because they don't rust, and just to like stack them up somewhere because people are going to want them, especially the more electric stuff gets.
Yeah, so if you look at, I dropped a picture of one of my old CRXs in the voice text, and to find that vehicle with that color, which was a fairly rare color, in good condition, with, original state, somebody that hasn't, tried to modify the engine and all that, you'd be looking at paying at least $12,000 to $16,000 for that car now. For an 89 Honda CRX. It's insane.
And most people would look like 89 Honda, like, oh, those cars were like dime a dozen, like what's that going to be worth? And it's like, to the right person, like a pretty penny.
Yeah, the biggest joke in our household when people start talking about like, oh, we should win the lottery and what would you buy and all that kind of stuff, my wife always looks at everybody and she's like, my husband would buy a CRX. I'm like, yep, I'd spend $15,000 to get a pristine 1989 CRX if money was not an issue, for sure. It's totally worth it. Not saying I have to win the lottery to have 15,000, but to have 15,000 to just throw away at a toy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What about the Nissan? It's something XRS or something. I can't really remember.
GTR?
No. Shoot, I can't remember.
I mean, Nissan is known.
I just posted in the chat. My husband is freaking out. He's like, it's the Nissan 300 SX twin turbo. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Tell him I said thanks. Yeah, those cars are also like really, really badass cars.
You mean 300 ZX, right?
No, no, not the Z is a different car. The 300Z is a different Nissan.
So you
These are more similar to like the
300 SX or 200 SX?
to like a Sylvia.
Yeah, that's a 200 SX.
Yeah.
Or a 240. You guys have the 240 SXs over there. So the 300 is a 300 ZX, which is also twin turbo. So I think that's what that lady was referring to.
Yeah, Nissan before like 2000, I think a French company bought them or something. But like those old Nissans, like they're up there with Honda and Toyota, like neck and neck. Because like basically the Toyota car is like the AK-47. Like it's just going to keep shooting. It's just going to keep working. It's not super nice and it doesn't have all the high tech stuff on it, but it's just going to keep working. And then, those old Nissans and Hondas, they're just super cool, like fucking second kind of cool guns to have, Like those are the ones that you show off.
I had an 88 Pathfinder, and that thing was like bulletproof. The old boxy style Pathfinders, it was a 2-door, 4-wheel drive. That thing was awesome.
Oh, one other car I can think of, because I was born in the 80s, so I'm thinking like 90s cars. The Mitsubishi 3000
GT. Yeah, VR4.
Yeah.
The problem with those things is they're so heavy. Such a heavy car. They looked great. I mean, they looked like it was like what we would call a white trash Ferrari, but they were so heavy. They're good cars, though.
Yeah, that's really all the cars I could think about.
If you don't die on your test run, Drace, it's probably a safe car. If you don't die on the exhibition run, it's probably a safe car. That's how you judge safe cars in the gearhead world. If you didn't die, it's safe.
Maybe an honorable mention, the Dodge Stealth, and I think it has I think that's the twin of the 3000 GT.
Yep. Same frame. Same frame, different parts. It's exact same.
Yeah, I used to admire those, in the 90s. I was like, why does the hood look like that? Oh well, who cares? That's a cool looking car.
Right, and there were death traps too, but it was a death trap that you could do some serious business to. If you knew what you were doing with motors at all, you could get the V6, drop in a V8, weight reduction, 5 or 6 speed manual, and naturally aspirated. Bro, you re-gear that puck. Woo! Gary from Room.
I just caught myself doing 85. I was just following traffic and not watching the speed limit, and then I realized, like, oh yeah, like I love this car. And it's an old one piece of shit, like Acura, but it's still so much fun to drive. Like it still puts a smile on my face. Not as big as a smile as the motorcycle, but
That's the thing, though. It's like the Dodge Stealth. If you do all this work and you don't like do other things, you're just begging for death.
Oh, you mean like fix the suspension, make it more like
Bro,
reliable and
you can do that, but you're probably gonna have to like cage the car, or at least the part that you're in. Because the Dodge Stealth is gonna turn. It's a beer can. It's a lightweight beer can, just like the Viper. It's a beer can. Sardine can with a fucking rocket engine in it.
I just remember a lot of people like going, the Dodge Viper, it's got to be a V12. And I'd be like, nah, man, the Dodge Stealth. Like, it's a way better car. Like, who needs a Dodge Viper? Like, I guess if you just hate money, but for me, it's bang for your buck. Like, my first rifle was an AK, and the AK just spits them up and chews them out. It doesn't ask any questions, you know? It's bang for your buck, man. For me. I'm just I'm a low baller. Yeah, I'm not really a baller. Not even a high baller. I'm a low baller, you know.
Ooh, the neighbor's taking out a '63 Corvette. Bro, one of my neighbors has got a cherry, like '63 or '64, topless Corvette. And it sounds so sexy.
You know, those cars are like a second kind of cool, you know, like I was talking about earlier. You know, they're like really fucking cool to have and to look at and everything, but it's like nowadays they're squeezing more horsepower out of the four cylinders than they are like some of the like the V8s of like the 60s. Probably not the Corvette. Yeah, not that car, but you know, probably like some of the older cars, like a big old V8. You know, it's got like 110 horsepower, and nowadays you got like four cylinders with like more than that. You know,
That old school Corvette had fuel injection.
yeah, it's probably doing way better than what I'm talking about. But you know, I'm talking about like other cars that are like smaller engines, and because technology has gotten a little bit better. But the one thing that's holding us back, I think, is that I think all gasoline cars should have hydrogen on demand, aka Brown's gas, um, because it's so easy to crack water, right? And you don't have to actually have the tanks, right? And what happens is when you introduce hydrogen into the combustion chamber, like it burns the fuel like so efficient that the sensors on the catalytic converter can't detect any fuel, and then they increase the fuel output because they think you're running the engine hot. So basically what that means is that the combustion is so efficient that it burns up all the hydrocarbon, which is gasoline, and then it causes like barely anything to come out. Because usually when you have a gasoline engine, the problem is that us laymen, we think, you know, that it's running off of the gasoline, but it's actually running off of the fumes. And you don't actually have to burn the gasoline, you just need to burn the fumes. And when you put the gasoline in the motor and you do the air mixture is what's burning, and the gasoline that's in the little particles, like it doesn't really burn up all the way because it's not the liquid that burns. Think about it like this: the tree isn't burning, like the plasma above the tree is burning, right? If you think about how you like have a fire in your fireplace, like the log itself isn't burning, the gas is right above the log is burning.
Well, what do you think about that? What is it? I think it's Toyota that does it, but it does that pure hydrogen car.
Yeah, I mean, to me that should be where we're at. We should all have hydrogen vehicles because you can take like a little four banger engine and produce enough hydrogen that it can run off of hydrogen by itself. The problem is the amperage that it takes to crack the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Right, that's the problem. So when I say a four banger, like a small four banger, like those old Hondas, the 1.6 liter, or my Mitsubishi Mirage that has a 1.2 liter, like that could probably run off of hydrogen by itself without any fuel compensation. But for most cars, it would be, you know, regular fuel just tuned really down, and the Brown's gas supplementing the fuel that you turn down. So you kind of have to do this a certain way to where, you know, first of all, you don't want to show anyone what you're doing, right? And you want to do it as a supplement to your gasoline. So you're still burning gas. You're just not pushing as much through the engine because you don't need as much because you're burning it more efficiently. So that's what I think we're being held back. Technology is retarded. Is some videos that you can look up if you're interested in these ideas that, you know, we're being held back. Obviously, there's a power differential because of the knowledge differential. And this is one of those things to where, you know, big oil is like holding us back. And people have wound up dead over these ideas. So I don't know. It's kind of like, do you really want, like, you know, these assassins coming after your ass because you don't want to pay $3 a gallon for gas? I don't know. To each their own, I guess.
I remember, like, it must have been 5 or 6 years ago. This is Sarah's husband, by the way. I just love car stuff, and I love, or Shines Fresh, his husband. But this guy created something you could add to an existing engine that would basically do what you're saying. And he had a V8 Mustang, and it would spit water out the tailpipe. It was something you could add to an existing engine. And I was tempted to buy it, but for some reason or another, I couldn't justify the $600 he was asking, or whatever it was. And he ended up disappearing. Do you guys remember hearing about that?
I don't know about the water coming out of the tailpipe, but I know that there are like legit people selling these HHO generators, and that's what you're looking for. And it basically plugs into your, you tap out some screws, or sorry, you tap out some thing that you can screw it in directly to your air intake past the, what is it, the sensor? Because there's a sensor that tells your car how much air is coming in. So you want to go in between that and your air intake, and then you add this to your car, and what it does is it doesn't take the water out, and it just directly pumps the water and the Brown's gas and the oxygen into your intake manifold. And I can't remember the name of that company, but yeah, you can look up this sort of stuff. It's on YouTube, or it was a few years ago when I was doing the research. But yeah, I think that's what's holding us back. And I honestly believe that, you know, if the people that were about, you know, saving the earth and the Green Party and all that stuff, if they were serious, this is the direction that you would go, because what you want to do is you want to completely burn up the hydrocarbon, the gasoline, and you don't want any of it coming out the tailpipe into the atmosphere. And that's exactly what the Brown's gas does. And the interesting thing about Brown's gas, or HHO, is you can create a little welder, right? And this little welder, it will cut through metal, but it won't burn your hands. I don't know how the fuck that works, but if you take like a little, if you make like a little hose and you hook it up to your generator, your HHO generator, and then you take like a needle that you blow up a basketball or football with, and you just cut it to where it's like a little hole at the end, that little thing will cut through metal, but it won't burn your hand. So I don't know. I kind of feel like the Hindenburg was like a psyop, and we should be using like hydrogen like every day, all the time. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Bro, this website though. Here, I'll drop it in again. Fuel-efficient-vehicles.org. The 1960, 1979, 1980s popular mechanics magazines. They're all there. The inventions that happened. actually, right now I'm at the part where they're talking about all the different inventions. 1919, why carburetor change? 1920, carburetor with swirling.
The Pogue carburetor. I know. I used to have patents and stuff. I had a bunch of documents before with all those 100-mile per gallon carburetors and more. But I was going to comment about what Hank was saying about the hydrogen HHS gas. That gas is freaking amazing. Now, when I first started looking into that, like 15 years ago or something, I was amazed that this gas you could put it in through a real small nozzle and light it and cut a brick completely in half cleanly. Put your hand in front of the same flame, it does not burn your skin. And this hydrogen gas, I know a lot about it. I built a booster. I built a little unit for my Volkswagen, and I got at least 20% better gas mileage. It was rad. So, but I have ideas for an actual gas turbine running off of hydrogen gas. That jet turbine could charge everything else if you wanted to run the generator or whatever, or charge batteries to run motors. You could do any of that stuff, but yeah.
Man, you trying to go on a date with a Jesuit, man? Come on, bro. You trying to get assassinated.
What? Who said that?
You know, you got to be careful over here in America. You know, you wound up dead if you come up with too good of an idea.
Yeah.
So keep them turbines to yourself, man. Technology's retarded.
I know.
Yeah, so the guy who invented the water car, he's dead. The guy that came up with the 300-mile carburetor, he's dead. And you know, I'm just being real. Like they do not want this shit.
Pogue, Ogle, Fisher are just three of the big ones to name offhand in the last 100 years. But they may not want you to have it, but once the game changes, they can't stop you. But the problem is changing the game. Until the presumptions are rebutted, you stay a slave. The end. Which reminds me, I actually have something for you, Hank.
I do love your gifts.
I
With T and S.
my class that I went to last night, one of the guys dropped me a document that they've been using for quite some time. And the results are fairly interesting because it's basically the whole thing is an estoppel from Go. It's challenging the jurisdiction and yada yada yada, but it's a 2-page. It's a TKO basically, because then their dicks are all tied together.
Hard to get around that way.
Right. I'm pretty sure it'd be hard for me to move if my dick was tied around anything. But what transpires from there is kind of unique as well. Like a lot of these things, people are finding that when you finally do stand up for yourself, things start changing. But see, you'd be shocked at how many people who are out on the road right now with high mileage fuel systems in their car. They just don't tell people.
Oh yeah, I mean, you wouldn't know if I had one, because I do all my work myself.
Right.
And I mean, think about it. If you're getting, high mileage, right? Not 300 per tank, but 300 per gallon, like, and it's burning, so efficient that there's not a lot of carbon buildup. You wouldn't need to change your oil as often. And when you did need to change your oil, you just do it yourself because you're saving so much money on gasoline.
Well, the thing is what it comes down to is the saturation and the parts, vapor gallons to air, the saturation limit. Because at some point, even with vapors, you're gonna run rich, you're gonna run lean. So there's things that
Yeah,
even
you have
with
to retune it.
right, you have to retune the car in order to run vapors, period. Otherwise, you'll burn up your seals and shit, and you'll blow up your motor. Or melt it, you can melt it to itself while it's running.
Yeah, if you look at the videos of Bob Lazar, he has HHO tanks in his car. So at night, he just hooks his car up to a HHO generator, and then it fills up his tanks. And that's like next to nothing to crack the water. So whatever he's paying to drive around, it's like pennies on the dollar compared to the rest of us. But Bob Lazar is like some sort of Area 51 whistleblower, and it's almost like he's a scientist, But obviously, the shit that comes out of his mouth is, in my opinion, the psyop. He's not a legit whistleblower, so I wanted to correct myself. But the
Right.
point is that he drives an HHO car, right? And it's probably because he's in the know, right? He
Right.
knows. Or allegedly he does. Maybe
Yeah,
it was just a psyop video to add to the psyop.
Yeah, his organization or his company is funded by the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. I think SETI is the name.
Okay. That's sus.
Yeah, SETI Institute. That's what he's involved in. And
Maybe the psyop is the tanks, because you don't need the tank. You can make it on demand.
Well, hell, if we change the transmission and shrink the motors and cut them in half, you could run steam in anything.
You always knew that the advancement in technology needed to be with the transmission, because the motors are plenty powerful. They just need to be a little more efficient.
Well, bro,
Not
you
really
can
so
take
much about power.
you can take a 4-cylinder, change the head bolts, sleeve the cylinders and make them smaller cylinders, custom pistons, polyurethane rings versus metal for no friction, no scraping, no, just smooth. But then you can do it. You can do it with steam, and you can you can heighten your tolerances or lower your tolerances wherever you need. But for water, you'd want to tighten them. So your rings, your seals, and your pistons are going to be tight going in. But the engine's only going to get up to 400 or 500 degrees max, and that's if that. Because the hot water is the only thing heating anything up. You're not making an explosion.
We could probably do that with, nuclear power, but they say that it's, really poisonous. I don't know.
It's not. It just, I think it's.
I don't know if it is or not, though, Like, okay, if it's not poisonous, there's no reason why we shouldn't all have a steam engine, or a nuclear powering device in our backyards, which is
Yes.
basically a steam engine.
A thorium powered car or a barium reactor in the backyard. Yes. But see, this is stuff that you're only going to probably find on the private side.
Yeah, if you're getting one of those installed, you're paying gold. You're
Well,
paying
no,
in gold.
it's not necessarily like that. It's all right. The public side, the way the game is played, the public side doesn't know shit. If you want something and you're keeping it and it's gonna stay in the family forever and yada yada yada, you're not gonna tell nobody shit except for your family. Other than that, you know. But on the private
You
side,
wouldn't even tell your family. You would probably just stack a whole bunch of boxes on top of it and be like, oh, yeah, that's the paperwork for the past 20 years of our taxes.
right? But like the hyperbaric chambers and all these things are still there. The organite box that you got into that would stabilize your frequency, your body's natural frequency. Like all of these things are on the private side. Too weird.
It's always interesting talking to you because you know, like, the public and the private thing. Not a lot of people know that.
Right. Well, the whole thing is we were tricked into being into the public anyway. So you have no right to privacy. Wonderful. Then give me your social security number. Well, I'm not going to give you my social security number. Well, look, the law's equal. If I don't have a right to privacy, neither do you. Give me your social security number. Well, sir, that's not how it works. Oh, so we're talking about slavery where I have to do something, but you don't have to do anything. How interesting. But see, I don't even like those controversies. It's so stupid. Like, here you go. Well, I'm not here for that. Yeah, you are. You're outside my car. You are here for this. You've been served. See you in court. Well, that's not how this works. Oh, in what? Commie land? I think this document will do for you what you think. I don't know. So far there's a yes factor, which is quite interesting. But it again all comes back to the you gotta stand up and fight. You gotta. You can't just sit back and do nothing and expect shit to change. Even if it's a little stand up, it's still a fight.
So, you know, a lot of people talk about, 2030, you won't own anything and you'll be happy, which means that we'll be under communism and you'll be so brainwashed that you'll just accept it and you'll think that it's better. And the reason that you want to own property is because private property gives you private rights. And in the private, you can pretty much do whatever you want. It's kind of like, if Eddie Van Halen, if he owns his own island, he can do whatever drugs or hookers or whatever he wants to do, as long as you don't kill nobody or break international law. And it's
Oh,
kind of
dude,
like that.
what's his face that started Playboy? Hefner or whatever. Whoever the hell it was. All them 15-year-old girls, private property, they consented. They came to private property willingly. They consented to taking off their clothes. And they stuck around too. They stuck
Yeah,
around.
that wasn't the rights that I was talking about though. But
Yeah,
I
but
mean, I
it's
guess you kind of illustrate the idea. What's legal in public is what's illegal in public isn't necessarily illegal in private.
well, what they
And
would
it's like,
consider illegal.
go
Yeah,
ahead, bro.
but that's the thing, though. It all comes down to contracts and consent. Contracts and consent. So if it would be a big deal, it'd be an international thing if those girls hadn't consented. But you see that it's not. So somebody consented somewhere, but 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 at 16, you can't legally consent. Well, obviously you can, because he's not in prison. You can't have it both ways. That's the
Yeah,
weird
but
thing.
that's not really what I'm talking about. I mean,
Right,
in a way it is, but really I'm talking about like, okay, so let's say marijuana, right? That's a little less controversial.
right.
So you're growing marijuana in your house. Well, the police, they have the right to police the public, right? But do they really have jurisdiction in your house? Well,
No.
not without a warrant. And where does a warrant come from? A warrant comes from someone who signed an affidavit and, basically swore that they would testify in court, that you got this in the house, right? So without that, search warrant, right, being signed by a judge, right, they really don't have any jurisdiction in your house. So growing marijuana, it's illegal, right? But if no one sees you, and you don't leave like a big footprint on your or water bill or something, right? And you got like a small thing going. Anyway, that's
Yeah, I was getting there. I don't know why I keep going to the biggest part of the topics. But yes, coca, whatever. I can grow whatever. Private property, I can grow whatever and do whatever I want. I can make my own liquor. I can make my own restaurant. I can do whatever on my land. Within the laws of the Ten Commandments and other subsequent laws, I can do whatever I want.
The key is getting a allodial title to that land.
Right. Or say changing your status that other statuses would change in the things that you manage. But yeah, if you got, say you go rent a house, your lease agreement, blah, 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 you can't grow cannabis there. You can't grow coca plants. You can't do any of this shit. You buy the land, you buy the house, you have the correct survey done, you have the meets and bounds done correctly. Once all that's done and the paperwork is sent where it's supposed to be correctly, you have your allodial title because you've got a meets and bounds survey. Then from there, you can grow whatever you want. Nobody has the right to stay diddly because it's not their land. They don't have any easements anymore. Once you do a correct survey, the easements go away.
Can you
Once you do,
define property?
huh?
Can you define private property?
That which is held in trust or estate for the benefit of an individual. Basically, it's all trusts. It all boils down to trust law.
Right. I guess my question is, it's like you may own a property per se, but like, do you really own it if you have to pay property taxes to the government?
Right. Well,
like it seems like they own it.
Right. That's the thing, though. That's a whole nother ball game. This has got nothing to do with that. This gets rid of all that.
What does?
What do you mean? Like everyone's like, well, you have to pay your taxes. I'm like, what do you mean your? What do you mean by your? What do you mean mine? Well, they're yours. Well, I didn't make them. How can they be mine. Well, they made them. Oh, so it's their taxes. Well, it's not
Good
mine.
point. Okay. Yeah, because like, it's like, is it really any different than renting if you still have to pay the government either way? Like,
If you
I don't know.
buy a house and it's all clouded and all this other shit's going on and you don't know what the fuck is happening from go, you are a tenant. You do not have rights. You have limited privileges, and you have to pay taxes as a tenant, as a renter. It doesn't matter if you have a mortgage or a lease. It's all the same in their eyes. You don't own it. It's not a allodial title. But see, the way I'm doing things is if even when I go procure property, my estate takes care of everything. I don't need somebody else's hands in the cookie jar. My estate can handle its own affairs just fine at my hands. I can't help it, Hank, though. Years and years and years of going to the extremes on scenarios to explain simple things to people. Because you have to come up with something that they'll understand, and they don't always get the little things. All right, I'm going to send you this right quick. Ah, crap, he left. Or we lost him. Who's around? Guess, push it, go. Well, I mean, who wants to talk? We got gas pressure. We have walls of container. We have current and flow. Y'all are adorable. Absence of gas pressure in a large container. Notice how the container literally collapses in on itself. I'm trying to. I'm talking about gas pressure taking bong rips. Gas pressure is a necessary antecedent to having bong rips. Oh, mercy. Oh no, there isn't anybody new. No, not here.
I'm here.
Yeah, no. Shines was asking in the chat if there were any new people in the voice chat. And I'm like, no. And to your last comment, Shines, not anybody that's brand new. Because he may be brand new, but it didn't go so well.
Yeah, I would say he's not that new if he has that tag. Walking, talking contradiction. Definitely.
No. He got that immediately.
Oh, he got it immediately. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the first ones he got. That's how you know people have talked to him. That's what I'm saying. It's not what you think it's gonna be. I mean, at your own risk, go on ahead.
Oh no, I'm good. It's early for me to talk to a walking, talking contradiction right now.
All right, I got enough of it. I got enough of it as it is in my life.
I'll talk to him.
Oh, bite me.
He was here in the room for hours. I don't know if he's even Round. Knuckles, are you there? Knuckles. No, he's been here for a long time now. Oh.
Yeah, he can talk to me. I'm not good at spotting contradictions.
It's funny because I don't know that I'm like anyone else that was here prior to me getting here. I'm just not a real big fan of people obfuscating. And I normally don't let that shit fly.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people like that here.
Right. They don't like me for a different reason than they don't like QE, but we both do the same thing.
Yeah, there used to be a guy in here named Les, and I knew him from Google Hangouts. He went under a different name back in those days. But Les was like the obfuscation king. Like he was always like sidestepping like a bullfighter. Except he didn't have no sword. He just walked around waving his cape everywhere. Like, don't look at the elephant in the room. I got a cape. I don't guess anybody knows what happened to good old Les.
I guess sometimes less is more.
That's what the avatar that Go Texas had. Less is more.
Yeah, I'm still kind of new here, kind of.
Where'd you come from? Where were you hanging out before?
Bro, I was on other apps. I fought my brother and a few other people tooth and nail coming to Discord. I told him I'll never get it. Not gonna do it. And for 2 years of my brother bugging me almost every weekend.
Same here. Well, not my brother bugging me, but yeah, same here. I kind of hung out on Hangouts a couple more years than I should have, but I was trying to reach the normies. So
Right, but here's the thing though, like he wanted me to get on Discord, but he won't talk to me on Discord. We're not in any chats together. So when I came over, I had a buddy from another app that made a Discord room. So I jumped into his day one, which was Flat Earth School. But I already had access to all the information that was in the server on the other application. We had embeds and bots and other things, so I could get hyperlinks, videos, pictures, memes. I could do it there. I just had to know the command. But I finally got Discord, jumped in Flat Earth School. It's kind of dead over there. There's a lot of people that come in and try and like troll. Like they'll say something stupid and then they'll run away.
imagine that. Not even enough fortitude to back up their stupid statements.
Right. They'll come in and go, if Earth is flat, why am I still on the ground? And they'll disappear. Or why are all you people so stupid? Then they'll disappear. Like, I don't know why they're not monitoring that, but I got bored of dealing with like crap servers that I was dealing with, and I wanted a different flat Earth server where people were actually active. So I just typed in flat Earth, and y'all were the first thing that came up. Y'all were literally probably the only search result. Which is really funny, but here I am. I kind of wonder if some of the people I know from other places are here, or if they've come through. Because I'm pretty sure somebody around here would know like half the other flat earthers I know from other places online.
Hey, can I share something, please? Another flat earther from India. All right. So there's this conversation that's been going on in, I suppose, one of a kind of a WhatsApp group. WhatsApp is kind of a messaging platform. So we have been having discussion in India on flat earth, and I suppose that is the one of a kind group in India because there aren't many flat earthers here. And we have been dealing with a couple of globe earthers, and pretty much the same questions have been coming into my mind also, which was going on right now. So I can completely understand what's going on in your head and how you feel. So yes, I would like people's views. I would like to hear people's views on this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you some views. All they come in is they ask, these questions, arguments from ignorance, where they say, well, if I walk 1,000 miles in one direction and then walk 1,000, those type of things, it's like anything but the surface of the earth. Like they'll ask all these questions, right? And if you're talking to someone who's making a claim, right? So let's say that you stumble into the server and you're like, okay, this is a flat earth server. Wouldn't you say, can you show me like direct proof, like direct evidence, or show me how I can prove what you're saying is true? But instead they go to the sun, they go to the moon, they go to the stars, anything but the earth, right? To prove that the
Tell
earth
me
is.
about it, dude. Tell me about it. So everything that I heard was about how high do we really need to go in order to see the curvature of the earth? And my response every single time is, why are you thinking about going higher and higher? So basically I put it in quotes, the meme that runs along the flat earth server. You need to be really high in order to see the curvature of the earth because it doesn't exist. So my response always is, why don't you actually think about the curvature here on earth? Go to a sea beach and give us the 8 inches per mile, 8 inches per miles squared curvature. Prove it. It's so simple to falsify the claim that flat earthers are making that this particular curvature does not exist. Just go ahead and do it. So simple. There would be no debate after that.
So it's like you hire a guy to come in and level your pool table. I don't know if you know about pool. Do you know about pool?
Yep, I do.
Okay, so
Although
it's
I'm
got to
from
be like,
India.
yeah, it's got to be level, right? And you pay the guy, and then you break out the leveler, and you're like, oh man, it's not level. And he comes back and he's like, but the light fixture, it looks level, right? It's like,
No,
no, bro,
man.
I'm talking about the pool table. And he's like, but
So
the door frame is level. It's like, no, bro, we're talking about the pool table. And he's like, but the
basically,
ceiling tiles look level.
yeah, so interesting part is just like you have NASA, there is ISRO in India, the Indian Space Research Organization, and their videos and whatever they put up, it's like laughable, ridiculous, and
You should
billions of
share
more.
some of that with us, bro, because we pay for those programs.
So
American taxpayers.
I have a few of those up on my channel. You should check it out. It's linked on my
Yeah,
Discord.
would you be a gentleman and send it to me because I'm driving? Just direct message.
I'm very sorry, but can you please tell me your name? Hank Hill, are you?
Hank
Yeah.
Hill, yes.
Oh, I know you. Yep, I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll
we
do.
spoke before.
I just
Thank,
crossed 150
thank you.
subscribers. Can you believe that? I never believed it when I started, like 2
The
years ago.
The Chinese CGI is pretty funny because it looks like they took Legos and animated them.
Yeah, yeah. So we are like 2 decades behind as far as CGI and visual effects are concerned. Anyways, so we have got this new guy who is a glober in our group, and he is an ex-military in India, ex-military, and he has worked with the government and is also claiming to have worked with the Indian Space Research Organization. So we have been having this heated conversation for the past couple of days, and I've been enjoying it. And I just wanted to share it with you because the kind of conversation you were having was pretty similar to exactly everything we were going through. So they are claiming that you never answer our questions, and we are claiming that just do some research before you put those questions. You don't even know how silly you sound when you ask those oh so sensible questions, which in your head sound so sensible, but to flat earthers it's so funny that you're asking those questions.
Well, it's funny that you're even bringing this up in that area because I thought the whole mantra was to be what is it, calm and listen before jumping to assumptions.
What, on the
It's
flat earthers part or the globe earthers part?
no, just culturally. Like it's funny, all the places that say um not to jump to conclusions too fast, to take your time and to view things, see everything that's there and not just what you want to feel up front. But it's like it's funny because in India, that's the kind of thing that I've heard studying their theology, their culture, and other places like the Taoists, the Buddhists, and things like that. They all follow the same thing. But then we talk about flat Earth, and it's all shit. You're crazy. Well, hold on. What happened to all this peace and love and tolerance?
Oh, no, no. Even within flat earth we have so many differences. So we were having this discussion ultimately while trying to debate the globe earthers, a couple of them in our group. The flat earthers started fighting amongst themselves because we are not on the same page regarding a number of things. So I said something about the firmament to the globers, and some other flat earther interjected and said, "Ki, I have a lot of doubts about the firmament." So I asked, like, what? At least you believe that there is something at least, even if you don't want to call it
Operation,
because
operation.
there is pressurized system and we have an enclosed system. So do you really believe that it is an enclosed system? So he started by saying that he has many doubts about the firmament. Then when I asked, like, what kind of doubts do you have? So then he was like, I'm not really sure if it is something physical. I think it is energetic, something of a force or something. So I said ki a force or some kind of an energy would be well within the purview of the physical material realm, wouldn't it? So I'm not claiming it is something solid or anything, although many flat earthers do, that it is blue obsidian or glass. Anyways, that was my point. So even flat earthers are not on the same page. I am starting to lean towards the Bible and the biblical worldview, but you can understand here in India, that's crazy. Next to crazy.
Well, the Bible
Yeah.
does tell you to test all things, right? And I think that, people that are lying, they fear investigation, right? Like when 9/11 happened, right? And the President Bush, he said, let us not tolerate conspiracy theorists, right? Why would we be worried about conspiracy theorists if 3,000 people just died? Who cares about conspiracy theorists? Let's investigate those murders, right? But they weren't classified as murders, they were classified as a terrorist attack. So if it's classified as a terrorist attack, then it's not going to be a normal investigation. So that's all very interesting, right? But fear does not, I'm sorry, truth does not fear investigation.
Exactly. That's exactly the feeling I had about this Rona bullshit we have right now. So I was having this thought that for so many of the flat earthers and all those people in the truth community, so to say, for many of them, 9/11 has been the first event which woke them up, which shook them up to the truth. And right now, I have a feeling that when 9/11 have happened, something like 20 years ago, I was like 10 years old at that time. I'm 30 right now. Anyways, so I have that feeling that why weren't people who were aware of the truth at that very moment that it is a hoax, it is an inside job, and all these kind of things. It took us almost 20 years to come to the point, people in America, to come to the point that yes, we all agree that it was an inside job and everything. But right now, when this corona pandemic is happening, so many of us are already awake, and still we don't want to see 10 years down the line talking about the corona bullshit and people still thinking that it was something which was not a hoax. So we have this duty with a lot of challenges to not let it take 10 years or even 5 years. It is clear to a lot of people.
Right. We can't
Yeah.
talk about the whole CV
Subscription.
thing. Yeah. So just try to avoid that topic. But yet we are in the middle of an information war, right? If you want people to know the truth, like you have to be able to speak the truth. And if you speak the truth, you get censored on the internet. So what do?
Tell the truth anyway. Yeah.
Really, what's happening in Australia is like terrible.
Right. But like
Absolutely.
I'm still shocked at like certain places' responses to things that have happened. Like I'm in shock.
Like
'Cause
Scandinavia?
you think you understand the culture and the people by your studies and by talking to people from that land, and then something stupid happens, and then you see all the dross come up, and it's like, oh, well, that's a lot of dross. It's more than I thought was going to be there, which is really weird.
No, but I just posted a few things on Twitter of late, and those were the numbers which we see all around the world. People who have already got vaccinated. I'm not really sure if you want to delve into that topic or not. Still, it's like more than 800 million people in India have got vaccinated. I
Right. Hold on. We're trying to call it the subscription. So when you're talking about the ouchie subscription, or we're trying to like make it codified so that if we do talk about it, there's no strike.
get it. Yep.
I like your voice, bro. You have a really cool voice.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
How
that's
do you like
dope,
my
bro.
accent?
Yeah, no, that's cool, bro. You know what I mean? It reminds me of the Johnny Five, bro.
That's
I
why
have no
I'm
clue who
kind
that is.
so I'm not saying the words, the words. I'm dancing around the topic with other things that I've seen,
Yeah, I get it.
like
Yep.
Saudi Arabia, how the people reacted to current events and even past events in the last 25 years. I'm shocked that everything I knew about the culture was wrong. It's kind of weird to me, and it's kind of like shell shock.
Where you from, buddy? Cuddle to cowboy.
Huh?
Where you from?
States. Well, from Turtle Island, technically. But I'm a mutt.
You're a what?
I'm a mutt. We are probably like seventh or ninth cousins.
Mutt.
Mutt. Mixed.
Okay. Pardon my
Mutt.
vocabulary.
A mutt dog is a dog without a specific genetic line. It's just random dogs, random different breeds, just whatever.
It's like a suicide cola when you go at a fountain drink. You get a little bit of each one, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Except for my family tree did that.
Yeah.
Different countries and got different flavor.
Anyways.
Basically.
Yep.
So I'm a mutt. So we're probably cousins somewhere.
Hey, I just wanted to ask, no Glober left behind. Are you high as sky? No response. Maybe she's
Are
at
you
work.
talking to me?
No global left behind.
Oh, that's actually somebody's name?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's so funny. You know how many Globers go under pseudonym names just to listen and hear what we talk about? It's so pathetic.
I don't think she did that to her name, my friend. And I don't think
No,
she
I'm saying
did.
a lot of them do, though. A lot of them do.
No, I'm not sure about that, but there's something really funny that happened in our WhatsApp group. So there's this flat earthers who's really obsessed about looking at people's picture and knowing their real names before he even interacts with them. So when a glober comes up with any kind of an argument, this particular flat earther always demands that you show your picture. I am sending you my picture right now at this moment, and he clicks a selfie and sends it on in our group, and he demands
Is that
the
guy from
global also
Australia?
does that. No, he's from India. That would be my second last video on my channel, YouTube channel. So I interviewed that guy. He's a really cool person, but that interview would be almost more than 50% in Hindi. So I'm not
I
really
love this
sure.
guy.
Latter-day Saints.
I'm
Latter-day
sorry.
Saints.
My girlfriend was telling me something. I'm sorry. I should have muted it.
Latter-day
Yeah.
Saints. Were you there in modern day debates?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my
I'm
God.
starting something. It's gonna be called Flat Out of Compton. I'm gonna be walking through the projects in Compton, Grape Street, just going around talking to the Crips and the Bloods and the people down there about flat Earth. You know, Flat Out of Compton. You guys ever
Nice.
heard of Compton?
Yeah.
You ever heard of Compton or no?
Content.
Compton. You know, like NWA, straight out of Compton, L.A., Los Angeles, Compton.
Nope. Never heard.
Oh, okay. Oh well, it's something. It's like an American thing, I guess.
Mic check.
But,
I know what you're talking about.
Good, Sonny.
It is okay because I just dropped my mic right on the floor. Bam! I'm like, I hope it didn't damage it. Okay, thanks.
He's from India. He might know more about New York or maybe other places than Compton, because Compton was only made famous in the States because of the NWA, and I'm not so sure that they're into that kind of music there, my friend.
Yeah. You're probably right.
What would be the NWA?
NWA, like Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, Ice Cube, straight out of Compton.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Yeah, straight out of Compton. You know.
I only know straight out of Photoshop. That's my
straight out of Photoshop. Yeah, that's right. That's cool.
I probably know more about Goa, India than he probably does about Compton.
Yeah.
The only reason why I was down in Compton was because I was crump dancing down over there.
That's right.
No, I can bet you.
Crump started. Crump started in 2001. Created by Tie Dyes, and his name is Chaz, and he was a clown dancer, and he was dancing for Tommy the Clown over down there. And
that's cool.
Yeah, I went actually visit. I visit there, and I was dancing with Todd Eyes and Dragon Slayer and Big Miho.
Okay. That's right. It's in Compton's just a really short drive. It's like a 15-minute drive, 20-minute drive from Hawthorne, where SpaceX is. And they always have their gates open at SpaceX. So it's a really cool place to just go down there and mess with the employees. I love doing that. Yeah, they drink beer. I see them walking around with alcohol on the job drinking beer.
Yeah, but the
Would that
first
be in
time I went down
California?
there, I heard gunshots, bro.
No, but have you ever been to SpaceX in Hawthorne?
No.
Hawthorne, California, right?
It's like a movie studio, bro. It's like a movie set. Seriously.
Yeah.
Hawthorne, California, right?
Yeah, California. Yeah. That's where I live.
Oh.
Yeah, Compton, California.
Yeah, I got that. So I
SpaceX.
just about to
SpaceX.
challenge someone who said that he knows more about India. I wanted to challenge that guy that I know the name of more number of states than you would of India.
Right, but I know that India is made up of multiple states. Most people here
How
wouldn't
many?
probably know that.
How many?
I would say 15. I'm probably wrong.
Yep, almost by half. It's double that number.
Right, so 20 would have been better. I should have just gone with my first. But yeah, it's been a while since I've looked at the information. I skim stuff and I move through my day. But Goa, India is one of the few places where you mess about cannabis, or you mess with cannabis, even though the culture still looks down on it to a degree. Meat, just like what is it, like it was 7 or something other states. I don't know. It's, like I said, I'm operating on old information, kind of. I don't know if all the states are still against meat, or if it's half and half, or 70-30, 60-40.
Hey,
I
on
don't
the
know.
on the globe is India on the bottom side of the globe.
Oh my God. You need to work on your geography.
I
No,
don't know.
below the freaking Tropic of Cancer. Jesus Christ.
It
So
would
I
be
said,
Southeast Asia.
I know certain things. It's just like I studied cultures. I studied other things. A lot of the things that I was interested in took my studies to other countries to learn about other cultures. So in some states in India, as far as I know, meat is really kind of against the law. In other states, it's been reformed where they have meat. Goa is one of the few places where you can get any kind of meat in India.
Yep, so beef is that's the kind of debate that we have in our parliament and in our news shows. You have debates on racism and what should be taught in schools and regarding elections and everything, but we have these kind of debate. And yes, you were right. Goa is one of the states, but once again, regarding the jabs that they are giving, I hear this news in my local newspaper in my state that almost 85% of the eligible population, and I am an employee, I work for someone, and my employer, it's a small team, it's a small company. So my employer is pretty sure about my views on everything. He even knows that I'm a flat earther. And would you even believe it that I teach students and he allows me to, even after knowing that I'm a flat earther. Anyways, so the thing is that the time has come that I have started telling my students who are college going students. I mean, they're all 18 plus adults. Many of them have already had their jabs. They sometimes ask me for permission to go to have their jabs, that I have got my appointment. So I need to go for half an hour to get my jab. And can you even believe that I have to let her go? I don't really want to, but I just, okay, what can I do about it? Anyways, so the thing is that the time has come that I have started my students telling I'm not really sure how long I'm even going to survive in this job because uh, although my employer is sure that I'm not going to have the jab, but I have already told him that it is not even going to be in your hands when the time comes. You have to do what you have to do. When they, from above, when the orders come that you have to let go of all the employees who are injection. So, anyways,
Subscription.
so the time has come that I have started telling my students that do you even know? And people, I'm telling you, I have a class of almost 20 to 25 odd students. And there's this one time when I asked all of them, have you even, I teach vocabulary, I teach English. So in the name of vocabulary, I like doing this stuff because I can tell them a lot of things that they might not be aware of. So the latest thing that I taught them is the term anti-vaxxer. And can you believe it? More than 20 people in the classroom, all of them adults, many of them having already had their jabs, did not even know the term anti-vaxxer. I had to educate them about
Damn.
it. And then I told them, I cannot even believe that you don't know in today's age of information and social media and everything, the term anti-vaxxer. So, congratulations. You are meeting one for the first time in your life. And I pointed to myself, and it felt so good.
How much I love the topic. I would love to learn more about something else other in your culture.
Dude, that's actually really sad what you just said. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Every time I hear statistics on the news about how many people have got it, I always want to think like it's not true, not that many people have, but everywhere I go, even when I went to jail, you got all these convicts with all these scary sticker tattoos, their gang tattoos everywhere. Cause like where I live, it's like populated with gang members everywhere. And these dudes are all going and getting their, they can get their Modernas or whatever. And it's just like, wow. And the main reason why they say they were doing it is out of respect for like their grandma or their mom who they were going to go live with. It's just like, wow, dude. It just blows my mind. You know what I mean? It really does.
So, I always feel like talking about it because everyone around me is already done that.
Me
Right?
too, bro. Me too.
What are you talking about?
You're talking about getting their thing. They've already gotten it, right?
Yep. So,
Subscription.
you had it. Was there some kind of a compulsion that you did it?
The what?
The
We
jab.
have it. Nobody has the subscription. We're calling it a subscription.
All right.
Moderated idea. It's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Love talking to you guys. You guys continue. I will listen. It's after a long time that I have come here, but it's as wonderful as ever.
Do people wear masks in stores in India a lot?
Stupid people do, but I have never done it.
Not you,
And
but like the majority. Like when you go in a store, do people like look at you weird if you don't have one on, or they
it
try to tell you
depends.
something?
He
It
just said
depends.
it. Stupid people do.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. I'm just saying,
so
like, is the majority of the people there doing that with a mask?
that depends on where you are living. So
Okay.
India, like other countries, would not be so differentiated in the urban areas as compared to the rural areas or the
Okay.
town areas. So for that very reason, I have decided to not live in cities. So I live in
Okay.
a small town in India, and here I do not really have to obey. I have gotten into trouble, so I really have a court case right now going on because I was out without a mask during a time where the government had declared an emergency. And that was the
Damn,
first.
they take you to court?
Yep. And I
Wow.
never cared about it. I
No, I'm
just
just like,
let,
wow, dude, that's really scary. You know?
yep, it's Indian Penal Code Section 188.
Damn. They got their 88 in there, huh? That's funny.
My question is which one came first? King's Court or the penal?
In which country?
India.
Oh, okay.
They don't
Obviously,
have common law in India, do they?
they have different versions of King's Court, my friend, but it all comes back to ecclesiastical. That's what I said. All of this shit is all the same everywhere. People just don't get it yet.
I'm
Hey,
still
what
trying.
you're talking about? I studied for about 6 months. about the maritime law and about all our inalienable God-given rights, and about how very few crimes are actually crimes. Like if it's not a crime against humanity or something, all these other things are just made up stuff that people just they automatically go into. And when you go into court, they won't do anything until you enter a plea. And if you don't enter any plea, you can get them on that. Because if the judge enters a plea, then he's operating under the color of law, or he's practicing the law from the bench, which for the record, you'd be like, for the record, he just entered my plea as not guilty, therefore this proceeding's over. But most people don't know how to talk to the judges and stand up for their rights like that, you know?
So if you allow me 2 minutes, I'll tell my story. I'll try to keep it short. So what happened is, am I allowed? Okay, I'll start then. So what happened is last year in March of 2020, India declared uh, an emergency, a state of pandemic. It would be 24th of March 2020. And I just left the city I talked about, that I live in a small town in India, some other state in India, and I had to return to my hometown where my parents live, because we knew that it was going to take some time. We were not really sure that they started by saying that it is going to be 2 weeks and 3 weeks, just like it happened in rest of the world. But we had an idea that it is going to be longer. So everyone was asked to leave for their hometowns, because we don't really know how long it is going to be. So on exactly that same day, I took a flight from my hometown, and somehow, by wearing, at that time I was sure that it is all a hoax. So we were required to wear a mask, but I did not really wear a mask. Wherever they were staring at me with their looks, I just put my, it was winter, so I just put my muffler around my head, and I did not really put a mask. And when I was in the flight, I sat without a mask. And somehow I reached my home place, and then the pandemic started. But the day I reached, one of my cousins was also there with me, and I was trying to put some sense into him, because he had somehow managed to get a very efficient kind of a mask, and he was really happy about it, that I have this N95 mask which is going to protect me really nicely. And I was talking sense into him that there is no virus, there is nothing, it's all a hoax.
You should have
And
farted around them and be like, "Can you smell my fart?" Then you're not protected.
It's
I
just
would
the
never
emperor's new
admit
clothes.
it.
That's all it is. It's the emperor's new clothes.
Yep. So I just was trying to breathe some sense into him, and I asked him to, let's just get some tea, and let's just smoke a cigarette outside. There's nothing. And we together got outside. And the police came and put us in their vans. And
Damn.
I cannot even imagine that you would be able to understand what actually happens, because they had dandas, they had sticks in their hands, canes. You understand? And we had no option. They just like beat with canes a couple of people around us, and we had no other option. Either you had to got beaten by canes and then enter into the van, or you could just simply do that. So we decided, me and my cousin, who is like 5 or 6 years younger than me, we just entered the van and got to the police station. We waited. We were detained. We were not arrested, but detained. But anyways, that was something that happened in March of 2020. And almost a year after this, there are lawyers in India, just like you have Linwood and Rainer Fuller Mick, people like those in Western countries. We also have a few lawyers who have taken up these kind of cases. And uh, now they are coming up with solutions, that all these regulations, all these mandates that they have done, on what basis did they even arrest you? Did they even detain you? What wrong had you done? So all these things we came to know almost a year after this case has been running, and I have been paying the lawyer every month the amount that I had to pay. So that had been happening for almost more than a year. And after that, I decided not to pay the lawyer, and I just almost said him to fuck off and do whatever you want to do. And I will wait until some kind of a court order comes to my home. And right now, there are lawyers in India who are telling us that if it happens, if that kind of a situation happens in your case, you can counter sue the police officer and the lawyer who are doing these things to you on the basis that do you have all the written document of what wrong I have done in March of 2020. You just ask the police officer and the lawyers concerned to present all those evidence, and in case they do not, you can file any amount that you want to. So I just, my cousin was really scared that I don't know, I want to go to foreign countries, and now that I have a court case against me, I cannot even get a visa. So I just informed him a few weeks ago that let's be happy about it. Let's just wait for some kind of a notice or subpoena to come to us, and then I'm not sure about you, but I am going to sue the police officer and the lawyer who have been charging me money for the past 1.5 years.
So can I say something on that? Right, you can sue him, like you said, and prosecute him at the same time they prosecute you, or you could say to the judge, or we could just forgive each other. Right?
Yep, that was the plan till the point I actually heard these lawyers who said that you also have the other option.
Right, but have you read? You said you were a Christian, right? You're reading the New Testament.
I mean, in India, people don't really know me as a Christian.
I know, but you said you were a Christian, right?
I don't know. I have just started to believe in what is written in the Bible. About
Okay,
being a
well,
Christian, being born again, I'm not really sure. Being saved, I'm not really sure about all these
well, I'm not
concepts.
sure if I'm saved either. I hope that I am, right? But what I'm trying to point out to you is that Jesus, a couple of times in the Bible, says to agree with your adversary quickly on the way to court. So if you make a contract with your adversary before you ever get to the court, by the time you get your subpoena, you say, Judge, we have a contract right here that we've already agreed not to sue each other, and we've agreed to forgive each other. And that way, the court has no jurisdiction over you, right? If you can contract with the people, because if the lawyers are suing the cops and the cops know, like, hey, we've been getting sued. Remember last year when we were told, there was a law? It turns out that wasn't a law, right? And we were falsely arresting people, right? So what are we going to do? Oh, man, we're going to have to go to court and get sued, right? Or maybe some of them will be dumb and not know that they could sue us, and they'll just, lay down and take it. So the thing is that if you make an offensive gesture, offensive, not offensive, excuse me, and you threaten to sue them at the same time they're threatening to take you to court, you just say, look, we could just forgive each other and part ways, and neither one of us have to go to court. And they might be willing to accept that. And if you do, then you show it to the judge, and the court doesn't have jurisdiction over you, because I don't know about in your country, but in America, their conviction rate is like 97, 98%.
So I was just coming to that. So I don't really know what you know about India, but what I am depending upon is the lawyer's word that when those police officers, what happens in India is when those police officers actually go to the lawyers and they are presented to the judges to present their case that we have arrested this person for this reason, they have no documents, because more than 99% of the cases in India are based on the ignorance of the public, that they would never know their rights and they would pay whatever fine they are asked to pay, and that fine would be kept by the police officers themselves. So anyways, that is the case in India, which is why I have left it to the police officers. If they even bother enough to find my address and then post a subpoena or something summons to my address, which is not even correct that I gave in their records. So after that, we will see. But as of now, I have completely given up on it. I'm just waiting for a call or for a letter, something of that sort.
What you need to do, my friend, is learn about what chain of title is, and then start following that chain.
What of title?
Chain of title. A document cannot stand on its own without a foundation. A document is a house. The predecessing document, the predecessor, the one before, is the foundation for the new one. That's chain of title. If there's a problem with the chain of title, well, then you have a jurisdiction issue. If you have a jurisdiction issue, then you have somebody committing fraud. And this is the same everywhere. I keep telling everyone, it's the same everywhere. What you're talking about is what we've been dealing with for 200 years. 300. But it's the same thing. You're going to have to go back in history and you're going to have to try and figure out where King's Court is, Chancery Court, something, equity. And that's what you need to hit on.
Anyway, since we are not talking about flat earth, but we are all flat earthers here, so the best flat earther that I have met in India in person also is the one who is right now guiding me towards the Bible also, and he has been a flat earther for longer than me, and he has been a Bible believer even longer than I can even think of. So, anyways, but I have come across almost 50, 60 odd people in India who are flat earthers, and everyone has their own worldview. And that is the kind of debate that they don't even want to have. They want to be facetious and they want to make superficial comments in our group chats, but no one really wants to debate all these things. But me and this other Christian guy who is guiding me in all these kind of things, and I started reading the Bible and started believing the Bible even before I met this person, but this person has been really instrumental in my journey. Anyways, so this is the kind of situation that we are facing here. Now,
If you want to try and make sense of some of what I've said already, read Proverbs.
no. Yeah, so that would be the case with me. If you guys want, I can try a quiz where I ask you all the Bible verses that I have written and pasted on my wall, and you guys tell me which verse it would be. We would do that some other day. But the thing is, I'm talking about people in general here in India who, let alone taking something of this sort, taking the Bible and everything that is written in it seriously, they make fun of these things. That people who have fallen into these kind of traps, even after knowing that the earth is flat and we have.
All the weird lies was against the religion in the first place.
No, so let me make it very clear what I'm talking about. People like Eric Dubé and things that he preaches. Although, I also, there was a point in time when I also used to share Eric Dubé's 200 proofs and history of flat earth and many of his videos. But then I came to the understanding that where he is leading people up to. And now is a time when I am meeting other flat earthers in India and I understand how prone they are to fall into the trap of Eric Dubé, who has been preaching this Eastern mysticism kind of a thing in the flat earth community. And supposedly he is the one who started it all. So, anyways, I have the eyes to see it, but I can right now I cannot really do anything about others who are like followers of Eric Dubé and what he preaches. They just parrot his stuff. Okay, so how many of you know about Della Ray?
Someone in the background said, I do.
Della Ray. Oh my god, I love that guy.
He's an artist.
Yep, a rapper.
Yep. My friend here knows. I didn't.
Uh-huh. He's my newfound favorite artist.
Really?
Yep. And I am not really sure about his content before he was saved and he became a Christian. But after that, every one of his track is about Christianity and the Bible, and they're awesome. I have a few of them partially memorized. I have learned them by rote.
Are you guys talking about Kanye? I just came back. So
Kanye. Not at all. Delray.
oh, Delaware. Okay, cool.
You can find his tracks on Reverb Nation. Delray. My favorite, the one that I have partially memorized, almost 70 to 80% memorized till now, would be titled God is in Control. Destiny Lab, I suppose many of you would already be aware of.
Flat Arthur, can you recite some of that song you're talking about that you've memorized 70, 80% for us?
Oh my god. I can try. Self-edification is the reason I be rapping. Non-believers say if God exists, how could he let it happen? But I tell them this. Our thoughts aren't like his. The fate of a child can just accept it like it is. But man be on a quest to rule the world by the hand, giving commands when they don't even understand. The spiritual. It's just a shame what we be doing. Now what do you think? I think I'm glad I'm not a human.
Thanks. That was awesome.
Get 'em.
Great.
Another one of his favorites would be test the spirits that come into your spaces. For we battle not the flesh, but powers in high places.
Can you
Test.
drop a link? Can you drop a link to that artist you just mentioned, Delaray?
I'll do that. Yep. Where?
I put it in the
live
voice
stream.
chat.
Live stream. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm trying to catch up. My bad.
Live stream voice chat. I'll do that. Yep.
Yow.
Straight out of Compton. What?
Yeah, it's already there. Someone already posted it. Delaray's most
we
viewed
go.
video on YouTube. This
Told
is
you,
my
son.
favorite.
I told you that was the one.
I was told, apparently.
The
People don't even know that they got a sword. No matter the David, the battle belongs to the Lord. That's interesting. What about the path of a psychic? Deuteronomy 18 says my daddy, he don't like it. Okay, that's fine. But one more question that I'll drop it. Just tell me what's the difference between a psychic and a prophet? A prophet gets the word from God through the Holy Spirit. A psychic receives it from evil spirits that be near it. That sounds cool. It's a battle for lost souls. Salvation's in the blood, so know that God is in control. Self-edification is the reason I be rapping. Non-believers say if God exists, how can he let it happen? I tell them this. Our faith, our thoughts, and like his. The fate of a child can just accept it like it is. But man be on a quest to rule the world by the hand, giving commands when they don't even understand. The spiritual. It's just a shame what we be doing. Now what do you think? I'm just glad I'm not a human. I love that song. And my second favorite would be Test the Spirits as of now. But all of his songs, I would post the Reverb Nation link, which I have at my fingertips, because that would be great. All his best songs are there. Yep. That's his school time picture.
Oh, he's from Hawaii.
He's a Philly boy, I suppose. It's there in one of his lyrics. So Delaray's this particular song, God is in Control. I was talking about this Christian flat earther in India. He's the one who shared Delaray with me, and then I explored his other songs. But other than that, Destiny Lab, yes. Destiny Lab used to be my favorite after I was starting to be serious about the Bible and everything. So even Delaray and Destiny Lab talk about planet Earth and and everything. Still, the rest of their lyrics is very awesome. All the biblical part is pretty awesome. Destiny Labs Shift Your Paradigm is the album that came out in 2020, and even before that, The Evolution Antidote. I'm a fan of almost all of their songs. All of those.
Hey, Flat Arthur. Yow. This is Master Chief. Oh, what's that going?
Sunny.
Yeah. Because you were talking about everything, the whole gospel. I had a Sunny put another suggestion for you because I figured this is another artist that I feel that you would also like as well.
Which one? Is it there in the
It's down there. It's
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay.
It's in
The
the
love of
voice
Christ.
text. It's in the voice text now.
I'll put another
Ah,
one down. I'm gonna have Sunny.
Truth is song. Yeah, I actually wanted these kind of suggestions. I'm really enjoying this. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how much personally want to go, but I'll tell you. I'm 30 and having a car is not really a very common thing here in India. So I got my parents a car who haven't had a car in their lives. So I got a good job and I bought a car and I gave it to them. But for almost 3 to 4 years, they did not really use it. It was kept there in the garage and my father does not drive. My mother does not even try to. And it was driven whenever I or my elder brother went home and took it out. So after 4 or 5 years, I got my car at the place where I work, and I have been listening to songs, which is why I have been asking people for better suggestions because I really enjoy driving and listening to songs of late. So thank you so much for these suggestions. I would explore more. I already told you my favorites. That's been keeping my times busy. So it takes me hardly 10 minutes to reach my office from my home. So I listen to a couple of songs of Delaray and it makes my day. And while returning also, oh my god, my favorite would be The Quiz by Delaray. The link that I just shared, last song in that playlist would be The Quiz. Oh my god. It's less than 3 minutes, but what a song this is. Can your God do all these things that my God has done? And he has already shown that he is the God. So this is the quiz. Can your God do these things? Question mark. And he asks so many questions. And in the end, he says, can your God actually do all these things? I don't think so. So my God is the one. The quiz is my favorite as of now, if I were to tell you. I am obsessed about this song, and this is the song that I have been trying to memorize for the past 1 or 2 weeks. I would do that in a couple of weeks, most probably. I'm just rambling here. Oh yeah, one thing one thing I wanted to share yesterday around this time. So it's 1 a.m. 7 minutes past 1 a.m. in India. And yesterday I was watching something here or there, and just around 2 a.m., when I switched to YouTube, I found that Quantum Erasers Ballbusters show was streamed 6 minutes ago. And I've been waiting for Ballbusters show for so long. I missed a number of Quantum Erasers shows, even QE Live and every other show that he does, some way or the other. So you can understand it's almost 12:30 a.m. the next day when he actually airs his videos. And I do not really get his notifications. I don't know why. So I missed it yesterday when I just wanted to come to Discord and talk to QE then and there. But when I opened Discord, it's been so long that I have not been here that there was 15 updates ready for installation. So they were updated, downloaded, and then installed by the time I was fast asleep. Anyways, so nice to talk to all of you today.
It's good to talk to you too. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I was here like 4 months ago. What do I say? I just can't find time.
Can you
From
play
the
the song for us?
Yes, I can do that. It's less than 3 minutes. I think we can manage, can't we? Okay, I'll do that. Share screen. I'm not allowed to share screen. Can someone just click on the link that I just posted in the live stream voice
Yeah.
chat and play the
So,
last song, which is the quiz?
sorry, Arthur, you can't post, you can't play music that could be copyrighted, and there's only certain people could play the music for you. But if you post it, we could listen to it ourselves if you post it in the stream.
Yep, I've already done that. The quiz is the name of the song. It is the last song of the link that I posted.
Thank you.
Can you God create light and that can cut through the darkness and no, I'm not done yet with this one. But the crescendo, I'm not really sure if I'm using the right word, but the crescent or crescendo of a song, like it just goes higher and higher and higher and higher. So the crescendo of this song is almost at the very end of it. And from the very beginning, it just goes higher and higher and higher. And the questions that he keeps asking are like, give you goosebumps. Watchmaker, you just said that you finished writing it last night. Is it your song? Are you guys listening to the song? Here comes the crescendo. Where's the song playing? I can't hear it.
No, I just posted that because it reminded me of V for Vendetta when he's like, "Here comes the crescendo." Was it when you were talking about it? It reminded me of that.
Oh, Watchmaker. You wrote the song, my God. I sometimes experiment with my garage band and I try to put music on my YouTube videos which are made by myself. So really nice to meet you. You are a songwriter. Can't believe it.
Hey, there you go, Arthur. I was trying to send it to you in a personal message, but I don't know why I didn't send it to you. But it posted.
Third Heaven is another favorite from that same playlist of Delare. Third Heaven. We are all being distracted from the third heaven. So it's a little painful to listen to things like the first heaven is where the birds fly and where the clouds are and what we call sky. The second heaven is the sun, moon, and stars and the solar system. So even Delare is not aware that the earth is flat and it all actually makes sense in the flat earth cosmology, in the biblical cosmology. Still, I've been thinking to memorize those lyrics. There's somewhere in this God song, the quiz song, the last or the penultimate stanza would be where he says that we are all on planet Earth or something. And it would be pretty easy to just change it to we are all on flat Earth. So I have made it a point that when I actually memorize that song, I'm going to memorize it as not planet Earth, but on flat Earth.
Okay, have Flame Go Buck. It's a rap. Is that the right song?
Come again, please.
Thinking about playing a song or two. Any requests?
The Quiz by Delare.
I guess we can play it. Okay, go ahead and find the link and drop it in the voice text, and then I'll play it in a moment.
Play this Flame Go Buck song.
Is that
Are you sure
Watchmaker?
Yeah, play the Watchmaker one, Sonny. Are you sure the Delare one's not copyrighted, pal?
Yeah, that's the problem we kind of have. Delare, it might be. He's probably copyright. And we could mute the live streams, but I don't want to. Well, they're actually already. I don't know.
I don't think Delare would be copyrighted.
I don't think got us into this mess of a globe Earth in the first place, buddy. We don't take risks.
Yeah, I better not. So I'll play this Truth or Story song for now.
What did I miss?
The quiz.
I had to go in and help somebody.
I don't have any jockey. Jockey music didn't get. There you are. What the heck?
Does that make sense?
Why would they laugh? Why would they laugh? Why
I
would
don't
they
know why.
laugh?
I don't know why it's not playing.
I just imagine what we could all do with like some time and a proper studio. Almost like a vacation house with a studio built in.
How are people from different countries even going to meet now? Because I just heard this news that US has mandated people from every other country to be vaccinated.
Let me tell you the story of a man named Matt. NASA painted a colored map of the canvas, the picture they took to show the world, look, this is the earth. When he woke up one morning, he knew it was wrong to see so many, the talent he holds. Then came out with a skit to expose the globe light, and that put an end to his comedian career. After Matt, so many woke up from the light. I'll say Bart, Rob, Jared, Del, Antonio, and Matt to expose the reality we see. That water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is wrong from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. 'Cause water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. Before Matt, Eric Bay is his name. Awake and smart, an author he became to reveal to the world the impossibilities. Like water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. Now Nathan and John are debating at the facts, and Man and Brian keeps the handle in check. With the blow to the heliocentric wreck, it is known as the Black Swan argument. As the ship leaves the harbor, the sexton is set to navigate the sea with the stars above our head. 3 circles of equal latitudes. Proves that water cannot bend around a spinning ball. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is round from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. 'Cause water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. In this one, is it true? We love David White. Father, sun and moon and zodiac clock app to unite us truthers of this realm. With the iffy friend finder map we find in the app. Karen B is streaming it, flat smacking it heavy. Flattoberfest is the place you wanna be. Show up there and experience unity. That water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. Brian Stavely is a dose of reality. He finds truth in places nobody can see. Some say yes, no, maybe, possibility. Is it 2 or more, or is it 2 and 3? The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is round from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. 'Cause water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. In this one is a very, very special man, showing us what is courage in a man. Wits it, gets it, Austin is his name. In Yahushua's mighty name, brings the word from his brain. Also smart and aware, from Australia is live. A learner and a teacher, Mitchell is alive. Every day, every school to expose the globe light. And water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. We have delved beyond the imaginary curve. If you big shite, he'll kick you to the curb. Bring him facts and empirical evidence that water can hold on a spinning basketball. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is round from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. Water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. ODD, math, that is on TV. What a mind and heart some of us envy. Teaching us all about TV. That water only holds on that ball on TV. In the land of Cali, Jaron spotted a lie. Streaming live to expose the liars use fish eye. Alex Stein and the baby to the show. And water does bend, according to GNN. Meanwhile, Bob, the real Real globe buster with those gyros and lights we call laser, showing us all empirical evidence. Water cannot hold on the outside of a ball or see too far. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is round from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. Water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. We'll say Mark, diving deep into the clues in this strange world, all fighting the blues. Rest assured, Sergeant Galaboo, always ready to bring it on to you. Big Bear Owen, Benjamin, the giant has awakened, rising up to shake those who are sleeping. Words of wisdom, of truth and honesty. His message is simply seek a better man in me and in you. A rock keep up is awakening. The word, the glow, he is testing. Make of all men liars by testing everything. Is there a book where it is written? The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is rolled from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. Water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. Brings the kingdom in context. Wesley Blaze, always happy to refer to the text. All in all, both promoting unity. As the truth is, the earth is not a spinning ball. Pastor Dean Odo sees the spirit in a man. Armed with fire and grace, he teaches his command. Brings the word with authority. The earth is flat, and that's alright. Yeah, the earth is flat, and that's alright. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is rolled from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. Water cannot hold on the outside of a ball. Song, the message is apparent. Flat Earth truth is the red-pilled event to reveal that the truth is evident. Yahushua's word is with you in covenant. The earth is flat, and that's alright. The globe is rolled from all the facts. I know for a fact that the earth is flat. Water cannot hold. Water cannot hold. Water cannot hold on the outside of a globe.
Woohoo!
Yeah, Watchman. Nice one. Well done, mate. Well done. Keep it up. I'm going to be playing that to everyone I can.
How you all doing, guys? I'm glad you guys like the song.
That's a great little tune. I like that little riff, the acoustic da 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 da. It's like very yeah, distinctive. Nice.
Catchy, very catchy, I suppose.
Catchy. Yeah, memorable actually.
Yeah, yeah. Someone told me the other day they played it once and the song stayed in their head for like 8 hours.
It still is. You know, it's like, well, I'm a musician, so I listen to those things, but that little acoustic part, now I got it permanently embedded. I could probably play it already, I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm trying to get Helio to actually get his voice instead of mine and his bass line. I don't have a bass line in the song yet. There it is.
Not quite, I don't think, but
You'll have to tune in 432 hertz instead of 440.
Yeah, I need to use a different tuner. I probably just have to use one tuner on my phone to get it that precise. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Snark won't do it. So.
I put it. I started writing that song like 3 years ago. My first,
Wow.
yeah, my first like little show, and then I let it sit for a while, and then all of a sudden I said I gotta finish this, and then Flattoberfest was coming, is coming, and I figured it'd be nice to have it all ready to present there.
Seriously, it takes 3 years to write a song.
Well, no, well, because things, I added to something already started, right? So things happen, all this stuff, and I just finished writing it. I could probably add another 10 verses. There's so much going on, but
So I can create beats on GarageBand and do things like that, but I have no rhythm on my own and I cannot really play any kind of instrument. So what I have finally decided to do, because I've been trying to make some kind of good songs, I haven't been able to make any, which is why I have finally resorted to just put random lyrics on beats. I'm not really going to bother about the rhythm and the rhyme of the song, but I'm just going to put some lyrics, which is not going to be in English. I'm trying to do it in Hindi. So in my own language, I'm going to put lyrics about flat earth and just going to put some lyrics into beats and not bother about the song so much.
okay, okay.
When
Well,
you
if you
do
have,
that,
if you
can
have
you
lyrics,
share it? Sorry, when you do that, can you share it with lyrics with different languages so that we can hear it? Because I would love to hear that.
Let's see.
and if you share the lyrics with me or a tune or that you have in mind, I can, some of us or I can, write you up some music behind it too.
The thing I do is very rookie stuff. So I'm not an expert by any stretch of imagination. I just try to make things. So on my channel, I have a few of my tunes, which are basically some mix and match of tunes that are available on GarageBand. So I mix and match and create something that I can put as the intro music or the outro music in my videos. So that's all I needed to do so far, but I'm also trying to put some lyrics in a few of those tunes that I make. So I'm trying to make a few complex and more complicated ones also, but then I do not have so much of a sense of music and rhythm.
Okay. Well, that's good. And by the way, all you guys that posted comments, whatever about my song, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm happy you like it.
Really liked it. Yep.
Yeah, if you press play on your way to work, it's gonna take the whole time there.
Exactly. It was approximately that's right. That's approximately the amount of time that it takes me to reach. So sometimes I reach my place and just a few seconds of the song is still left. And that is what I just talked about, the crescendo of the song. And I just cannot turn down the volume or even stop the song. I have to listen to it. But then other people who are my colleagues there, they also get to listen to the song that I play for the last few seconds because I do not stop it, even if I reach there. So it's so awesome.
That's good. Me too. I have a hard time stopping a song in the middle or somewhere else
Yeah.
because I just need to finish it.
And the song I was talking about is Test the Spirits. And just when it ends, he talks about John 3:16. For Jesus
Ah,
Christ is the Son of God who gave his life for you to, and it just ends on that note. So that's all the more reason for you to not stop it when it ends.
yeah. I don't know if you read the last verse or if you remember. of the song, the Truther song. It really talks about the message is evident, and that Yahushua's word is a covenant with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the last verse there. I just put an ending on the message. Yeah, I wrote in a whole bunch of inside jokes for flat earthers in there. Owen Benjamin, the big bear. Rob Skiba testing the globe. I like the one where it says Nathan and John are debating FE facts. Tent Man and Brian are keep the panel in check. And then the following verse is when the ship leaves the harbor, the sextant is set. The three circle of equal latitude. You know, all these are like FE proofs, you know, the Black Swan. Talks about all of it. It's pretty cool. I was listening to it this morning for some reason. I just put play on it and I was re-listening it. I got emotional listening to my own song. It was weird. I don't know why.
How come planes don't take direct routes over the Pacific Ocean?
What do you mean?
Oh, how come elephant feathers are gold and not purple? That's a good question. Yeah.
I mean, like, I thought they flew like straight across.
No, like if you were flying out of LA, you'd go to Alaska and then like northern Asia. Like you wouldn't fly directly across the Pacific Ocean.
Because the maps are all wrong. That's why.
Don't they just want to like stay close to land just in case the engine fails?
No, they say it's a fuel thing. It's a shorter route, so they use less fuel.
Because it's a straight line. Yeah.
Interesting.
That's why they go 1,100 miles out of their off course to refuel. Use twice as much fuel to go refuel.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
and
seem too eco-friendly.
on a flat Earth in the south, the distances are way longer than in the north. So the airplane take a while to get there. So fuel efficiency is important and speed.
They only fly in crooked lines, zigzags on a globe. Like if you put it on an actual a flat map, like water actually really exists, and then you find, yeah, they're pretty much going in straight lines.
Yeah, and that same phenomena happens with the shadow of an eclipse. The same phenomena exists, the zigzagging and all of it. Just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So if the Earth is spinning and the shadow should go actually around the spin, like in a straight line, but the sun eclipse of 2017, I think, went from northwest of the United States and came down to Florida in the southeast.
West to east. I know. I'm still laughing about that.
I know. And then when you look at them explaining it, they make the Earth spin the other way.
Great job, Globers. Wow. Can someone please come in and defend that? Any of you Globers or anti-flat earthers, could you please come in to defend that 2017 eclipse, please? You could go anywhere you want with it. So you're free to talk about how the shadow is only 70 miles in diameter. That'd be a good discussion. Or that it's moving the wrong way. Or that you had to change the rotation of Earth. Any one of those topics be great. We'll be waiting.
Interesting.
Or we could just talk about gas pressure. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, does like gravity still exist? Because I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about either one.
Okay. What's gravity? Which gravity are you talking about?
The gravity in the sense of Einstein's theory of relativity, so much mass generates a full on space-time continuum. That type of gravity.
Well, at least you're using the contemporary pseudoscience. So that's good. No, well, if you want to claim gravity, is that what? Are you trying to claim gravity, or not really?
Not really. I'm just. I'm here for the ride, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. No. So the reason we asked this about gas pressure is because the second law of thermodynamics has never been known in all of human history to have been violated. So if they're saying Earth is an uncontained system, that means an open container. We have gas pressure here on Earth. What's keeping the gas from fluffing off into space?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Now, a lot of times people do quote gravity, but even if you had all the gravity you wanted, it doesn't affect gas laws at all. Not one little itty bit. So until someone can show us an actual, in reality, demonstration of gas pressure without a container, then all you have as far as what they're telling you outer space is all just a story with nothing to back it.
So, like, what is the flat Earth explanation for that then?
Gas pressure is caused by. Do you know the answer to that? What is gas pressure caused?
Well,
What is it
normally
caused?
for like if you have nitrogen in a bottle, it's because there's a container around it, and so it's
Exactly.
just pumped in there.
Yeah. So in order to have gas pressure, to measure gas pressure, or to have gas pressure differential or a gradient, you have to have a container. So we can't even measure gas pressure at all without the container. Because if you don't have the container, you don't have square inches to
Well,
measure
so
your
are you
pressure.
saying that there's no pressure, like in the atmosphere?
No, we have pressure here. 14.7 psi at the sea
Yeah.
level.
So
Yeah.
like the 29.82 inches of mercury, like is like what's the so like what are you saying then if there's no container here? Like how do we have
What I'm saying is there has to be a container. There is a container because we have gas pressure. There's no way around it. You don't have pressure at all. You don't have a constant volume or constant pressure without a physical barrier
Yeah.
to hold
Yeah.
gas. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
Earth,
that makes sense.
yeah. So Earth is a contained system. There's no way getting around that. There's only storytelling, fairy tales that can make anybody believe that they could violate the second law of thermodynamics. It's adult fairy tales. It's Santa, like 2.0.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And then we could go on to like Earth's curvature, or axial rotation, axial tilt. These are a few questions that we ask people to find out what they know about the globe. Do you happen to know how large the globe is supposed to be?
No.
No, that I'm not sure of. No.
Okay. So 3,959 miles, right? So what that equates to here on the surface is a specific amount of altitude drop over distance. You understand that concept, right?
Kind of.
You don't?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. Okay. So listen. Anybody that's new here, do you know of any time from ancient times to just before the space age where anybody has actually physically measured Earth's curvature? Okay. That's a fair answer because nobody else can answer that either. So the second question is, when was axial rotation detected, and do you know the method that was used?
Nope. As like I said, my knowledge or anything in either one, it's very basic, minimal.
No. Well, I have to tell you, you're answering quite honestly, and that's appreciated here.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really is.
Was it like magnets or like the angle of insulation with like the seasons or whatever? That's like what they tell kids in elementary school is like that's we have winter because we're not farther away from the sun. It's that the tilt changes, so like the sun's at a lower angle.
Okay, great. So I'll just stick to the foundations of your statement then. When did they measure the axial tilt of Earth?
Well, that's what I'm unsure of. I'm just saying like this is what like they will tell children in school, and then it's like that's just what it is.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you truly are here and you want to learn something, what you have to do is you have to cut out all the presuppositions. You need to identify what presuppositions you're using, because if you're saying, satellites in space, how many presuppositions did you get? Well, first of all, you skipped by there being no actual measurement that's officially used as a standard of reference for Earth curvature. You have no detection of any time in history. Actually, quite the contrary. 5 famous scientists from early 1900 and before actually did try to detect motion of Earth, and they found the opposite was true. So there's no rotation, there's no curvature, and we first discussed gas pressure you can't have gas pressure without a container. So Earth is flat, measurably so, It's every time we go do a measurement and observations, laser test, we find Earth is flat. Every single time we do it, it's flat. We've never detected the 8 inches per mile square drop that we're supposed to be having.
All right. So that's why because last time I was in here, and I wasn't speaking, but there's a guy who's basically explained it as like we're in a snow globe type deal. I didn't know what he's talking about, and then I ended up leaving.
Yeah, so people say that, but that gives people an idea in their mind of some kind of object. We don't know the extent of Earth. That we know of, nobody's measured the extremities of the entire system, which is what you would have to do to make a statement of this is what this is, because we see the entirety, or we've measured the entirety of this. So since we don't know, we can't go further south than the 60th parallel because of the Antarctic Treaty. And that's governed by 58 nations, I believe, or somewhere right around there. And you also can't go past 60 degrees north latitude either, because you have the NATO early advanced warning system up there, the DEW. There's a line around the north too, so we're prevented from going to these places that maybe we could find out a little bit closer what this reality is here on Earth. But for now, you're being blocked from expeditions, from private exploration is not allowed in these areas. Period.
Well, hopefully they destroy their whole system with the coronavirus, so we could go back to doing whatever the fuck we want.
Well, they're working on it, destroying the whole society, basically. But well, that's good you're here to listen. So, thanks for sticking with the questions on those are basically the 3 points, which I just rearranged in my own order to use gas pressure first, because the gas pressure argument destroys the entire heliocentric globe religion. Right? It cuts it off at the knees. There's nothing left of it after that. They can't show us that there's a place that they can go to that's a medium, that's a vacuum, and that we have gas pressure here. It can't be done. So, yeah. So, thanks for listening and participating.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah, if you want to see more information, we have like our proof that I talked about. If you haven't seen, are you familiar with like the Black Swan?
Familiar with Black Swan events, like out of nowhere changing stuff.
No, that's entirely different. I've heard that before. No, it's nothing to do with Black Swan events. No, different. Yeah, nothing to do with it.
Different.
So I don't know where that came from. I'm not familiar with what that is.
I think it was with China wanting to invade Taiwan.
Wow. So hold on a second here. Are you able to see in the live stream voice text?
Let me switch back over there. Shoot it up. Let me see. Let me go down to the most recent. All right. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm Sunny. I put a image in at 31 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text.
All right.
So if you see that, the top part is a Modus Tollens. Do you see that?
Yep. Modus Tollens, Holy Schnickles.
Schnikes. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. I'll just read this real quick. So here's the argument. It's just a logical statement, right? So if P, then Q. Okay, so not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which I previously mentioned, that would be P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. And that's referenced by the geometric horizon, the curvature calculators, right? So if not Q, in other words, if the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, that will be reviewed in the image below. Therefore, not P. Earth is not a sphere. So what do you are you okay with that logical statement?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm understanding it.
Okay, so now in the image itself, are you able to get a good eyeball and view on where the horizon is? Can you blow it up or whatever you need to do to see the horizon? Yeah. So where do you see the horizon in this image? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
Looks like it's after.
Yeah. Okay. So now this is a screenshot from a video that you can look at over yourself, get the timestamps and everything, and see the same image in the actual video. So the camera is 1 foot off sea level. So with 1 foot off of sea level, the distance to the geometric horizon that I talked about earlier in the logical statement there should be no more than 1.22 miles, because that's governed by the 3,959 radius. So it equals to that's where the horizon would be with a ball of that size. So what we have here in the image is we have a horizon even minimally 10 times further than it is supposed to be, or actually 10 times further than it is actually required to be on a sphere of that size. Yep.
That's pretty.
So this is falsified. This has falsified the radius right here. This one image. You only need one. That's why it's called a black swan. If all swans are said to be white and you find one black swan, you falsified the entire statement.
Yeah.
So if the ball Earth is a sphere of that size, you cannot see horizons 10 times and even further than that, because if you look in this image, off to the right of Platform Hill House, there's actually a dark spot off in the horizon. That's islands at a minimum of 29 miles.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's kind of like being on the east side of Lake Michigan and looking over and being able to see Chicago, which I think is like 50 miles away or something.
And I have another image that I took from the video. Actually, let's see. I have the original video for you first. Let's see. Yeah, here's the original video.
Oh, hey, did somebody actually posted the city of Chicago? Wow, who was that? Oh,
Old
hey.
dude. Thanks, old dude. Good job.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
So there's the original video. This is the video of the Black Swan. The place is Miramar Beach in Santa Barbara, California. Yep.
Been there a few times.
Beautiful place. I know. Me too.
That's where I wanted to get stationed.
Cool. Here's another image that I took from the original video with the timestamp. So you can look it up yourself. And I darkened it. I contrasted it darker so you could see better where that horizon is. And then actually have another. Where is that one? I think actually old dude is the one who posted the image I'm thinking about right now. Is that the right one? Hold on a second.
Sonny, what image are you looking for?
I'm looking for the 29 miles.
Well,
That's in the Google Earth from BM.
Oh, the Google Earth
LSU.
one? I got it. Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's it. Thanks. Someone did. Drace. Thanks,
Oh.
Drace. Drace got it. And then there's another image that I had that is. Let me look at another screenshot. Hold on a sec. That shows the islands. Oh, good. Think I can find these, man. Okay, hold on. Where did it go? There we are. Okay, where is it?
So the thing is, you can't really see it in the still shot, but in the video, you can see the land on both sides because it's kind of a bullseye the way that you're looking through right between both platforms, and onto each side of the bullseye, so to speak, is a platform, and on each side of the platforms is land, right? And you're looking at those land, that land, you can see the horizon past it, and it's 29 miles. So roughly the horizon is, at least 30 miles away, right? And the interesting thing about that is that, this would make the radius like astronomical. It would be like extremely huge.
2 million miles, I think, something like that. At least 2 million miles.
Now, to be devil's advocate, what if we were just really wrong about the size, and it's actually that huge?
Well, okay, that's okay. If it is, then everything else they've ever done is wrong, including day-night cycle, seasons, everything. Everything.
Okay.
Orbital, all the orbital mechanics of every single thing, all of the wandering stars, all of the stars, distances, sizes to the sun, moon, planets, everything else, everything changes. So
seasons, time, everything.
Okay.
Everything's wrong.
And plus,
If you had an Earth with a radius of 2 million miles, you wouldn't be able to walk to your mailbox because the gravity would turn you into a puddle of crunchy bones.
According to their own, yes, their own math.
And somehow
in that sense, like if the gravity was that intense, I mean, wouldn't we have I think we're getting way off topic right here with that one. I mean, it's like,
well, you said what if, and I was answering your what ifs.
Yeah, I was gonna do another what if, but we could what if all day, and then because my thought would be if it was that big and we evolved in this space, if subscribe to like the evolution or we were placed in this place, wouldn't our bodies already be adapted to like that gravity?
Yeah, until you change position, then your vestibular system is kicking in a different part, a physical location in your inner ear.
All right.
The best thing is to never stop with if.
All right.
If you start with if, like, we are who knows where.
Cool. Thanks.
If anybody starts with if.
I finally found the image I was looking for. Hold on. So here's a screenshot of the same video before he totally zooms into the hill house and habitat platforms, which in this image are off to the left side. In this image, you can see the islands clearly off to the right, and yes, they are minimally 29 miles away.
And if you watch the video, it'll eliminate all the questions that you might have as far as maybe they didn't calculate all the variables, maybe there's something that I don't know about, and they're just trying to pull the wool over our eyes. But the most important thing here, excuse me for interrupting, Sonny, is that you can go do this yourself. You can make the observation yourself and verify, validate, or falsify their claims.
All right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do the math myself and check it out. And I mean, did you post that picture yet, or?
No, the upload failed. Let me try it again. Hold.
All right. So how does space play into all this? Like the research that's done with like the sun or like looking at that? Because I work with like coronagraphs. I build those, and I'm supposed to be going to White Sands to allegedly send some type of rocket that's going to look up at the sun and then fall back to Earth, and then we recover it, and then we look at what the data says.
To send where? To send where?
White Sands, New Mexico.
But
I just got a job.
Into the space.
Well, it's not exactly going into space because it's what they call a sounding rocket, I think is what they said, and it just goes to like what would be considered the edge of space, like 80,000 kilometers, I think it was. Could be wrong. I don't know too much about that. I just know about splitting the or building the coronagraph.
Well, they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. So technically, it's not going to space. I mean, you could say space starts at the Kármán line, but at 80,000 kilometers, that's not even the Kármán line. So you're just sending a rocket up into high altitude.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, because and whatever data you get from up there, what is it going to be sensing? What is it looking at?
It's going to look at the sun, and what it's doing is different isotopes of iron emit different frequencies of light at different temperatures. So it's going to be looking at that to identify what if there could be what could be different, like electromagnetic storms, stuff like that.
And just to be clear, that's a 93 million mile distance. Those isotopes are traveling to your devices here on Earth. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was still the ridiculous claim. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Hank.
Hey, no.
Sorry, no, what?
I don't. It doesn't matter to me if it's right or if it's wrong. I just want to know what's up. What's the truth? I don't really like. It's irrelevant. Like, I'm still gonna wake up tomorrow if the Earth's flat. I'm still gonna wake up tomorrow if the Earth's round. I'm not. Yeah. I just want to know what's up. What the real deal is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's flat. It's flat. You'll wake up, it'll still be here. It'll still be flat, and you're still not spinning.
Okay, check this out. So, the largest salt flat in the world, in Bolivia, right? According to the people in the colleges, not me, like I don't know, and I can cite my source for this, and you can see where he got his source. But it's 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. In other words, less than 1 meter of drop value. Right? And if we live on a sphere with 8 inches per mile drop radius, and that salt flat is 9,000 square kilometers, and you can see that, when this thing floods, like once a year, it's like a perfect mirror. You can look at, someone walking across it, and it's kind of an amazing thing to see, because if water was bent, like they say, there's basically a mountain of water between Japan and California, right? Like literally a really big mountain of water, right? Because the curvature rate and because of how they say that gravity works. Like, if this was possible, how do you get one unbroken reflected beam of light when the sun sets from the sun to your feet in the water? If it was bent,
there it is. There's a picture of it.
Imagine if you had a mirror ball, right? A ball that was a mirror, right? Kind of like a disco ball, but just one solid piece of glass, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be some distortion. It's kind of like when you have a shitty pair.
You're not going to have a beam of. You're not going to have a beam of light all the way to your feet, right? If you put a little army man on there and put a little camera on his face, right? You're only going to see that beam of light all the way to your feet. It's a reflection of the sun as it's setting, or the moon. I know you know what I'm talking about. Everybody's seen it, right? How it reflects off the water. That beam would be broken at the tangent. You wouldn't be able to see it. At the halfway point, you wouldn't be able to see it come all the way to your feet if it was curved.
I'm gonna do some of those math equations when I go out to White Sands. I think it's gonna be like January or something, whatever, somewhere around then. And
January is actually a good time to do some observations over water, because you want the sun to be perturbing the atmosphere the least amount. So early in the morning, late at night, over a body of water at rest. Those are ideal conditions.
All right.
Obviously, you don't want too much of a temperature difference between the water and the air.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
because that can kind of cause heat waves.
Yeah, it's gonna be the desert though, and I don't think there's any water near. I was gonna do the other ones, the ones where you can look at measure the distance and see what the curve should be versus what it is. Because I kind of want to see that in real life, and living in Virginia with a lot of hills everywhere, you can't really Everything's a
I'm in East
bumpy mess.
Texas. I know what you're talking about.
What shape is the Earth then? If it's flat, that's like one thing I don't get. Is it like? Do we look like an iceberg?
We're not making a claim for the entire object. The Earth is not an object.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're claiming that when we measure the surface, it always appears to be flat. And if you go to the Globers and ask them, how do they know we live on a ball? They'll point to the sun, the moon, the stars. They'll point to anything except for go tell you to measure it yourself. We'll tell you to directly measure it. They'll tell you if you get high enough, you can see Earth curve, right? What if I made the claim that, well, if you get high enough, you can see unicorn nipples, right? Both claims are as scientific as the other because neither one of us can get high enough to see Earth curve or unicorn nipples. You see what I'm saying? It's just a baseless claim.
So is it bigger than they're saying it is because the math doesn't add up? Or
Yeah, it's completely flat. You live in the Antarctic basin. All the water is horizontal.
Yeah, you can just throw out the whole cosmology that you thought you were in and just start from scratch.
Yep. Go look at water in your sink in the kitchen, then walk into your bathroom and look at the water in your bathtub. Then look at the water in the pool, and then go look at the water in the lake or the ocean. They're all the same. The top surface is always horizontal.
Yeah, the acetone in this cup is horizontal right now. I'm making primers. That damn primer shortage. I'm not cooking meth, I promise. Guys?
Saying that everywhere you look,
Okay.
man, water is gonna be level.
Oh yeah, no, I was agreeing with that because I was saying my acetone was, but then it got really quiet and I got kind of nervous.
Yeah, I'll keep your acetone stories off the air. It's a good solvent.
It is. It is.
That silent moment is really necessary because that's your cognitions are working. You know.
Your mind registers everything.
So yeah, that's awesome.
Excellent.
Yep. So listen, here's the thing about I don't know. Have you ever heard of Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, I've heard of their stuff.
And you know that we have nothing to do with Flat Earth Society, right? Right. Yeah. We've never met one. They never come in here. Anyway. So yeah, putting that aside, what we all agree on here, which is the primary basis, is Earth is flat, stationary, and a contained gas pressure system. So, like, those are the things that we all agree on. Everything else we can speculate on. Like, but what we try to do here is we try to separate the speculation from reality, the empirically provable information of the world we live in. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so if anytime someone here makes a claim, you can automatically go, hey, cite your source, and that's going to be like proper. That's what you're supposed to do.
All right. Well, I guess I'll go back on mute for a little bit. Just listen to what else you guys are going to talk about. I don't think there's much else I could bring to the conversation right now. Kind of. Yeah. But
yeah, just
I'll be
remember,
here
you can do this.
listening.
You can do these tests yourself, make these observations. It's not really a scientific test. It's more of a measurement, and you know, you can either believe your eyes and believe what you're seeing, or you can believe what you saw on TV. We don't really care either way. We're just giving you the option to think for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like where I'm at, you know. So yeah, whatever, you know, it is whatever it is. But yeah, nice talking to you guys. I'll chime back in if there's something that comes up.
Hey, you're welcome anytime. didn't catch the whole conversation, Sonny, but he seemed like an honest dude, didn't he?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted.
I did.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, it seemed like very, very honest.
Meow.
I like that.
I like them so far.
You know, I think we keep getting honest people because that's just how most people are. I think that, you know, the anti-flurfers have realized that when they come in here, all they do is make it to where people can hear the conversation, the debate, you know, hear the questions and the data and the evidence and everything, and that's not helping them at all. So they've stopped coming in here other than Platypus and Matthew. And Matthew probably can't tolerate the Globers because of their relative truth and all their behaviors that they exhibit.
Going for him, that's for sure. It doesn't hang in there, but you know.
Yeah, I can see that.
Who said that?
Grace.
Yeah, you were gone for a while, buddy. Where'd you go?
Just playing games and relaxing. Mom had to go to the hospital and stuff, so we had to take care of her, and then, like, kind of wanted to unwind a little bit, so I just got some games and started playing.
Cool, man. Yeah, we missed you. Glad you're back.
Thank you, thank you. I missed you guys too.
So these past few weeks have been pretty interesting. We haven't been getting a lot of globetards in here. It's just normies. And I think we've had so many in a row that were normies that we're kind of taken back to how many people are just, you know, actually normal and brainwashed like we are, instead of brainwashing like the anti-flat earthers. You know, that whole misdirection, that's what a magician does. Look at me wave my magic wand while I pull the rabbit out of the hat, you know. It's misdirection. It's the prestige. Look at the stars. That's how you know it's a globe.
You see the same thing with a narcissist. A narcissist will also use all the same methods. That's why, generally, when someone is super zealous for the globe, I try to shit test them and see if they are narcissistic. Because they generally take really... It's almost impossible to teach a narcissist that he is wrong. He needs to see it for himself and then tell you that he was wrong. It needs to be from him. Otherwise, his ego won't accept it.
Right. Yeah. You try to correct a narcissist and say that, hey, you were wrong on this. And they'll be like, no, it was you, or it was them. It was anybody but me. Obviously, it wasn't my fault that I hit you in the face. You provoked me, kind of like a cop. Like when a cop pulls you over and he says, hey, give me your ID. And you say, you know, I don't have to unless I'm being arrested. And he's like, well, you're the one making this like complicated. Like, no, bro, you're the one that approached me. I'm just fishing. You know, I'm fishing for food and you're over here fishing for criminals.
Yeah, totally.
It's that rapist mentality. Like, you know, there's a museum where they have all the clothes from the women that were raped and what they were wearing when they were raped. You know, because a lot of people say, well, they shouldn't have dressed like that. You know, and it's like, you know, so you raped her because how she was dressed? That doesn't make any sense. How was it her fault that you raped her? And it's that rapist mentality that these people exhibit. So, yeah, good call with the narcissist thing.
Yeah, I just noticed that it's very common for them to check all the boxes if they're really sellout globers like you see on Gamma Pandas. But I think Rona and all this stuff is actually helping us get the normies in here, because now they're like, wait a minute, all this stuff isn't all adding up. Maybe there's some more stuff that's not adding up. So we're getting more of the people who are like interested in seeing if there's anything versus the people who just want to tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah, My Sharona is a really good song for waking people up because they're like, hold on, something's not right. And if something's not right, what if I miss something else? And at the point to where people start questioning everything, at that point we can start, making gains back from what's been taken away from us over the past couple of years.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that more people are coming in. It's interesting. I'm definitely gonna stick around and hear some of those talks. Karma was also talking about the other day that sometimes when we listen in, because I've still been listening in on YouTube and stuff when I haven't, even though I haven't been here, because it would just, I can't play the game and type. So I listen on YouTube, but when some of these normies come in here, we need to remember to treat them with more softer gloves than some of the crazy sophists. And occasionally I think we do alienate some people who could have gotten it if they would have just gotten a little bit softer approach. We kind of push them into knowing, like, they have to know the globe because they believe in it, when they are just normal people who don't know anything about the globe, and they need more of a hand-holding softness that's sometimes really hard to give because the Globers kind of abuse it, so they're really solitary ones.
And we're kind of talking about that for most of it. Agreeing with me, I think that we shouldn't treat the normies the same way we treat the globe. And they don't have to. They just can see, show them that they're wrong. Then at that point, we should treat them differently. And like over the past couple days, like you can tell that these people are being treated differently, and they're responding differently. And it's kind of like each person will kind of move up the rank, of understanding what's going on in here, if they can just be honest and be like, you know what, that is a logical fallacy. I won't make that argument again.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that we like. The minimum we ask for is honesty, and you could see it if you really go back over the years. We've always been nice to people who show honesty. The real zealots have a problem showing honesty and just talking straight out. That's why Witzig's litmus test of, like, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? Is really good, because they literally can't say what it is. They have to waffle and turn, like, say anything, but it can't be flat.
Yeah, agreed. I'll be right back.
Great. Now this means I have to keep the conversation rolling, because I was left with the mic. Let's see. Knuckles, you want to have a conversation? Nick, you maybe want to get... No, you just got a listening pass. You just want to listen. It's all cool. Well, the Earth is measurably flat, and it's not rotating.
Hey, Drace, it's good to hear you. I meant to ask that guy Amon what his confidence level is at this point, but anyway, yeah, I like the after conversation you guys were having. Hank and Drace, you two, awesome.
Hank is ace. I love everything he says.
Yeah, man. I'm rooting for Hank for president or something. No, I wouldn't want to do that to him. Anyway, yeah, Hank, man, keep it up. Love your conversation, Hank.
Yeah, you guys are badass too. If you'll notice, what I'm doing is I'm taking the 3 points and I mix it with Vlad, the Canadian guy that used to come in here all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and I mix it with his radius. Hang on 1 second.
The thing I find most impressive about Hank is how civil and nice and just
Yes.
on
Yes.
point with like
I know.
super specificity, but at the same time, it's just understandable by a 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
That's just genius to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to like we all can learn in that on that kind of level, you know. So like, yeah, that it always helps. I notice when I stay nice and calm and realize that we got the backing anyway. So I don't need to be getting upset about the conversation, no matter which way it goes.
Exactly,
Right?
bro. We're backed by the truth.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
even have to
So
defend it. We just have to expose it to the world and set it free.
Exactly. So I don't need, there's no reason to get upset. The reality is here for us right there in front of everybody. So that's all I need, so I can stay calm and just present my ideas of about what reality is and what we've discovered here on this side. Yeah. Illustrate it, show people, let them take the information and think for themselves.
So the trick is to stay in a state of meditation. And, you might hear the word meditation. Some people might think and some people might think prayer or, 50 Hail Marys. Like the state of meditation is a state where you become imperturbable, right? So, like, if you're imperturbable, someone could step on your new shoes and steal your lunch money, and you say, well, maybe he knows something I don't. Maybe he's really hungry and he really needs this. And he was brave enough to, like, risk fighting me for that lunch money. So, maybe I should just let him have it. Maybe he needed it. Maybe there's like an emergency. What's that?
Unflappable. The unflappable Hank Hill.
Right. But yeah, it's like you want to be in that state of meditation 24/7. Like people talk about, meditate like 15 minutes a day. And it's like, no, man, you should like constantly be meditating. And I try to focus on what I'm debating. Like sometimes I'll let the righteous indignation kick in. Like I remember a lawyer came in here one time and he said he was going to school to be a divorce court lawyer, and I called his ass out on it because I don't know what it's like in other states, but in America, the divorce court is a kangaroo court where they take advantage of emotional people, milk every last dollar out of them, and then tell them, you know what, we need to make sure that you get psychiatric treatment. So go ahead and put your mortgage up on your house, and then once you've completely gone all the way up to the eyeballs in debt and spent the kids' college fund and everything, now you can have your divorce. And it's like I really kind of called that dude out and a few others, but maybe I changed his mind and maybe he'll be a constitutional lawyer or something a little more honest. But yeah, the point is that you can like stay focused on the fruits of the spirit and be calm and shit. Like you don't have to get mad. And if you do you can't completely stop getting triggered. But if you do get triggered, remove yourself from the situation. Take some
Yeah.
deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth. Say
Yes,
the
Hank.
word woo-saw.
Yeah, Hank. You don't know how true what you're saying is because those are just the normal diversion tactics that some people that have emotional troubles, or I don't know, whatever they call some of these things, which I don't agree with any of the medical definitions. But ways to distract yourself: go out, take a deep breath, rinse your face off with water, like whatever. For me, pick up the guitar, play for 5 minutes. Like, yeah, go walk around the block, clean your room. Like all these different things. So it's the same kind of way. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it does apply to the conversation. Thanks for that. Mm-hmm.
And I've shared up here several times. the book A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga, and it's kind of one of those books where you have to take notes and you have to practice. Like you can't just read it and be like, I downloaded it. It's not like The Matrix where you just download jujitsu. You know what I mean?
Right. Or try to download a yoga book without doing the work.
Right. So that's one of those things. Raja Yoga, people say, they make fun of the Hindus and call them Raji Dajis or whatever, but like this is really ancient wisdom, right? And just to throw it away because you weren't born in India, I think is foolish. So just like the girls, they train their physical attributes, with the yoga mats and their poses, and they work on their core strength. Raja Yoga translates to Prince or King Yoga, and it's to help you train your cognitive and emotional attributes. So you don't want to let people like manipulate your emotions, right? That could be very bad for you. Like if you go to the casino and they're handing out free drinks, well, you're more likely to spend money and take like crazy risks. That's why the drinks are free. The drinks aren't really free. You're paying for it one way or another if you get drunk at a casino.
I know. I think when people start drinking those free drinks in the grocery stores, it's almost over.
So yeah, I think if you become livid, it's my estimation that you lose about 50 IQ points.
Well,
right?
you probably, you probably lose time too. I think you're probably cutting yourself short.
Yeah, stress does cause you to have like lots of health problems if you can't stop the stress. So there's 3 types of stress: chemical, emotional, and physical stress. Like all 3 of these send your body into a fight or flight mode, and there's no rest and digest. If there's no rest and digest, there's no rest and repair. If there's no repair, then your body's not getting repaired, and you're going to have more cells break down than more cells that are replaced. This is what we call disease. So I think that the whole meditation thing that I've been talking about, I think it's essential. Like you have to exercise, you have to meditate, you have to eliminate your stressors.
Have you ever tried fasting?
Oh yeah, I did it for 4 days one time.
Yeah, I've done a 12-day fast, and it was one of the greatest feelings I ever had. Like besides hunger, like everything else was pretty legit. It's just like being told that you need to eat 3 meals a day, like to live, is just the most absurd thing ever.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's just not natural. Like I kept reading about like, how do people in other places when they don't have food just survive for weeks but still move and do things? There's no need to be eating that much. It's like overindulging, like over-consuming. It's like a real Western thing, I think.
Yeah, that's my drug of choice. I love food. I am overweight, and I know that I'm overweight, but it's like just there's so many different flavors, and it's like chemistry. When you're cooking, you're like a little bit of red pepper and some black garlic and some purple onion.
Junk food hits you that way with like the perfect salt, sugar, savory blend, where like you just like want more. Like your brain's just asking, like, "Hey, that was like mad tasty,"
I'm gonna say those people in the world that only eat like eat very little, they're definitely a lot weaker than U.S. Western people who who balance their diet with physical fitness.
Did you say weaker?
Oh yeah, dudes
I don't know, man.
Weak as fuck.
I don't know, man. I've seen some like jungle people with like some crude sticks dig the most magnificent holes in the ground that are like vacation homes for the filthy rich and famous. They just got like a crude. It's not even a shovel. It's like that little dude is, he's moving like a lot of ground. That's like hard clay. I don't know if you've seen those videos, but they're pretty impressive.
Yeah, I've seen the
It's kind of weird. Like a bobcat can weigh like 80 pounds, but still be like stronger than like a 250-pound man. Like how it's designed and like what its diet's like doesn't really matter. It's just stronger. Like I don't know. I don't know the biology of those things, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes it doesn't make the most sense to me.
Well, I used to let people come to my house and fight because if you fought at school, you'd go to jail. And I would say, hey, look, come to my house. I'll offer you protection. Nobody's going to jump in. I'll make sure of it. And then the two kids would come to my house and I'd make them shake hands and be like, this is done, right? You're not going to get in trouble at school. And they'd be like, right, we're done. It's like, okay, if they both agreed to fight, they would fight. If one person didn't want to fight, the fight was over. But watching this, like the little squirrely cowboy, like grabs the big boy by the head and just like yanks him to the ground. And it's like, fight's over. Like, the little guy just like totally took advantage of this big guy's weight against him and just drug him to the ground like a cow, like a
the fight and the dog, not the dog and the fight. It was like kind of the saying, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. But the big Mexican dude, he wanted to fight. He just couldn't after that. Yeah, those little squirrely cowboys, you better watch out for them for sure. But, boys will be boys, and I think mutual combat should be legal. As long as one doesn't jump on top of the other and bash his head into the concrete or hit him with a brick or something. As long as when you hit them, their head flies backwards into the air, not backwards into a telephone pole or something. No weapons. There's not a lot of damage that young boys can do to each other than maybe a broken nose or knock a tooth out or something.
Well, it's the strangling, I guess. Like when you're knocked unconscious, like someone could just kill you if someone wanted to take it to that point. I know, like back in the day, like a lot of guys, like your most common way you'd probably go out would be in like a fist fight. Like just getting beaten to death by somebody. There's no one there to assist you.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've like broken up so many like unfair fights growing up. Remember, like the first grade, I step out after lunch. There's like a bunch of skinheads like stomping the student in the ground. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Because I knew at like first grade, like 6 years old, 7 years old, something like that fight should be like two men square up, agree to combat, and then they have a fair fight with no weapons.
Well,
and anything else is pussification.
I was probably one of the dudes who almost murdered another person. It was a fat dude. He had 6 inches on me. And ended up getting him or he was on his back and I just started pounding his face in because he tried tackling me and he was fat and out of shape. And yeah, it's a good thing somebody pulled me off of him because his face looked like mashed potatoes after.
It's just nature, man. It's like just kind of how we are sometimes.
Yep. Hey, if anybody's into reloading, I found out how to remake primers. So, yeah, if you're interested in that, I can teach you.
Well, green tips right now on cheaperthandirt.com are, let's see, they're $9, $9.99 for 20, so 50 cents a pop.
Yeah, still pretty up there.
Yeah, the market's healing after that one thing that shall not be discussed here.
Yes.
So,
yes, the Lord Voldemort of events. But yeah, there's a place called. Let me get the bag again. It's Primal, and it's used for remanufacturing 22s, but you could also use it for regular primers. So, yeah, primal.com, I think it was. But it's a very tedious process. Taking out the anvils, smashing them back to being flat, then mixing the compound. And you don't want to mix it wet dry. So you want to mix it with a little bit of acetone because then it gets rid of it makes it inactive, essentially. So you don't got to worry about it blowing up in your face. But other than that, it's dangerous, tedious, but also pretty fun at the same time.
Oh, ego. Who's that? Shines talking about ego. There's some great things you could use that help destroy your ego, at least for a little bit. It's an interesting perspective to have.
Well, yeah, I was just saying that ego is one of the. Sorry, my microphone was cutting out. I was saying that ego is a major issue when it comes to anybody realizing something. Like, if you think you know something and then you hear something else and you're not able to logically and concede that, yeah, that is better logical choice, it's usually ego. And so we witness that a lot in here. That it's mainly ego that comes to play in these conversations of what is actual logically sound and what people think. It's ego. I think it's one of the major issues.
Yeah, once your ego flares up, it's kind of like you've activated the programming of the individual, right? And it's just like the Matrix, where the woman in the red dress turns into Agent Smith, and then they got Stockholm syndrome. So the Agent Smith is like protecting his own captivity, his own enslavement. And even though it's mental slavery that we're under, right? It's still what's causing the problem.
Right? Like, it's almost like it's told in so many stories over and over again. Like the Ruby Heels, you had the power all along. Like that whole hero cycle of you had the power all along is true. Like, all you have to do is let go of that ego and realize truth is there if you allow it to be there, right? And some people are just totally incapable of that. And then there are some people that seemed incapable, but they come back around and it's like, haha, you have the power, right? Quite fascinating. The whole psychology behind it all is one of my favorite parts about just flat Earth and many of the fears. It's right in front of their face. They just can't get away from that ego, get away from being a person who is standing alone or with a few in the face of this giant crowd that is shouting at you, you're wrong, even though you know you're right, I didn't mean to kill a VC. Sorry.
Yeah, I came across this YouTube video a while back, Kill Your Ego. And the guy was he was like Ramsam, what do they call it? A Gnostic. And even though I'm Gnostic, I'm really under the influence that that's actually a pretty good idea.
What, being agnostic or an ego death?
An ego death is definitely the right idea.
Nah, it's totally
Yeah,
impractical, realistically.
Not
No.
Gnosticism.
I'm honest. I'm being perfectly honest. Like, the ego death is something, there's a lot of people need it. It brings them back to Earth.
I mean, it's a cool perspective to experience, but I
That's
think
the whole
that
point. Is it's
not
a
practical.
temporary point of view
Yeah.
that it's interesting to stand in
Well,
for a
lot
little
of
bit.
people like to take it and make it like, after they have that experience, that it's like a practical way to view the world.
It's not. is
and it's
not, but to have had the perspective
Oh
is
yeah, for sure.
an experience that you can draw from, you know, when you make other decisions in your life. Well, like that's kind of like the idea, you know.
Yep.
Humbleness that's associated with the ego death is very important.
Well, it's a very personalized experience where your ego is shattered in your own special way, where all the things that make you the way that you've always seen yourself fall away. You know, like things become a lot different when you're standing there realizing that, you know, you're not all these things you believed you were, you know. They can all just be
I'll
taken
show
away.
you. I'll show you a quick little ego death. This is really easy to comprehend. So, who are you? Like each person that can hear my voice, who are you? And some of you might say, well, I'm a father, or I'm a mother, I'm a brother, I'm a sister, I'm a carpenter, I'm a TV repairman, you know, but those are all just archetypes, right? Who are you? And the only answer is that I am the I that exists somewhere between my eyes. The I that when I say I comprehend how you feel, that is the I that I am. And when you realize that this meat suit and everything involved in it is not you, that you're only the I that is temporarily placed in between your eyes, then you start to realize that I don't know who I am. Who am I? Am I the sinner? Am I the saint? Am I good? Am I evil? And the question is, you're all these things and none of these things. And that little taste of the little hint of ego death that I gave you just now, like kind of helps you understand the world a little bit clearer in a way.
I had an ego death. I actually did DMT, and I mean, I've had many experiences where, you know, my ego has been put in check, and all these different things. I am very, very humble. I have hubris, like all these different things. But when I did DMT, I had a complete ego death where I wasn't even me, right? Like that whole ego death experience is where you are not even you and everything falls away and you're able to just, it's not even like thinking, like it's really hard to put into words when they're talking about an actual ego death, but I have experienced that. And when I came out of that, I was also told in that experience, like, don't do this again. You don't need to do this. I have so many people that I know that continue to go back and like almost do it recreationally, safe or sane. I think that it should be something that is treated as a incredibly spiritual experience and should be treated with concern and not treated as it's just like some kind of party drug. So all these stipulations, you know, FYI. But yeah, when that did happen to me, it really shook me and woke me up to the point where once I came out of that, I just really realized other people that have not had that experience or haven't even had the little mini ego death experiences within just normal reality, that they are just so far gone and stuck within what they're told, what they believe, this is how it is, and they hold it as like the shield, right? As Christians are supposed to hold up a shield and this armor of God, they hold up the shield and this armor of propaganda and just, you know, scientism, and they think that it's real. And it's really hard to get beyond that. I know witnessing here, since I've been on 24/7, you guys are really good at. There are some people who will never have that ability to be humble, have the humility, have the hubris to say, you know what? Oh, I was even wrong just about one thing. Oh, you taught me something. Like they're not even capable of doing that. It's quite concerning how deep this indoctrination goes, and that people aren't able to get beyond this structure that they built around themselves what they is. So anybody who's able to even just grasp a little tiny toe, just dip a toe in the water of, being humble and having a little bit of their ego stripped away, it's a beautiful thing. And an ego death is quite profound.
So it stripped off the layers, weren't you?
I'm sorry, you're roboting for me. I can't hear you.
Yep, that's how it sounds.
Same.
Indeed. I think it's important to kind of like bring the people around you have the most time you spend with, and kind of like introduce them to those ideas. There was one person that I know who's really against the psychedelic adventures, and after seeing how it positively affected my life, they felt like they should give it a try. So I think, maintaining those relationships with some of the people who are zealots is important. So eventually their will breaks down and you could, give them their ego death. Or I said that wrong. Not give them their ego death. You allow them to find it themselves. And yeah, it's important.
So, can you hear me now? Mic check.
You're still chopping up a little bit, but not as bad.
That sounded terrible to me. I don't know.
Okay, I'll be back.
Well, the same people who are saying that the Earth is a globe are saying, drugs are bad. So, certain drugs, certain things, just classifying things under a giant blanket that don't really work that way.
Yeah, it's kind of like they don't want you opening up your consciousness. Consciousness.
Like the whole point, like circling back to, I guess, why they're discussing about this in here is, an experience like that makes you more open and receptive to other information that you beforehand would have written off because your ego was blocking that kind of thing.
Indeed.
What up, Flat Earth Batman?
How about now? All right. Give me just a second.
So I saw some people have space herpes. I kind of want that in my tag because I have space AIDS right now, and I really want space herpes. How do I get that?
You guys know where to get any of that good COVID-19? I got the creamer. I just need the coffee.
No, I just want the space herpes because I have space AIDS and now I want space herpes.
Yeah, we don't talk about COVID-19 here. We'll get shut down. We'll get showed. All right, so to the lady who was trying to describe the DMT thing. So I spent a lot of time trying to think about how to put it into words. Can I be heard okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So it's like having the layers stripped off of you, the layers that you gained from being here on Earth and playing different positions in the game, different roles for different people. And when those layers are stripped off of you, the only thing that's left is you. And they peel off like layers of an onion, like Shrek.
Yeah, actually, I actually saw it as if I were like, of course, with DMT, there's a lot of snakes and reptilian kind of stuff. It was like everything sloshed off of me, and I saw everything that I am today, like come off of me, be a different person next to me, and I was left with who I actually am. And then that even away, and it went into some higher thing, and I was able to like see everything. It was a trip. But in that experience, I was also told within this experience, don't ever come back to it. Like, don't ever do drugs again. Like, you do not need this. You have all along. So, I mean, people don't need to do drugs in order to experience this. And I have had experience prior and after that are, maybe not as visualized, but still internalized where, yeah, you let all of that strip away and you go back to, this is what is real. This is what is story. This is logical. This isn't, all that ego can be stripped away without drugs. So this is not tell anybody to ever go do DMT or anything like that. I just want to make that clear.
It's called a DMT flow. Your experience.
You know what you mean. One time, I ate 18 grams of mushrooms and laid in my closet with all the lights turned off. And I never wanted to do it ever again after that. There was no need anymore.
I'm sorry, Hank. I kind of cut you off when you were talking too. If you wanted to finish that, because I would really like to know what you had to say about it.
Give me just a second, please.
Yeah, I got one thing to share while Hank's getting ready. Last time I had mushrooms, I saw an angel, but my friend also almost died. I went under the covers after having our mushroom tree. We were in the cabin in the woods, and I was just meditating under the covers like I do, and was seeing stars and in space. And then I see this angel, and then they whip the covers off me and drag me into the living room of the cabin. And my friend slips on a sweater on the floor, falls on the table onto a red wine glass. It breaks, stabs into his throat. And we lean him backwards to see what happened, because he's like, my throat hurts. And we all see gaping hole into his neck. We tried to hold pressure and stuff, but he becomes white. There's a giant pool around his head. This is not a good thing when you're tripping.
And you're out of the city.
Yeah, we're not in the city or anything. It's bad.
Is that in real life?
Yes, this happened to me last time I was on mushrooms. And we were with him, and he turned white, his lips blue, there was giant puddle everywhere. We were holding his hand and trying to talk him through this, waiting for the ambulance.
A helicopter.
They actually sent an ambulance, the assholes. And he was responsive all up until the end, where he started talking to someone who wasn't there. And
you couldn't see him.
We couldn't see them. And then all of a sudden, the ambulance guys rush into the room and they carry him off. And he lives. Apparently, the glass...
Oh, that sounds like I'm missing a good story.
Barely missed his main artery in his neck. So he was just super lucky. But according to him, when he was lying there, he was asked if he wanted to stay. And he was like, yes, I really want to stay. And that's when he told them that's when they rushed in the door. It was pretty amazing, because he shouldn't have survived that.
So can I break that down for you? So when you take poisons like Nita muscaria mushrooms, which is I'm assuming what you took, your body starts to die a little bit, and your spirit man becomes more awake as your physical man goes to sleep. And when he was near death because of the injury, he was talking to someone that vibrates at a higher frequency than your eyes and ears can perceive. But the person was there. You just couldn't see him because you weren't close enough to death, and your physical body was sending sensory information to your brain. And I'm about to lose signal.
Yeah, it's just weird because I've never seen an angel like that. It was very spectacular. but that's what happened right before for me, and then he falls onto the thing. Everything happens, and then afterwards, when he describes it as just a warm, loving light that's talking to him. So it's very interesting. The whole experience was for me the last time I did that kind of stuff.
So, what was the experience? Could you recap the beginning part very quickly for me? Because I feel like I know.
There's a lot of magic mushrooms that grow on Iceland. So
Of course.
we
I know
collected
this.
a bunch of them and went to a cabin and
Mhm.
had a mushroom tea, and we've done this a couple of times before. It's super fun. We watched UFOs and stuff. It's super fun.
Of course.
And then
As you
my
do.
friend falls onto the table where there's a red wine glass with some alcohol in it,
Oh,
and
no.
he falls onto the glass on his neck. So the glass breaks and stabs all the way into his neck.
This happened to my friend, accidentally.
Yeah,
But not accidentally on purpose, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah. So he almost dies, and he
No way.
talked to something that
Kept them like alive. That's what I
well,
gathered.
it's like
The pivotal moment.
it's like he was about to die, and then they ask him, "Do you want to stay or not?" And then he's like, "Yeah, I want to live." And then the ambulance guys rush in through the door. Even though we're in the middle of nowhere, it's like a few hours drive away. They shouldn't have made it. Like he should have died on the way and stuff. And then, like when the doctors finally patch him up and he still survives and everything, it's a miracle that it missed all the main arteries in his throat and just he just barely got saved. But the amount of blood on the floor was massive, and we tried to keep pressure on it, but it.
Wow. That's insane, bro. So my friend was killed in a similar way. Just shout out, actually, rest in peace today. Dan McKenzie, unfortunately, one of my friends passed away. Shout out, rest in peace, brother. And then, yeah, but so someone I know was killed by their uncle, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Ryan King. And effectively what happened was they're at a party, and it ended up becoming it was a murder, really. I think he punched him while someone put their hand up in the air, right? While they're holding a pint glass or a wine glass. So as he's punched him in the face, his uncle has punched the glass straight into his face, and the piece of the glass went straight into his neck. So to survive glass in the neck is extremely difficult because of obviously it's glass, right? You either move, you do anything, you're starting to sever things in all directions, right? So that's just such an insane story. That's so cool. Praise be to Abba, you know.
Yeah, I think part of why he survived was because one of my friends
The shrooms.
was like knew about like
Spiritual stuff.
know about what
the EMT, how to apply the pressure.
Yeah, you lift up his legs, you put him on the floor like this,
Yeah.
you put as much pressure on the wounds without causing it to restrict his airway,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of stuff. I think that really helped. Without that, I think he would have died, definitely.
What about without the mushrooms, though? Because I feel like that would have had an
I
impact
don't
as
know
well.
about that, but for me, that was real bad because like I was tripping so bad. By the time there was like a giant blood pool around his head, and both of my best friends were like on his either side. I could like look into the blood, and I saw just a gaping
Oh,
hole.
wow. Yeah,
I
because
saw
it's going
a
to
hole
turn
down
into a
the
hole, man. Yeah, man.
horrible. It was horrible.
That's some real shit right there. You hear this, people? Some real shit. This is why you don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, you would have been perfectly safe without the alcohol.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, alcohol, man, causes so many problems.
Yeah.
I love the way I could pin alcohol as the problem and not the shrooms. I love that. Great story.
It's
Well,
true.
great
We were
life
drinking.
experience as
That
well.
was also, if we hadn't been drinking, there would have been no red wine glass on the table, and he wouldn't have gotten cut.
Thank you. Like I said, alcohol, that shit'll kill you, bruh.
Hey, Crack, is the pencil still on the wall?
It literally is as well. I literally, in it, cuz, don't say the names or anything, but that pencil on that wall still there right now. I'm not even joking you.
That's
I don't know.
awesome.
He said, I thought you put it there with glue, but everyone watched me do it live.
I was there. There was no glue.
No glue involved. I would have got stuck to my fingers or something like that. You know, it's literally just fictitious bonding. Yeah, we don't even have any glue in the house, exactly. But yeah, no blue tack involved, nothing. So what it was is these kids showed this thing that Dyslo was doing. These kids were sorry, I'm finishing eating. So these kids were effectively bonding pencils to walls. I thought it had something to do with the metal part, so I got a pencil that didn't have the metal part to it because I thought it was digging into the paint. No, it wasn't. So it's just applying pressure with the flat part of the pencil to the wall, and I did it with a lot of pressure, so obviously it bonded really well. And I think the friction and the heat with the porous nature of the wall or the paint, I don't know what, like, you know, mine isn't like a high gloss paint, so it's fairly matte, right? The color, and the pencil's fairly shiny and has a lacquer on it. So I think I just created a bond between the two using the friction and heat and pressure. So I pushed in and then pushed up. At first, I was doing it with bigger, larger movements, wasn't I, Shines? Right? But when I did it with a smaller, then I did it with a smaller motion. It worked with a bigger motion, but then it fell. But with the smaller motion, I think I gave less capability for it to disconnect from the bonds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So,
what's even more interesting is that the kids also do it with just like, you know, one of those rectangles.
You cut out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yep.
Okay, so they did it with like a pink eraser where it's like one of those rectangular erasers. They were even able to do it with that. So it wasn't even the
That
hardness
seems-
of like a wooden pencil.
No, it's
But
not.
the
It's
pencil,
just.
yours is amazing.
I think with the rubber, I think it would be even easier to do. I'm gonna try and do it with a rubber.
See that.
When I find one,
See it.
I reckon
a
I
great
could get
card
rubber
trick.
to stick there for ages. I reckon I could get rubber to stick there for a long time.
It's
But
funny.
it's still
'cause
there.
we call condoms rubbers in America, so it's funny that you keep.
We call them rubbers here too.
Okay.
Why? How does quantum mechanics in respect to mountains affect the Earth aspect and gradient?
What?
How does quantum mechanics affect the mountains in respect to the atmospheric gradient? That's what you said. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess I need a little dose of psilocybin to understand your question because I'm not quite on your level, bro.
Right. Ask the question again because I didn't really hear it.
So, quantum mechanics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that anyway applicable to the Earth being round?
Yes. I know what you mean now. Okay. So you were taught Newtonian mechanics in school,
want
right?
the box put there. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my router just got kicked. I don't want it.
Why?
Okay, I'm about to post something. I gotta find it first, okay?
Okay, cool, bro. You know the vibes.
See my files. documents.
And the Chinese propaganda.
Yeah, we'll
The
have to
Earth
wait
is
on that one.
round. The Earth is flat, and the Earth being round is just Chinese propaganda, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole cover-up story, dude.
Not quite.
You know how the Earth is like an onion.
My
and it's
router
layered.
got kicked out. Sorry.
Well, we were just talking about how the Earth is an onion, and then there's layers, and inside each layer
Yo,
is a
homeboy,
true
you said
big
he's not gonna
area.
troll. Yo, homie,
The dinosaurs in each trophy.
Guys, one at a time.
Dinosaurs.
He asked a question. Let me answer it. Okay, so you asked, how does quantum mechanics? Oh, my message is too large. Okay, let me shorten it up a bit.
I muted him so you can spit your piece, Hank. I'll mute you again.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, yep.
Let me just erase some of this. I don't know how much.
Well done, Cirrus, bro. Because like I had no control other than to just use my voice right there.
Bro, I just checked him in, right? That's why I was like, all right, let me see the disaster that I've caused, because I already knew, right? Yeah.
Nigger.
There it is. Get out your system. Get out your system. All right, see you, bud. Have a nice day.
Why is that the best argument the Globers have?
I know.
It's the only one.
Did you ban him or did I? Who got him? Because I got him.
I got him.
I got him pretty quick.
I got him. I got him red hammer though. So
I got him
on
with the
my
red
phone.
hammer too.
Okay, cool.
So he got a double ban. So I don't know. He might have just got unbanned.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me check the lock.
I don't know if my boy Flatter Saints is still up in here. Don't know if my boy Flatter Saints is up in the house still. I don't care. Regardless, when we get a moment of time in a little while with not so much going on, I'm gonna go ahead and play his song and give him a little feature. He created a cool little song. Actually, I don't know if I can play that one. I have to think about it because we'll be alright on the live stream, right? We could talk about stuff here on the live stream about the cough, right?
we do have a new person in the chat.
Okay, well, I answered his question. It's in the voice text.
Somebody else.
He wanted to know how quantum physics and the ball Earth were connected. So there. How are space balls made? Gravity. What disproves gravity? The double slit experiment. There's your answer. And as far as your verbal diarrhea, I don't have any answer for that. That's something that your parents should have worked on, but obviously, like yourself, they're a poor specimen.
Indeed, that. Very well said, Hank. Again, I didn't hear the question, but now I know what the question was. So yeah, connectionary to the round Earth as a theory. Again, double split experiment right there. Bosh. That's how quantum mechanics would connect to that and would disprove gravity and thus effectively remove the ball. Remember, gravity and the ball are so inextricably linked that you could try and say, oh, but it could still be a ball without gravity because the double split experiment only dispels gravity. Well, then I say, how are you stuck, sir? How are you stuck here, sir? On this ball, sir? You are not, sir.
What do you mean we're not stuck?
Why aren't you flying off, sir?
Why are you not flying away?
Wouldn't you fall off the edge if it was spinning? Where's
Without
the edge?
gravity. Without
Where's
gravity.
your geometrical horizon? Yeah.
Could you take me to the leading sphere of the edge, or as I move to the location of the leading edge of the sphere, would that move away from me further away? Almost optically so. It seems
Where's your
as
edge?
if...
Wouldn't you fall off if we were spinning 1,000 miles an hour?
Without
We have a new guy
gravity,
now.
as disproven by
By the way.
quantum mechanics with a double split experiment, you would fall off, sir. So thus the ball is gone.
Yo, Craig, you want to talk to that one guy? I just checked him in too. or Hank or whomever.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, dude. Who
Craig,
is it?
go ahead. I've
Yo,
been
hey,
going.
what's up, man?
All right, yo, that one guy, dude. Welcome to the server, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Got any questions? You got anything you want to ask? Please do so. Feel comfortable to pipe up at any time. Unless someone else is obviously talking, don't speak through them or over them. But yeah, you know, you probably got told all that already.
Yeah.
So, what is your purpose here, sir? Do you wish to have a back and forth conversation right now, or you know?
I just joined to listen for a little bit, you know, see what's going on. I see
Yeah.
a lot of people are talking about drugs in that one chat. Mushrooms, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're talking about an experience that Drace had, I guess. But really, like I said, if someone new comes in, we're going to try and keep it to the Earth-based variety. You know, the delusional drug that is the one that induces people into believing in the heliocentric model. That being called the precursors to that would be, let's say, Einstein, Newton, and also, I guess,
Newton's the gateway drug for real.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So,
And the
Good one.
precursor to the previous conversation was consciousness. So that's where that went off into. But we
so
tried
yeah,
to
it's really unrelated to the ball Earth consciousness, isn't it? Really, it's like they're like antithetical to one another, I guess. Go ahead.
Well, what were we saying?
No, we have another. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Well, what were you saying, like about people not flying off the Earth because of gravity? What was that about?
Right, let me summarize it very, very quickly. Okay, a guy come in and asked, "How does quantum mechanics attach to the ball in some way?" Right, as in, effectively, how could quantum mechanics be used in conjunction to prove or the flat Earth? Right, and Hank very quickly and concisely said, "Well, the double split experiment effectively gets rid of gravity, right? And double split experiment is directly involved in quantum mechanics. So therefore, quantum mechanics removes gravity, that removes the ball, because what is the antecedent relationship to sticking to a ball? The antecedent relationship would be a thing called gravity. So we remove gravity, thus the ball itself would die and the globe would die because gravity would not exist in order for you to be pulled to the center of mass for you to have an objective direction of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball. And there you go, sir. That was what that was about.
Oh, dang.
Sum that up precisely.
Was that a good enough summary?
So what does the moon do then?
Yeah.
Does the moon move the tides, or does that?
We deal with science around here, right? So can you manipulate the moon to see if it's what causes the tides?
That's not
Wait there a second. First, before we go there, what causes the? Again, we just said that gravity was destroyed by the double split experiment, and that's not the only thing that destroys gravity. Gravity itself is something that's not scientifically validated whatsoever at all either. But like, again, I'm going to ask you: do you even understand what causes the tides on the globe model? First,
is I don't understand. You're saying, you know, it's the common idea, I guess, that the moon is moving the tides. Is that not true?
No, you're part right, but the narrative now is that it's a what you call a hula hooping effect, as in the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson. So the way that they explain it is there are two different vectors of gravity. These two different vectors of hypothetical gravity with these bodies living out in this second law of thermodynamics violational land called space, right? They effectively act as two vectors of gravity, right? And then in these two vectors of gravity effectively create a hula hooping effect around the Earth, which would be what would quell the tides and retract and detract them in their orbital patterns and motions. That would be the claim.
Yeah, I just posted a little picture here. That's the globe claim, and then above it, I just posted the chart for documented tidal notes, or how the tides are recorded to in reality. So, do the two images match, or were you taught something that doesn't match reality?
Probably the latter. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys mind if I go over the scientific method real fast?
No, we don't deal with the scientific method over here at all, Hank. Of course you can. Spit that shit.
All right, bro. So, new guy, do you know what the scientific method is?
Is that like you do the hypothesis, you do your tests, you record data?
Right, correct. But what are the three constituent parts of an experiment, which is a hypothesis test? Do you know? It's okay if you say I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm not too for sure.
All right, so here it goes. You have to have a dependent variable, which is your naturally observed phenomenon, right? And then you form a hypothesis. What do you think's causing this? So you say, okay, I think this is the cause, and that's your independent variable. So let's say a caveman, he's finding a hot spring, and the water's boiling, and he noticed that the fish are dead, and they were delicious, and he wants to recreate it. So he's got to figure out what caused it. So he has a hypothesis. I think the water was boiling because the temperature. So he goes to the ocean, and he makes a crude pot, and he adds heat to the pot, and it boils, right? So the cause is the heat. This is the independent variable. This is the thing that you're manipulating, right? So you've eliminated the other variables because he's not going to the top of the mountain, right? He's at sea level, right? And he adds heat. It boils. He takes away. It stops boiling. He adds heat. It boils again. So he proved with the scientific method and his hypothesis test, his experiment, that enough heat over enough duration of time can make water boil. Now, when you ask questions like, what causes tides, claim it's the moon gravity that caused the tides.
Hank, wait there. Stop talking a sec.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yep.
Right, check. Hank.
Oh, did I lose you for a second?
No, you're good. We heard everything you said. Stopped at the point of we ask questions like.
Okay. We ask questions like, can you manipulate the moon's gravity? Right? You can't turn it off to see if it's what was causing it. So you can't manipulate the things in space. So anything you've ever heard in science class, this is science. And they were talking about cosmology, theoretical astrophysics. None of that is science. Paleontology, that's not science, right? At least not natural science, right? So we have to be aware of the ambiguity.
Fake?
What?
You're telling me that space is fake after all this time?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just playing. I thought Santa Claus was fake too for a second.
No worries, dude.
probably
We'll deal with this guy. Let this guy get a reply. You're cool.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, so since I've explained to you how natural science works, the scientific method, do you agree that nothing in space is science? It's all outside of the realm of science because you can't isolate and manipulate the variables in space. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, that means that I can't do the scientific method for any of those tests because I don't have the capability of doing any of that.
Exactly. So if they say that gravity, right, is the force that rules the universe, and you can't say, well, wait a minute, I think it's electromagnetism. Let's remove the gravity and see what happens. Or let's remove the electromagnetism and see, you can't do either one of those. Right? So it's philosophy, right? How many angels can dance on the head of a needle? Right? That's that kind of question. What does God think about Saturdays? That's that kind of question. Because you can't prove anything. You can't isolate the variables and manipulate the independent variable, watch the cause the effect, and say, I know for a fact this is causing that because I just made it happen. You can't do any of that with space.
I reckon.
So in order for something to be science, it has to be empirical, testable, repeatable, most importantly, falsifiable. So if someone makes a claim and you can't falsify it, that's a logical fallacy, right? I forget which one, but if you can't falsify it, it's certainly not science. Because
Hey,
what would the null hypothesis be?
You have a
Can you
like a
can you explain one thing to me real quick?
Yep.
Okay, so I might be misquoting it. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Falsification is independent of a variable, or something like that. I heard in the debate. What does that mean?
Replacement.
Yeah. What is it again? What's the phrase?
So falsification is independent of replacement, meaning
that's it. Yeah.
So I take away gravity away from your imaginary place that you live in, not you, obviously the collective you.
Yeah,
I take away your imaginary gravity, right? I don't then need to replace something in order for the gravity thing to be taken away, right? Gravity's already taken away by the mere fact that it wasn't established. But then this goes further, obviously, right? So something that, let's say, may have been previously held as an axiom of truth, right? Something that could be anything. It could be that, dogs, for instance, can't look up. Then I prove to you that dogs can look up, right? I don't then have to replace the thing of dogs don't look up with like a new thing that states that, cats can't look up in order for that to be true. That's really stupid, obviously, but because it's not in the same vernacular. But the point is it's like whatever you take away, it doesn't need to be replaced. Like the cause of, right? The cause of the movement of the celestial bodies. I take that away. I don't then need to replace it with something to show it. I have proven that the thing that you thought it was is gone. Therefore, it's gone. And it's gone no matter what. Doesn't mean I need to show you a thing that will tell you what did cause it effectively. Do you see my point?
Yeah, because my question yesterday was, I was like, let's just take the whole vacuum of space out of the equation and just deal with like, how is the sun continually burning without continually being fueled? But then you said that statement to me. So do you see what I'm saying?
Of course, because this thing already exists. If you take away the idea of it being in the place of Narnia land, second law of thermodynamics violation, right? Well, then how is the sun then propelled? How is it powered? Well, I actually don't need to tell anyone any of that shit. Quite frankly, because at the end of the day, like I said, falsification is independent of replacement. It doesn't matter. The point is, the fact stands that I have falsified the fact that the sun, the idea even, sorry, not the fact, I falsified the idea that the sun is a hydrogen nuclear reactor in space by the mere suggestion that it's in a place that is a second law of thermodynamics violation. It apparently being a gas also would dictate that the entropy of those gases would seek to fill the privation that is space, which privation meaning empty of, devoid of, privation of gas. Okay, space is a vacuum, so it's a privation of matter and gas, right? So all matter, effectively. So effectively, the point is the high pressured gas in the sun, if hypothesized as something that is a nuclear hydrogen reactor, effectively would mean that the sun itself would seek to fill the available space to equilibralize the pressure next to the negative pressure that is space at 10 to the 17 negative torr, right? So then when we have that, that's just it. The sun's dead under that hypothesis, under that idea, right? So under that idea, and that idea is dead under that alone, right? And that's all I need to...
Let me ask you this. How would you counter an astronaut's argument when I've heard an astronaut say that outside the space station, if they didn't have their suit, they would burn up and freeze, explode and implode all at the same time? So they're giving you two totally different things at the same time. I'm just wondering how could you counter something that it's like one of those kids' books where you go down a different path and it's a different story. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
It's anecdotal.
It's anecdotal though, right? Exactly. Like, so, you could just hand-wave dismiss that shit, to be quite honest with you, because you could turn around to them and say, well, okay, can you prove to me that actually would occur? Like, can you show me that occurring first before you start inserting? Say, okay, right, so you're inserting that this thing would occur, hypothetically so, under and by what means for one. So you ask them to lay out the various factors that would cause the effect that they're talking about, right? And then once they start to do that, if they can do that, then you would say, okay, can you show me an example of this happening?
Yeah,
And then they're going to be like, no. And then you're going to be like, well, shut your mouth then.
Yeah, to me, it's like basically like trying to prove something wrong in like a fantasy book where like, do you see what I'm saying? Like they've written the script, so all they do is keep referring back to this magic fantasy land that we'll never go to and we don't understand it. You know, do you know what I mean?
It's easy to kill. Just point at the obvious contradiction. It cannot be hot and cold at the same time. You cannot explode and implode at the same time. This violates the law of non-contradiction and makes him illogical and therefore
Oh, I didn't even
either a
hear that
liar
part.
or retarded.
I didn't even hear that part. Yeah, it violates the law of non-contradiction straight away. Those are two positions that are antithetical to one another, right? You can't say that, you know, it's going to cause an implosion as well as freezing, or a form of combustion versus this. And like I said, tell me, what would it be that would cause the things in between that? How did you test it? What did you use to measure the temperature in space? What, you used a barometer that uses an inward vector of gases in order for you to actually read temperature? How did you even establish that the ISS was traveling at that speed? How did you do that? Did you do so using some form of, reference point from the Earth up to there using angles? Or what did you use to do that? A theodolite, a sextant? Or a sextant would then utilize a triangle. But wait a minute, you've got a curved surface. So how do you have a curved surface to the bottom of your triangle to use for a sextant? That doesn't work. It presupposes that you would need, a sextant will tell you that you need a flat surface for your vertical, for your horizontal. So how did they measure the speed of it if they weren't measuring it using angles? And then if they don't have the apparatus on the ISS in order to measure the actual speed of the ISS, i.e. meaning an accelerometer, which would take in, air or gas as the thing goes forward, and it would measure its rate and pressure as it does so. Well, you're saying that it's in a place where there's less gravity because it's a privation of gas. So what are you measuring? How are you measuring it, sir? You can't measure it with angles either because, again, like I said, how are you doing so? Are you using a sextant to measure the angles to this thing? Or are you just making up some other new thing that isn't scientifically validated, or form of measurement that effectively no one can even use or test or repeat? So please ask me those things. And first then, what about you're violating, the law of non-contradiction. You're holding two positions that cannot happen at the same time, let alone all of the other stuff you could point out as well.
How about this one? How about this one real quick? They say Earth is tilted at an axis. Just tell me if I'm wrong. In order to get an access point, wouldn't you need a level surface to get an access point when they say Earth is on its axis? Or am I wrong about that?
1 second, dude. 1 second. You have to ask me that again, or Drake's answer.
Okay.
Have like an orbital plane where they thought, at least in the Copernican model, where they thought all the globes were going in a circle on a flat disc like shape around the sun, but then that changed and now they're all spiraling after it, and it keeps changing, so it's hard to say. But to go back to the exploding, imploding at the same time, try to imagine that.
Oh yeah, no, I have. It's like they make something so they make it basically so it's like you don't. It's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because if they're setting the laws that people believe, then it's just it's to me it's like they're saying go in the hotel room, here's the key, but the key doesn't work, right? But they're telling you that you see what I'm saying? Like either way, they're writing the rules to it. So I'm just curious about what you'd say about that. You know,
it's a classic type of sophistry. It's a
it's
way
an
to
Hegelian
confound
dialect, huh?
people. It's a way to confound people. You try to confuse them on purpose by being contradictory, and that shuts down their logical thinking. And for a hypnotist, he can use that to actually put in suggestions. So
and they're for sure hypnotists, for sure.
They know how it works. They study that kind of stuff. I do study this, but applying it is harder than one would think. So a lot of them just suck at it, but they still try.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to arm myself with a few arguments against them because they'll bring up something that an astronaut said or anything, and my main point with astronauts is, I go, dude, they claim that they're drinking their own piss.
Yeah, dude.
They're
When they
drinking.
do that, then you say when you're let's say that NASA is like in court, and you're the lawyer, and NASA is who you think is the subject.
Yeah.
Is the bad guy.
Oh, they would never hold up in a court of law.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even go through preliminary, you know?
But if you take the
They've already
parallel
lost in court.
with
Oh, sorry, that's
NASA,
so different.
if you take the parallels, for instance, with NASA and the mob, you're not gonna trust the mobster's word for when he tells you we didn't kill anyone. We
Yeah.
never buried them with the fishes.
Yeah.
You need to look at the actual evidence and everything outside to see actually what the liar has been lying about.
Yeah.
So how would I disprove the sailboat thing? So I live in Titusville, Florida, and I work at SpaceX, and there's a harbor right there, and I watch boats sail away, right? And if you look through the little binoculars that you pay a quarter for, you can only see like the mast and the flag when it's really far away. Like I don't see the lower part of the boat. What does that mean? Is that
that means absolutely nothing, and it's very easy.
You need to get a Nikon P1000.
Wait there a second, Platinum
Like,
Saints.
zoom in.
Wait there, dude. Remember, let us just answer the questions a second.
Okay, sorry.
You can jump in a sec. It's cool. So you're talking about the phenomena, right? Okay, an optical phenomena of seeing things disappear from the bottom up first, correct?
Yeah.
So have you ever heard of the Anderson criteria?
No.
I think it's called that, formerly known as that anyway. Well, there's a hijacking of the thing called the law of perspective, right? Where effectively, if you take the mathematics, so I need to speak the flat of data so that I can lay this out better for people. But effectively, the way it works is there's this thing that was established way before the distance measurements to the horizon, or around about the same time, should I say? But it's a hijacking of what we would call perspective, right? Which is and it's the same thing that we use in terms of in sniper scopes, right? For scale, in terms of like for basically being able to shoot a man, right? If I want to know a man's height, for instance, I know that he's roughly 6 feet, yeah, between 5.5 feet to 6 feet, yeah. I can know basically by making marker posts on my sniper scope versus me measuring the angular size of the man versus the distance to the man himself, right? What I can do then is I can effectively utilize this formula, right, in order to measure how far away it is that he is from me using a form of a scale on my actual scope, right? This is like using perspective in order to do this. And what we understood a long time ago was this: that a 6 foot man that's around about 3.4 miles away from a man, yeah, meaning from his eye line, a 6 foot man's eye line, to another 6 foot man, he will start to disappear away from him at about 3.4 miles away, I think it is, yeah. I'll have to find out the numbers properly and correctly for you. So a normal man that stood there in a field, a man walks away from him. He keeps walking away. It would appear he would start to disappear at about 3.4 miles away, okay? So they hijack the idea of perspective, right? And this is because, again, the incidence to the angle to resolve something. So we have the floor there, right? Correct? So your eye starts to resolve the thing that's in front of the feet. Obviously, we could show the opposite of this, where if I had a ceiling and I lifted you up to a ceiling and I rolled a ball away from you on the ceiling, guess what would happen? It would disappear from the ceiling up first instead, because the incidence to the angle to resolve the thing that you're looking at from the top now instead reverses, right? So when things are moving in the distance away from you, we can show this very simply. If you direct your attention to the live stream voice text, people are probably posting stuff showing this. We've proven that actually things don't disappear from the bottom down. In fact, what happens is they go out of our focal range and our ability to resolve them. It disappears, right? You increase your range or increase your length or your focal position, i.e. by using something like a Nikon P900 or using a spotting scope or binoculars, you will increase your focal point to where he is, right? So effectively, it's like zooming you forward to where the object is that you can no longer resolve, right? So then what happens is you don't have this smudging in effect. You remember, if you ever looked at street lamps, yeah, as you look down a street, the street's completely straight, the lamps are all the same height. But what you see, right, is you see the street lamps appearing to sink into the ground, almost as if that they are getting smaller, right, as you go away from you. And then you see them converge inward as well. Like when you look at the train tracks also converge inward, right? That if we were to look at the same train tracks orthographically, they would still be completely parallel to one another, wouldn't they? Though, but what we know is like I said, looking down a street with lamps, they appear to stoop into the floor. They appear to also converge into a point. That's perspective. You can zoom past that whole point though by increasing your distance to resolve it. So by increasing your focal distance. So again, using an optic, right? And we've proven this many times. And it would follow that they just logically made a leap a long time ago when they saw things roughly disappearing around about that formula that I was talking about, around about the Anderson sort of criteria, which is that anything at the foot level of a 6-foot man will start to disappear at around about 3 miles away from another 6-foot observer, right? This is just roughly, obviously depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, this can change a little bit. But the point is that effectively is what occurs. And I hope someone has posted a meme to that effect. But Drace, would you want to add anything to what I've just said? Because I know you're great on this.
Yeah. The thing you were talking about the Rayleigh criterion earlier. I think you called it the Anderson criterion. It's not a big deal, but
I don't know if I was on about the Rayleigh criteria at all. Like I said, I think I'm on about an old formula that talks about perspective effectively. So I don't know if I was.
The Rayleigh criterion is the diffraction limit, and how when you increase the aperture of the camera, you change the diffraction limit, and therefore you can resolve things that were unresolvable.
That's not what. Yeah, that isn't what I was talking about. No, I was talking about the something that is very old. That is way.
I don't know what you were talking about, but the Rayleigh criterion plays into all of this, and also humidity. Hank posted a GIF of where you have magnification and without magnification, and that's basically what humidity does. It adds magnification. It's water in the air, and so the more humidity, the more magnification, and so you lose the bottom earlier than you would. It doesn't. You're not able to see it fade into the sky unless you're probably higher up. I did this on a mountaintop near the water. I watched a cruise ship sail away. From my eyes, I could see it disappear into the horizon. Then we brought up the binoculars, and we could see the ship again. It kept sailing. We watching it in the binoculars until it disappeared, and then we brought up a bigger telescope. And
then you could see it again.
And
yeah.
It was so faded out because the light from the boat that was coming off the boat was diffusing in the air that it turned into a white silhouette that is diffused into the sky, disappearing.
And that's what I was speaking on when I say that when something starts to disappear from the bottom up first, that's the angle is very acute, right, to the floor. So when you increase your angular resolution, meaning when you increase your altitude, right, you decrease the incidence of that angle that is acute effectively. You make it less and less acute the higher you go up, which then thus plays into that whole thing with the Rayleigh criterion. The thing I was talking about in terms of Anderson is nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion. This is an established thing that is to do with two observers or two people that and a predicted roundabout ratio of when people will start to disappear from one another at different distances. Obviously, that plays into the Rayleigh criterion is very similar. I just checked my notes again, and if I am wrong, then I'm wrong. But like it is something that I would have to explain, and there's a whole formula to it. It was first coined.
Yeah, I would love to go over this or get some information so I could look it up myself? Because it sounds really interesting. I was under the impression that you were talking about the other thing, so it was just my mistake.
No, it's the Anderson formula, and I think the Anderson formula may be the precursory thing to the Rally criterion.
Can I take a stab at answering that question?
You don't need to ask, bro.
All right, cool. So here goes. So what causes the bottom of objects to disappear? Okay, in this case, I'm going to use Chicago because that was one of the first things that we talked about. So Chicago, you can't see the bottom of the building, the street level. Why? Okay, so you're not actually looking at Chicago. The light is reflecting off of Chicago and bouncing into your eye. Most of it, but not the bottom. So here's why. The guy who came on a year after the guy said that it's a mirage, he had a specialist from a nearby college, and the guy came over and said that the atmosphere is acting like a lens, causing magnification. Now, this is like a thing that if you Google it, right, you'll probably see like a fact checker somewhere says that a flat earther made it up, but actually it comes from a college professor who's an expert in his field, right? So this guy said that it's atmospheric magnification is happening. And when that happens, when you magnify something, let's say you magnify a cowboy to look at his belt buckle, well, of course, it's going to cut off of his feet, right? Well, this magnification that's happening over this large body of water, as the image is diverging, which means stretching out in all directions, one of the directions that it's stretching is down. And as the image stretches down, the light bounces off the water and reflects and goes into another direction and never actually reaches your eye. So the bottom of the boat isn't being cut off because of geometric horizon. We've already disproved that a long time ago. The bottom of the boat is cut off because of the atmospheric conditions that is magnifying the image. And as it magnifies, the image stretches, and down is the one place that it has no room to stretch. It can't stretch down any further because it bounces off of the water. It can stretch to the left, it can stretch to the right, and it certainly has plenty of room to stretch up, but it can't stretch any further down without bouncing off the water. Thanks.
100%.
I have a question.
And again, I like to use that example. If I had a long enough ceiling, and I've done this myself actually, with a ceiling, with a small object, where I've got my friend up on like a ladder, got him to put his head right, and basically I've got him to put his forehead basically against the ceiling, right, and then I've got a ball and I've rolled this ball along the ceiling away from him while he's looking with his eyes. Basically, so this is to create a similar situation to as if you were laying on your belly on the floor, because I did the same thing with him, right, on the belly with the same ball in the same room. Pulled the ball away from him, and he saw the ball disappear from the bottom up first, right? And it's just that his eyes started to resolve the wood floor in front of him, before it started to resolve the bottom of that thing anymore. And it's, again, this is just the way things work, right? It's just the way eyesight works. And basically, effectively, this is something that's been ignored, but and has been reused and recalibrated so that it could be used in a lie, I imagine. But anyway, so I got him to put his forehead on the top of the ceiling, and then I roll this ball away from him, and he literally sees the exact same distance away because his head and his eye height is exactly the same pretty much when he was on the floor. And he sees it like it took about the exact same amount of distance for this ball to start to disappear from the top up first instead of the bottom up. So what does that say? Remember, when you're looking at boats out to the horizon, there is no ceiling. Like Hank was just saying, there's plenty of room to the left and to the right. And there's plenty of room up. Obviously, I'm not talking about the exact same thing, but I'm saying there's plenty of room in all directions, right? But not so much down, yeah? Okay, so that's what another thing to think about. Why then is it that things will disappear from the bottom going down if they are if done so on the top of a ceiling versus the ball that disappears from the bottom to the top if done so on the floor? Like, again, that should tell you something, that the effect is not being caused by Earth curve. And again, if caused by Earth curve, then we could lead you into something completely different to talk about that, which would be, well, where is the Earth curve? Because this ball that we live on is purportedly a certain size. We have a radius of 3959, right? A radius of 3959 and a simple little bit of spherical trigonometry would let us know that the distance to the horizon should effectively be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from that observer, right? That's just simple spherical trig. You know, you can even Google how to calculate the distance to the geometric horizon. But the horizon itself, in the name, it says the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground. Well, that's what it really is. It isn't a geometric location. You're not seeing things disappear behind a lump of Earth curve or a sagittar or a leading edge of a sphere that you can see. That's not what is occurring, guys. And everybody that is here obviously knows that, but I'm saying that to you, dude, because at the end of the day, like I said, if you're honest with yourself, you will know the distance to the horizon does not fit that formula. Meaning, if you're at 1 foot off the ground, your eyes, you effectively should never see a horizon any further than 1.2 miles away. And if you were 8 feet off the ground above sea level, you should never see a horizon that is further than 3.48 miles away, right? And you yourself, if you're honest with yourself, would know that you have seen horizons that do not fit in that formula, meaning you at 6 foot or 5.5 feet, between 6 feet, should know that you've seen horizons that are much further than 6 feet away. And then not only that, we could provide observations that would show horizons further than that. So then you would say, well, okay, maybe it's refraction. Maybe it's some sort of optical effect. Okay, cool. That's our argument. Again, how did they define the radius or derive it? They said they measured the dip angle from an altitude on top of a cliff, which again presupposed that the Earth was a sphere when he was doing it because he's using spherical trigonometry. So there's already bias there. And then as well, for him to get that angle from the cliff, he needs a flat plane to do so because he doesn't have a horizontal or a vertical to create a 90-degree angle for a triangle because the base of the triangle would be curved because he's on a curved surface. So he already needs something else for something else that he doesn't have. So thus, again, the issue is the distance to the horizon that he derived the radius. This is Al-Biruni, right? When he did so, he didn't do dick. Okay, he did nothing, right? All he did was effectively, I believe, just lied, or he measured the distance presupposing it was a sphere, thinking that the atmospheric conditions on the day wouldn't dictate the distance to that very horizon that he's looking at. And that's our whole argument, is that the horizon itself moves based on the optical conditions of the day, which means you cannot define or derive any geometry from it. You cannot measure that which is ever moving. It isn't a static or solid line for you to measure to. Thus, you cannot derive any form of formula from it in order for you to derive a radius.
I want to say something really quick, and hopefully you guys can hop on board with this. I'm not sure, but refraction, I just posted at 30 minutes after the hour what refraction looks like between mediums. So refraction takes place at the boundary between media, right? So what we are witnessing within our media has to do with reflection. It has to do with mirroring, all these different types of things, but it does not have to do anything to do with refraction. While Globers like to claim, oh, there's these minuscule little tiny bits of refraction that are happening, and that's what's creating this perfect image of what we're seeing, even though it's maybe a little wonky due to humidity or whatever. But no, I do not think it has anything to do with refraction whatsoever. It literally has, I think, especially reflection is one of the key components of what we're witnessing. That there is, if the water gets into the air and there is this wobbliness of the gas and the water mixing together, we will see different reflection that can cause such anomalies, such as mirroring, such as mirages. I mean, mini mirages, it looks like it's water. That's reflection. It's not refraction. I'm hoping others might agree with me on this, but I think that there are still a lot of people in the flat earth community that think that refraction is still happening in our medium and not just at the boundaries between two media, between water and air. And so I just want to get your guys' ideas.
I think it's heat waves. You ever seen a helicopter take off with the sun behind it? And you see like how the the image of the sun is slightly distorted because of the heat exhaust coming out of the chopper. You ever seen that? Anybody know what I'm talking about when I say heat waves?
I
Yeah,
know
100%.
Yeah, man.
but I've never
100%.
seen a helicopter.
Yes. Just from any like super hot engine or whatever, some of the heat. So that is a
Right.
refraction, unless you're gonna
It's
label
not
something else.
refraction, though,
Cool.
because I think that it is
What is it?
reflection. Because it's not a boundary between two media, right? So, like, if we're talking about a boundary between two mediums, that means that there's one medium, there's a different medium. If we have a flux of mediums, and let's say that, within our atmosphere, atmos, whatever you want to call it, if we have this and there are all these different gases within it, if a different gas is there, or even if you throw water up into the air, you will have refraction at the boundary between the water and the air, but it will not happen within that entire thing, right? So I think a lot of that, I think people, and I'm hoping people will look more into reflection, retroreflection, and all these kinds of things that can happen within our medium of all these gases that are within it. Now, again, if you throw water up into the air, you do have a boundary between two media. If you have something that is an exhaust, where it is just one solid thing that's coming out of something, you will have that at the boundary between the two media. But what is happening at the center of those things is not refraction. Refraction happens at the boundary, and they've kind of tried to hand wave away everything else that is happening, like, oh, we already know what it is, let's just throw it to the side, that's all just like mini refraction, when I think it actually has much more to do with reflection, retroreflection, and all, maybe something we don't even have a name to yet. But I don't think that it is refraction, because refraction, when we look at what refraction is, it only happens at the boundary between the media, period. Like, it doesn't create a wobble within it. It only happens like at where that boundary, it will shoot light off into different directions, but it's not going to create something within it. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're trying to say, of course. Like, it's almost like the boundary of where the end of our vision is, right? Effectively, that is where we see the cumulative effect of refraction, right? But when people say refraction is ever present, I think they mean that light's always attenuated through the atmosphere, and where that light ends up and the path that it takes through the medium and how it changes and differs through that medium as it goes.
Exactly my point, though, Crack, is that it doesn't change through the media. It only happens at the boundaries. So it happens if you have a glass, it'll happen where the glass is, it'll happen where the water is, it'll happen where the air is. The light will take different directions, right? Light doesn't bend, it just takes a different direction at those boundaries. As it's going through that medium, it contains its solid path of which direction it wants to take. So if we're looking at something in the distance, I honestly think it has a lot to do with just reflection. And, when the heat creates, it'll make it look like water, which is a reflection, right? We're now seeing a reflection. This isn't a refraction, it's a reflection.
Well, we know of the change of angle, right, between medium, right? Like, let's say if light goes through one medium and then it changes to another medium, the angle of the very light is changed as it changes and transitions through the medium, right? That's basically, I believe that's something to do with like Snell's law, is it anyway, right? Like, that's something that's already established. What you're talking about there, yeah, like, I'll have to think about that a little bit more on what you're talking about.
No, I
In
hope you
terms
do. That's
of
all
me
I'm
to
asking
give you,
for.
well, I mean, as well, I think as well, I mean, I'd have to have a conversation with you about it separate to understand what you're
Love
saying
that.
better. Because at the moment, like, there's cooking going on in my house and stuff, and I've got ADHD, so like the noises, distraction, like, it's yeah. As soon as that, like, and I can't complain about that. You know what I mean? It's cooking food for me, so.
Yeah. I would love that. I would love to talk to anybody who wants to talk about this, but I mean, really thinking about this and going through like terrestrial refraction, we have terrestrial refraction, we have celestial refraction. That has to do with what they call outer space, right? What we know about here on Earth, it only happens at the boundary of the medium. Everything that happens in between, they're just like, that's refraction too. And I think that there's much more to dig into this, that no, it's not refraction. It has to do with reflection, retroreflection, and maybe something we haven't even put a name to yet, right? But I think that it is imperative because they keep claiming it's refraction, it's refraction. Well, no, it's not. It's not refraction. That only happens at the boundary between two media. So what is it that we're witnessing? You know what I mean? I just think it's an interesting.
I want to go into it again because I was trying to let other people talk because other people have something to say. But think about when you're under the pool and you see a light on the other side of the pool, and the light appears to be really big. But then when you drain the pool and you change the bulb, you find out that the light, the filament's really small. But because the way the light interacts with the medium, it makes the light spread out as it interacts with the particles like a shotgun blast. Right? And that's just the nature of light. Look at the inverse square law, how light comes off of a round object and it just spreads out.
But what she's saying is that is it actually that it's changing that much because of the interaction between the medium of the gases in the actual tube, or is it more to do with the actual hitting of the actual change of the medium,
No.
meaning it hitting the glass?
No. So
Like,
I agree with Hank. No, because I agree with Hank. Yes.
I was going to say, yeah.
Filament,
Right.
and then that
So you're
filament
not saying
in
that.
the
All right. You're
water
saying the same
will
as him, right?
be very
All right,
large.
sweet.
It will spread out, and it will behave that way in the water, right? It will behave even that way through air. Like that light could have a small filament, but spread out throughout whatever medium it's in. That said, I'm only talking about refraction. What
All right,
the
good, sweet.
definition of
Sweet,
refraction
sweet, good.
actually is. So that only happens at the boundary between two medium that we can witness. If there, like, I have never seen any experiment that shows that refraction wobbles, except for when they even try to say, oh, the sugar tank with the fish tank with sugar water, right? It's like, well, yeah, that light might bend through it, but that isn't the
Non-analogous.
live in at all. Like, it's not even reality. That's not a natural observation. I'm talking about what we naturally observe, and what we naturally observe isn't something that's just doing like a major arc. We will see wobbliness, we'll see mirages on the floor, we'll see blooming. I think it really has to do a lot with reflection rather than refraction, and I think that there is a lot to explore there. I think it's a really interesting topic if anybody wants to dive into
Oh,
it.
again, what is refraction? So first we have to look at what refraction is, right? So, like,
The light changing direction in the boundary of two mediums, and only at that point of origin, once it hits that new medium, it might change direction. The light isn't bending. It's like a car going down a road.
All right,
It's a
all
straight
right, sweet. But
road, it goes off into the dirt. The car isn't actually bending. It's just taking a different path. So that happens.
right, so let's take the heat shimmer effect. Let's take the heat shimmer effect a second, though, right? But when they talk about that and they try and bring that in with the black swan, I think, well, that's even worse for you because now not only do you have refracting light that's apparently pulling up, these oil rigs up over the horizon toward you, all in the same field of view, at the same time as dragging the horizon back behind them. While we also have the same very light that's doing this effect for us to bring these different habitats into our field of view over the horizon, you apparently are also saying that refraction is also causing these, things to shimmer left to right, all in the same field of view, right? We have three different, forms of effects of light that are going on there. The pulling back of a actual horizon behind the things, and the pulling forward of the things over the horizon. Two different motions, one forward and back, all in the same field of view, plus the wobbling left and right. Well, again, like when we have a reflection off of something, right? You use a light to reflect off of, let's say, a window pane, for instance, right? And then you have a mirror next to that window pane, completely parallel to it, right? Across from it, right? Perpendicular to it, sorry. So it reflects off of the window, and then it bounces off of that. You do end up with these like effects of like glow, right, as well, and stuff like that, right? Like there is stuff to look into what you're sort of trying to say there, I guess.
Yeah, so Drace posted a bunch of really cool images, and it's reflection. Like, we can see it. This is looming. This is miraging. These are all these different things, and it is reflection, not refraction. So when Globers are like, oh, well, those oil rigs, that's refraction that is happening where the it's all wobbly and bent. It's like, no, that's just reflection because there's heat, and so it's reflecting off of each piece of what is happening there because of the heat, and it's making these mirror images of where it should be, but it's not. It's just a mirage. It's just reflection. And so when they
I
claim
thought that's
reflection,
the way I
think that they're
understood it.
wrong.
That's the way I understood it myself, anyway. but I guess you're saying more in the language. But in the language, that's the way I understood it anyway. If more what you're saying, is the way I've understood it for a long time, right? I guess as that. So, I don't know. Maybe I've been misunderstanding parts of words or whatever, or convoluting them myself. I don't know.
Well, I don't know because I mean, we just kind of met last week, so I we're getting to know each other.
I know
But
you're not. I know you're not commenting on anything I've said.
no,
I'm
yeah,
just talking
nothing you
about
just said.
you know.
I have heard a lot of people talk about still refraction when they're talking about the black swan or they're talking about something that's happening within our medium. And I just think it's something that is cool to explore. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying that like it makes sense and that there might even be things that we don't even have a name for yet. But I think reflection, retroreflection, all these things are much more relevant than refraction because refraction only happens at the boundary between two mediums. And I think Globers have hijacked refraction and just made it like a blanket statement, just like they've done with gravity. Like refraction can't be everything. Gravity can't be the answer for everything. Like it's
No,
ridiculous.
it's like
You know what I mean?
It's like literally the answer for everything at the moment. It's like you're going to need R for that. You're going to need R for that, and it's refraction. It's radius. It's it's not just it's refraction. It's radius. They want G. They want R. Before you know it, they're going to spell out like I don't know, like great or something. I don't know, or globe again somehow. I don't know what they're really doing with these singular sort of things that they stick to as their answers. But again, like I said, for us to speculate though, we should definitely do that sometime in a different place, if not in a different place, but in a different place where we can like lay things out better and stuff like that, and actually properly speak about it in depth.
Yeah, I would love that, especially like somebody talked about the wonky cranes, and it's like that isn't refraction. It's like going into one of those clown rooms. Wonky is reflection. The heat
It is
creates like a
actually
mirror, right?
the crane distortion is one of the types of refraction. It's towering. It's not stooping. Stooping is the compression. Towering
And this is my
is
point.
when
I
it
don't think it's
stretches.
refraction.
Well, it falls under one of the 5 refractive effects, and you can see this a lot if you do a lot of observations looking at the horizon and looking at things at the horizon. Like if you take a really tall building, like a hotel or something that has stories or windows with an equal interval, when you look at it at the horizon as you move away from it or go closer to it, you'll notice that the floors closest to the ground start to get compressed, and that effect can make it so compressed that it goes beyond your angular resolution to see. So we don't know exactly how the air is doing everything it's doing. There are distortions, there are these effects plus mirages that we have theoretical explanations for, like with rays. They use rays to explain all of the refraction models, but then they admit that the rays are purely hypothetical, they don't exist, and it's just a convenience. So they admit that the light is just a beam. They don't have any rays or anything to bend. It's reality is far more complex than they want to sell to the public.
I agree with you 100%, and I am begging that people look into this further. That again, refraction. I know that they are like, oh, this refraction works with this, and this is this refraction, and that's that refraction. When we only see true refraction happening at the boundary between two mediums, and what is actually happening within our medium. Yes, there's all this wonkiness. We have different gases. There's water, vapors, and all this different stuff, but that would only happen at the boundary between two media. So that could be, of course, one of the variables within this, but mostly what I am seeing is reflection. It is reflection and how we are witnessing through our medium that is one medium, just like water is one medium, and that water has all kinds of things going on within it as well, right? That water isn't just pure this and there's nothing else going on. There's stuff going on within that water as well, just as there's stuff going on within our air. And what we're seeing are different reflections.
that are happening, or something that we haven't put a name to yet. I do not think that they can just hand wave dismiss this and say, oh, this is this type of refraction, is this type of refraction. The bendy cranes.
Reflections of refracted light, almost.
I mean, even whatever it is, even the bendy cranes, it's like, okay, so yeah, it's hot. Hot creates a mirage that looks like water, which is a reflection.
Well, yeah, because the gas itself that you're looking through is like, now excited. Like the gas itself is excited and it's bouncing around faster because of the heat. So we get these dense columns of air, and then when these dense columns of air line up,
Thank you. That's the key word right here. Ding, 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 ding.
Call it
That,
air
like, if you have
diffraction or something along those lines is more accurate than refraction because it's not using Snell's law.
in that, okay, so if you have a propane torch, you hold it vertical, horizontal, whatever. In that column of hot air, the density is the density differential between the atmosphere.
You liked it when I said that, didn't you?
And that column is great. You see, so you will have refraction because it will act.
Are you guys still verbally wanking here tonight?
It'll be like what? Let me finish my point real quick, man.
You heard what I said. Is everybody
What'd you
still
say?
in here verbally wanking?
Well, I am right now.
Yeah. I can hear. I can almost smell the moisture in the air. Come on, guys, haven't you given it up yet? Given an infinite plane, there is infinite pressure. No need for a container. We all.
All right. So, anyways, back to that point. So that column of air, okay, when the light hits it at the boundary, that's an angle of incidence, okay? Whatever you're staring at, and depends on what you're staring at, the road or up high in the sky. So that's your angle of incidence. And that column, that boundary is always changing shape. So that's why it's shimmering, because it's not glass. It's not straight. It's an abrupt boundary. So so imagine this ray of light, this straight line, right? It's not hitting a perpendicular surface. It's always, that surface is like a wave. It's like playing around. That's why you see that stuff playing around, because that it allows you to see the heat in the air, right? And then when everything, that hot zone, cools off, it's just, there you go. You can't see it anymore. But that's why you can see it from the exhaust. It allows you to see the heat, like the air. So if you understand it this way, then you can actually apply Snell's law to that, but it's more difficult, but you can. But good luck defining like the angle of incidence with the boundary, because the boundary is always changing shape. So, but you can actually apply it because the density is quite great. Just measure the temperature of the air or of the exhaust, and you'll know, approximately the density difference. I think air is 1 kilogram per meter cubed, roughly. I'm not sure, air like 20 C or 23 C or whatever. Anyways.
But then Andrew Thomas Young tells us that rays of light don't exist. We just have.
Oh, yeah, there is no ray. Like the path, like the straight line, like a ray of light.
I'd post this quote. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser or less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we only have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist.
I think they're already assuming something by calling light rays. I think that there's so much more for us to discover, and there are so many words that they have used to stop us from really diving deep into what actually is. I mean, is light a ray? What does a ray mean? Like, is it actually that? Is it actually I mean,
Well, you could see it from a flashlight. It comes in like a straight line kind of way.
yeah, and as soon as you turn on the flashlight, it happens like instantaneously.
Collimated light.
There is light, columnated, because it is directed in that way. That flashlight has mirrors on it, which is pushing that light to behave in such a way. When we're talking about the sun and like natural light, something that human beings have not made, we're talking about the sun or the moon. What actually is it? I think that there's so much more to explore, and that they place names on things and definitions to things that are just easy, and they just hand wave dismiss it because it suits the model. So let's not look into it further.
I would like to point out that I feel like he's kind of strawmanned, that it says infinitely narrow rays don't exist.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I straw man somebody?
No, not you. Drace.
Do that. I thought text.
So I think the sentence at the end says infinitely narrow rays don't exist.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you're up, bro.
He also says to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. So
Even a beam, like the word beam, like what does that even mean? Like, well, how is light actually produced naturally? When we see the sun, is it a beam? Is it a ray? So they're okay with calling it a beam, but not a ray. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of funny. I don't know. I just think there's a lot to learn.
Yeah, ray is a mathematical concept.
Yeah.
You know
But a
that.
beam, we
Points,
all
lines.
we all witness the beams. And what I was talking about, how the light interacts with the atmosphere, right? It is technically, like she's saying, reflecting off of individual particles, right? But it's not diverging in such a way that you can see around curves. It's more like diverging in such a way that it's stretching out the image, causing dark trees to look light green in the distance. And the further you go down the road and you get close and you see the same trees you were looking at, 2-3 minutes ago, and you realize that, wait a minute, these trees are actually dark green, but it was because the image was being stretched.
Yeah. I mean, I typed it out. Cyrus is correct on a bunch of this stuff. He's going by the book, and I really like.
Oh,
that.
me?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. No
'Cause
Glober's gonna be able to actually fault you on any of this.
Listen, bro. I look. I have to dance here. I have to dance because nobody knows shit. I know that. No one knows shit here. No one. So it's like I'm gonna dance until I find the truth. So I'll dance with like, okay, yeah, it will behave. Okay, so like, all right. Well, the quantum. Okay, the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is the best one for like the behavior of light. Okay.
Yeah, the
we don't know
behavior
what
that
it
we
is.
just still don't know what it's doing. A fucking tool.
Serious, please, because we had this
Yes.
conversation in chat, and I really, truly want to know how you can call this an actual scientific
experiment
when we are telling other people that these aren't
Okay.
scientific experiments because it's not a natural observation, and this is not a natural observation. So how can we call this an experiment? It seems completely hypocritical to me. With all due
not.
respect, like I respect you.
Like I
I'm just
said, in natural science. No, it's cool. How about this? I want to test your mind. How about water? Can we run an experiment on water to determine if adding heat will cause it to boil or not? Would that be an experiment?
We can witness that
And
in
if
real life.
yeah, okay, then I witnessed wave diffraction in real life, and I showed you a picture of a single slit diffraction in real life, and I can hypothesize because I'm a smartass by saying that, hey, why not? That's my hypothesis, my natural observation, wave diffraction. Wave diffraction.
No, I'm talking about we can watch water boil.
Of the earth.
We can watch water boil like on land. Like there are certain places where water boils naturally. We can witness that naturally, not with human interference. And even fire like does that naturally. Like
It's not
there are
human
hot springs that
interference.
that's the whole point of natural observations as humans not having a place in
For
it.
natural
That's
science.
what flat earthers have claimed, is that it has to be natural, something that we observe naturally without human interference. The double slit
You're
is
talking about
something where humans
natural
are
science.
interfering and putting in mirrors and slits, and so it's
No,
not
it's a bit of
natural.
a misunderstanding. Hank, you're a robot in. 1 second. So there's a bit of a misinterpretation here that's going on. I think is that again, what natural science would be versus. Oh no, I'm getting a phone call. Cyrus, I know that you can actually explain
Yes.
this anyway. So
It's not. So I'm
if
saying,
you're allowed,
your argument, is it natural science or is it not natural science? But being an experiment where you have what, control? Yeah, independent and dependent variable. Yeah. So you can run an experiment on anything you want. Where it falls, what science, though, then it doesn't matter, because science is always trying to decipher what people have done in their garages, anyways.
Yeah, but that's saying
So
that astrophysicists and anyone else who
No,
isn't doing
they're
actual
not.
natural science and their experiments,
They're not manipulating.
Cavendish would be an experiment then. We could say Cavendish is.
What was his dependent variable?
It doesn't matter. It's a not.
Yeah, that's Cavendish. That's why it's Cavendish, right? It's trash.
Like a real natural
Can I try?
observation, then it wouldn't be real, right?
You were roboting, man. You were
Still?
roboting hard. No, not now. Now you're good.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So I think I understand her misconception. So the thing is that if you say what caused the Eiffel Tower, you can't science a man-made object, right? This is true. You have to witness a natural phenomenon. So say you got two buildings like the Twin Towers, and you see light pass through the slit. Well, that's still man-made towers, but what you're witnessing the light doing is a natural phenomenon. So
That would be
let's
great.
say,
But
yeah.
we're not
So
doing that. That's not how the double slit happened. It's not anything that we've actually seen in nature. And actually, those twin towers would be something that beings have built. So that isn't something that's naturally happening. I've never seen a double slit experiment happen naturally, period, point blank. It is literally them setting up something. They have mirrors involved. They have all this different stuff. And they're saying, this is what it looks like light does. That isn't a natural observation. And I think we're kind of jumping through hoops to make this a natural observation when we do not allow that from the globe side. So if we're going to say that this is something that is an experiment, then we have to give leeway to them saying what is an experiment or not. I'm just trying to be fair here. Like I'm trying to understand and I'm trying to be fair. If you guys can explain it to me a better way, I would love to hear. I'm open to being wrong.
okay, so like I was saying, as the light passes through a slit, yeah, there aren't a whole lot of slits in nature, but there are trees, and light can pass between two trees, right? So the natural observed phenomenon is the photoelectric effect, right? Because we can see the little particles, right? It's kind of like the paper. We can't see the photons, but we can see the effects of the photons when they hit the photopaper, right? So what's going on with a double slit experiment is that light's doing this funny thing to where if no one's looking, then it acts like a wave. But as soon as you try to figure out which particle's going through which slit with a camera or something like to that effect, or it's recorded even in a computer, then it collapses the wave function because of the knower of the which path information. And that's when people start arguing about, is it a particle, is it a wave? That's all extra. Miss me with all the extra bullshit. The important thing is, how did light know that there was a knower?
Well, to me, Hank, is that it's miss me with it from the beginning. That, yeah, you can set things up to make light behave in weird ways. Like we can do that with multiple different things that we can set up and have light behave in extra ways. That is like what's happening here. But this isn't something we naturally see. And even if you bring up trees, we can see the light coming through trees. And if you notice, like through an eclipse, when we see the light coming through an eclipse, it all looks like those crescents through the eclipse. But that's as far as I can go of saying how light behaves naturally. I've never seen this happen naturally. And that's why I'm
All right,
begging.
can I try then? My smartass will try one more time. A naturally observed phenomena. Rainbows. Let's go. Let's run with that one.
Sugary.
How about rainbows?
So I thought.
What about them?
So I set up a double split to discover the rainbow effect. Would that work for you?
Why would you need to set up a double slit to set up the rainbow effect when we can witness rainbows naturally? I don't get it.
Well, what's happening to establish cause and effect relationship? This is science. This is why
That would be a
scientific method
prism.
was established.
We know the cause and
Prism.
effect is a prism, and so we know
Well,
that
there
there
you
has
go
to be
then.
some kind of a containment where there is some kind of a
Doesn't
prism
have to be.
that is causing the
doesn't-
rainbow, right?
It can be a diffraction gradient. It doesn't have to be a prism.
But that's naturally
It can be
witnessed.
many small prisms.
We are,
Okay.
that's my point. So we aren't seeing. Have
Yeah,
you ever seen
you
anything
can.
double slit?
Oh.
Have you ever seen anything double slit in nature? That's what I'm asking. Or is it
You can
only within
say
the
because
confines of human beings doing this? That's my only
establish
stipulation.
why the light is diffracting. You can set up double slit to discover if it's away, if it follows the wave function or not. There's nothing wrong with that. You
Which is
can come up with a
man-made.
lot of.
That's my only point. It's
Not
man-made.
the rainbow.
Totally
The
cool.
observation wasn't. The observation of light is not man-made. And yes, one lucky
talking
guy
about the
walking through the
rainbow.
woods, the sunlight can line up through the trees like a double split or a single split. Yes, you will get diffraction patterns. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the rainbow. I'm
So it's
talking
like,
about the
what if it
double
happened for
slit.
that
Oh my
guy?
gosh. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
double slit experiment. I have never seen anything in nature that can cause a double slit experiment. This was only created once a human being figured out, if I do this, this is how light appears. It was a human being that interacted what happened with the natural world that figured this out. This is
Right.
never naturally occurring, ever.
To
So it's not
establish
even
the behavior of light.
it's not analogous to a rainbow because we can see a
I can make it
rainbow in
analogous.
nature.
No.
We
I
have
can
never
make it
seen
analogous
this
in my
happen.
mind.
I think I
I'm gonna
understand
write a white
both
paper on
sides.
how it's analogous.
I agree with
Because
points on
I
both
got no
sides of
problem.
this. I think what's happening is there may be a little bit of an argument only about what we're calling an experiment. What I think about those things, the double slit, it's a test. I think it's
That would
only
be much better.
those are only a test. But we can ascertain certain things from these tests, which is what, is it Cirrus, you guys are talking about?
No, you can
That's
vary a lot
exactly
of
what I
stuff,
meant.
man.
No, wait,
Vary the
yes,
slit
I
distance and
exactly
stuff.
meant
No,
that we
not a
cannot
test.
call it an experiment. We can call it a test, but we cannot call it an experiment. Otherwise, we'd be hypocritical to other people that are doing things that are only man-made, and they're calling them experiments, and we're saying that's not an experiment. Like it
Yeah,
has
it's
to be
like
naturally
Cavendish being
occurring.
called a cat.
Hypocritical.
You know, exactly.
Okay. You need to hear me discuss gravity with people because I'm one of the people here. I like little g, by the way. I like the 9.81. Oh, I love it actually. So, it's oh yeah, you should hear me. You might think I'm a globie for a second. Hold on a second.
Gotta admire that, what's the word?
Sorry, I'm not trying to be like a jerk here. Like I really honestly am just trying to get to the bottom of if people are going to claim this is what experiment means and this is what a test means or all these different things, I just hope it can be conducive across the board. And if we aren't witnessing something in nature, we cannot call that a scientific experiment. I feel like that's hypocritical. That's my point.
Well, isn't the scientific experiment in itself artificial? Like that doesn't happen naturally in nature either.
Well, I think you're right. Is it Shines that's speaking?
Yeah, it's me. And yeah, it is. If it's if it is a natural observation, we can have an experiment. If it's not a natural experiment, we can have tests and we can do
Right.
things like that. But it's not a scientific experiment. So when people
Yes, and
call it a scientific experiment, I
you're
think it's
absolutely
insane.
Shines. I
Thank
think you're
you.
absolutely right because they call Cavendish an experiment. It's not an experiment either, you know. But I think the point is, which Hank touched on, which I think is very interesting because you have to look at these things. For me, I have to look at them as far as do they fit into empiricism, right? If I could use that word. That's kind of a process in its own because if things are repeatable and then because they're repeatable, then you can measure them as well. There's certain things that happen in the double slit experiment that seem to be repeatable over, like, they seem to be aligning, like the results are aligning themselves every time. Like that, there appears to be some kind of laws in effect that we're not sure of. So, but this this witch path knowledge is very, it's amazing, you know. But what I would say on these types of tests is that they do fit in with empirical type of reasoning, questioning, even though they are not experiments, they are simply tests. So I think if we just can clear the air on that, then we can move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
not
an
married
experiment.
to the word
It's not
hypothesis,
taken off.
test, or an experiment, but here's the facts. When there's a knower of the witch path information, it collapses the wave function. So there's a cause, right? The knower of the witch path information causes a collapse of the wave function. Now, when you compare that to the guy who was trying to weigh the Earth or figure out the density of the Earth
Right.
with a torsion balance with some lead balls,
Yeah, that's quite a
what did that
different thing,
prove?
isn't it?
What did it prove? I mean, how did they get the cause and effect?
It only
Where's the
proved
cause and
what it
effect
proved is
relationship?
it. I'll tell you what it is. The only thing you can prove or even uh, figure out at all is you're going to see a mechanical phenomenon occurring with a man-made mechanical device. Great. Okay, good. That's it. That's all you could do. But with light, not. You're right. I agree that that's not quite the same thing because. Yeah, if that witch path information known does the same thing over and over and over every single time, and then when it's not known, it does the same thing every single time, then there's something going on there. So yeah, I like that line of reasoning.
So if you want to call it a test, that's fine by me. But the results are the same every time, cause and effect.
Cause and effect, exactly.
I have slits in nature, by the way.
So, people say that, the pendulum swings, and that's caused by the Earth's rotation. Did they manipulate the Earth's rotation to see if that was actually the cause? Or is this a just so story? And with, the torsion balance with the lead balls. So sometimes the lead balls come together, right? And the cause of that is what? And did you manipulate that? How did you manipulate that? And the effect is what? The balls come together sometimes? Where else would they go? It's a torsion balance. There's only two directions they could go. Right?
I mean, not an experiment. It's not naturally occurring. It is not an experiment. It is bunk.
You don't understand. If you're not allowed to wiggle the variable, then you can't do science. If you just have to observe something in nature, you just have observations. You don't have experiments anymore.
That's not
you just
true.
threw them all out the window.
Yes.
No, because
Well,
if you observe
he's
something
right.
in nature and you're able to have the experiment, which
What
is
experiment? You're not
literally
allowed to touch
natural
anything. You're not allowed
science.
to build anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You have to naturally observe something, and then
I
the
naturally
human being
observe
can come.
diffraction
Wait,
in
hold on. If
nature,
you
in
let me,
water,
I'm not
and I
upset
ask
with you.
myself, is that
I
happening in
am
air as
not
well?
angry.
I poke 2 holes in this cardboard box. Oops, it's happening in air as well and with light. So,
Oh my God.
interesting.
Drace, I'm not upset. I'm not trying to get emotional over this. I'm trying to be very fair here. If we observe something in nature, then we can get involved. We can do something
We
and say,
did
we
observe
observed
something in
this
nature.
thing, and then we can get involved and say, okay, we are going to do this to do something. So if you are saying that we have witnessed a double slit in nature, that's your claim. Where have we
No,
witnessed
I
a
said
double slit
we
in
have
nature?
witnessed diffraction in nature.
Okay, so we've
And
witnessed
so we ask
diffraction.
ourselves, is this happening somewhere else? We
Okay,
see this
so
happening
that's
with light,
different. It's
surprisingly.
not this. It's
So,
not the same. It's not the
so
same as what we have created with the double slit. Just as the pendulum, just as the Cavendish, just as many other
That's
things.
not the same. That's not the same. In one, you have the natural behavior of light, and you're just looking at how light acts. In the other, you have an apparatus that only functions in this way, and the effect is only visible within this apparatus that creates the effect.
Okay, so I would like to know, where have you witnessed what the double slit creates? Where have you witnessed that in nature? Where have you witnessed any?
I've witnessed it in water, for instance. You
So
can
when the
take 2 waves
water,
and make them
when the water
cancel
hits
each other
waves,
out.
totally, that's reflection. So that isn't refraction,
No,
that's
not
reflection. As
reflection.
you
No,
ripple,
not
as you
reflection. No,
as one
no.
ripples the
That's
water and they throw a rock into
diffraction.
the water ripples, and so the reflection off the water will appear to be different. That isn't diffracting light. That the light isn't diffracting. It's just
No,
going
we're not talking
to
about
where we
light
can
and the
only see it.
water. You're
And what are you talking
misunderstanding.
about? Okay, why
You're
are you
not
getting upset with me?
understanding.
Please don't get upset with me. Like I'm really want to have
That's
a
because you
conversation
keep
about
talking
this.
and keep talking, and we keep telling you, no, you're not understanding what what we're talking about, and you keep saying reflection and talking about the light when we're talking about how water and waves act in the ripple effects and cancel each other out, creating a diffraction pattern. So we wonder if, because they claim light is a wave, does light then act like a wave? So we test that. And we see, it does, based on the known path of the light. So it creates, it's not an invalid experiment. There is naturally observed phenomenon of diffraction. We're not creating diffraction just in this contraption. This contraption doesn't create diffraction by itself. It doesn't. The effect is not created because of I don't take a cardboard paper box, and now refraction exists within this box, or diffraction. It's not the contraption that is creating everything. The light and the behavior of light is what we're looking at. What happens when it goes through 2 holes?
Yeah, I'm still not understanding why you think that light, when a rock hits water, that those ripples are diffraction instead of reflection. I mean, all it's doing is that the water is moving,
Talking
and so
about
the
the light bouncing
reflection.
off the water to your eyes, okay? No one is talking about that.
Okay, you don't need to be mean. I don't understand why
How am I
everybody's
being
getting
mean?
aggressive over this. The tone of your voice seems pretty
That's because
aggressive.
you're misunderstanding me repeatedly,
Okay, well, I'm
and I
so
don't know
sorry for
why.
disrespecting you. This is cool. Just
Okay.
forget it.
He's. I second everything Dre said. So maybe okay, yeah, we'll just cool it. It's pretty cool. Anyways, so diffraction, like when that wave passes through a slit, let's say two rocks in the water, yeah. When that wave is coming from nature, this wave front, boom, it hits the slit between the 2 rocks. Now this wave is diffracted now. It's broken off, chipped off. So you can have, after that wave passes through the slit and then reflects off the boundary, then yeah, you'll have the reflection. So now you have 2 waves, they'll cross each other, and you'll see this in nature. So this is the wave diffraction pattern, right? The interference So you can just replace that. Let's toss that action word and just call it interference pattern. Boom. So you can then wonder, I wonder if light does the same. Yeah, that's legit. That's so legit. Then you build a contraption so you can vary it. You can play around with it. And if this is not allowed, we would not have anything, that we have. So yeah, man must be allowed to make apparatus. I hope we're cool on that.
So here's the confusion, I think, with her. Like, if you wanted to know what's the cause of a weed eater, it's man, right? So you can't science the apparatus to find out what the cause of this, because it's not a natural observed phenomenon, right? But you can say, okay, I see water boiling, right? I want to find out what the cause of that is. So I'm going to put water in a man-made copper cup, and I'm going to add flame to it. Now, just because the water is in a copper cup and it's a man-made device, I still get to manipulate the independent variable, which is the heat from the fire, and see if that's what's causing it. So I can still science, even though I have a man-made device, a cup, a copper goblet or whatever, right? And the thing is, I'm not trying to figure out what's the cause of the copper goblet, because that would be man. I'm trying to figure out what's the cause of this observed natural phenomenon, which is water boiling. I think that's the distinction.
Hank, I can be the smart ass because mine is cast iron. So I noticed that yours always boils faster, even though they're the same size. So now I'm going to science the material that you used based on, natural observations. There's not, of man-made devices. There's no problem. So is it natural science or not? That's, you grab the knife, that one.
The dependent variable, it's very simple. The dependent variable has to be natural. It's just as simple as that. Don't make it overcomplicated.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to everyone. The dependent variable must be natural. Well, so you got to ask yourself the question in your hypothesis: is the dependent variable the natural phenomena? Yeah. If you're going to measure the temperature, you're using a thermometer. That's not the natural phenomena. It's the water boiling. So the important point to remember: the dependent variable must be natural. That's it. Makes sense, right? Because if it's not, the dependent variable is man-made, then the independent variable, the cause of that dependent variable is what?
Man.
Yep. It's just as simple as that. Don't let the bald tards confuse you. Oh, we got apparatus in the experiment. That means, according to QE scientific method, it's not a scientific experiment. Well, you see, it's taken 5.5 years. They still don't even know my arguments just yet. So the argument is simply, again, for the 675,895th time, the dependent variable, your effect, must be natural. Good?
Boiling water.
Pretty clear, isn't it? Pretty easy.
So the boiling water, right?
Well, it depends on what I don't know. I just stepped in. What was the hypothesis?
Well, container containing water, add flame, change it. You could change some variables.
That's not a natural phenomenon.
So water boiling itself?
Not in that scenario, natural. It's not. Now, if you go to Jellystone and you see water boiling.
Jellystone, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
You always lead with hot springs.
Lead with hot springs and gas.
Yeah, I always say, so a caveman finds hot springs, and then he dropped his fish, in some boiling water, and he decided he likes it like that, right? So he wants to figure out what causes the water to boil, right? So his hypothesis is enough heat over enough long period of time makes water boil.
Yeah,
so he tested.
Pool A, not hot enough. Pool B, almost, not quite. Pool C, just right. Cooks the fish just perfectly.
Maybe it's
Next
a
week.
type of rock. I think it's a type of rock that the water is in that's
There's
making the
definitely
fish taste
there's
good.
definitely dead boiled fish in nature in the hot springs. Actually, I think I saw a deer carcass in Yellowstone in one of the springs.
Yeah, I admire her passion though. She's very passionate about this stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Shines. Is Shines in here? Listen, double slit. We do not want
I'm here.
double.
I
Okay.
would love to hear it from you because you are the master of this. So my whole thing with this is that, of course, why are you already upset? If
It's
you're already upset,
simple.
just forget it.
I just answered the question just 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, 3 minutes ago. The natural phenomena must be natural. Now, is the natural phenomena observed the double slit?
So if you're saying that just light, then we can manipulate light in all kinds of ways. Say can do
No.
kinds of things, and that, I mean,
No.
it's not the same as boiling water or witnessing things in nature that actually truly happen. I was writing to you and I said that we can see this kind of slit happening between trees, like somebody mentioned prior, and especially when an eclipse happens, we can see all the little crescents happen when an eclipse is happening. But we aren't witnessing light behave in the way we are expecting it to behave this way. And we could create new experiments where maybe there's a circle, or maybe it's doing this or it's doing that. And we can further say that light is behaving in this way or that way, because this isn't something we naturally see. So if light is the only thing that we need to vary, I can understand how you can claim that's an experiment, but I think it's kind of iffy. I don't know.
It's not.
Should I not think this
After
way?
that long-winded spiel you just gave, you're still not understanding. What is the natural phenomena in the double slit experiment? To lead you to the double slit experiment, what is the natural phenomena?
It's light.
No.
Then what
It's
is it?
diffraction.
Well, diffraction is happening because of light. If there was no
Yeah, but
light,
it's
there would be no diffraction.
Yeah, diffraction.
And so even diffraction, what is exactly diffraction?
Diffraction.
What is
You
diffraction?
see diffraction naturally happen. It's diffraction.
Okay, so what is diffraction? Define it.
Define diffraction. Let me get an official definition for you so there's no issue. It's basically, it follows the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, diffraction. I could say interference, but that would be problematic, I would suppose, in here. Diffraction. So the official definition of diffraction, the process by which a beam of light or other system of waves, we're just going with light, and it's not a wave, is spread out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. You said it really quickly.
The process by which a beam of light or other system of, we don't have to worry about other system of waves, and light's not a wave, is spread out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture.
Cool. So light has boundaries because there's something blocking it, and then the light. Yeah, that's literally what it is. There's trees in the way. So then, okay, then explain it to me. If it's not like there's something blocking the light.
Say the definition over again. The process by which a beam of light or other system of waves, again, light's not a wave, spread out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture.
Yeah, so a narrow aperture. So we're talking about the sun. Is the sun a narrow aperture?
No.
Okay, so we're talking about natural observations. What is the narrow aperture we're talking about? Are we talking about a flashlight that we're naturally trying to? So if the sun isn't,
did I say a flashlight or something?
No, that's what I'm saying. So if the sun isn't a narrow aperture, then how can we say diffraction is a natural observing?
What does the sun have to do with this?
Because that would be the natural light we observe.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but it's coming from the sun. I'm not looking at the sun.
So you're looking at the sun and seeing a narrow aperture from the sun while you're looking at it?
Fuck No.
I'm confused.
Oh my God.
You can be upset with me all you want. I'm really truly
Upset.
trying to
It's
understand.
fucking, you're out of your mind.
What is the aperture we're talking about if we're not talking about the sun?
It could be a
then
hole through a tree.
So that's what I said. I said the trees, and you said no.
I
You
didn't.
said no, it's not the trees.
Oh my God.
I literally did. Anybody hear me say the trees? And he said no.
No.
I literally said the trees, and you
Trees.
said no. I'm done.
No,
Okay,
I didn't.
cool.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say no.
You did. I did say the trees, and you said no.
No, you didn't. You said
Well, we can
fucking
rewind
sun.
it.
And then you said the sun was a
That
narrow
was
aperture.
way before the sun. No, I said is the
Yeah.
sun a
Go
narrow
back.
aperture?
Go ahead.
Cool.
Go ahead. Go back.
Awesome.
Maybe I missed it. If you keep on talking through me, it'll probably help you out.
I'm not talking through you, QE.
So,
Heaven.
the natural phenomena is diffraction. Simple. It's not the double slit apparatus.
So, like I said, it could be the trees, like the trees stopping light from coming through, how it can come through the trees and through the eclipse. When we see the crescent eclipse, I could understand that being a slit experiment where these things are
That's
causing the
slit.
light.
That's not a
Oh my
slit
gosh.
experiment. Where's the slit at? Where's the
Where is
slit
it?
at? Where's the slit at in an eclipse?
So if
And
there
why
are
are we
trees side by side and we're in a forest and there is a tree and a tree and a tree and a tree, would that not create slits for the light to go through? I'm not understanding how I'm wrong on this.
It could.
So why are you laughing at me and
Oh
making
my
me seem like I'm
God.
an asshole? What is happening?
Like diarrhea of the fucking mouth.
Cool. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. So it's diffraction. So what's the next question?
I mean, why would I ask another question when you're not even answering my first questions properly and reasonably, and you're screaming and yelling at me when I've already stated these? You told me I was wrong.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. Have fun, QE. Talk to somebody else. Bye.
Fuck off. Your stupid fucking questions too. Was the sun an aperture? Yeah, the sun's an aperture. For fuck's sake, people. So, back to the question. What's the natural phenomena? That's what I thought.
The collapse of the wave function. It's a natural phenomenon.
That's a couple steps down the road. The first one is diffraction.
Okay.
Why is everyone so fucking hyped up, flat earthers, on light? Why is that? Why don't you master the fucking flat earth arguments before you step off into shit you know nothing about? How about that? That's a novel idea, isn't it? Watchmaker, then turn it up. A fucking break with your fucking apologies, Nathan, and toxicity. Fucking snowflakes. You haven't heard toxic yet. My God. Pansies. Go ahead, Sears.
Just telling him, man, concerned trolling is not allowed. Sorry, I'm cooking, so I know I'm hot micing a bit. But Nathan, yeah, do not concern troll. Whatever happens, happens. You know, that wasn't you, so relax. No, that's it, man. That's all I had to say. We were trying to hash this out earlier, you know, for quite some time, actually. You know, and waves and shit, and yeah.
Yeah, I even got a little bit heated, and I will even apologize for that. But sometimes it's just these things
happens, man.
take time, and it's not something you're gonna get overnight. It took me a long time to get all this stuff. I had to listen to QE quite a bit and be wrong quite a bit. So.
I still think everybody's got it completely wrong when they talk about, you know, the duality, right? It's not about the wave particle duality. It's about how does the light know that there's a knower? That's the question that pops up in my head that, you know, I can't figure. I mean, I guess if you're, you know, a spiritual person, you could speculate and say, oh, well, we know why the light, you know, has consciousness and knows things. But if you're just looking at it from a purely scientific point of view, like, how the fuck does the light know that there's a knower?
Good question.
Yeah, I always find that really interesting. And I don't want to take that into speculation on why and how that could be. So I don't even know where to start there, other than the creators within the light.
Nope, I think he doesn't mean the observer. Observers don't have anything to do with it, since we're still stuck on this light. And it doesn't have to be light, by the way.
Yeah, well,
Could
the
be
creator doesn't have to be just within the light, but everywhere.
No, what I'm saying is in the
Omnipotent.
experiment. What I was saying is in the experiment, it's not just light. Everything acts the same way as it does light, electrons, small molecules, even big ass molecules acts the same damn way.
Is that why we see diffraction within the water as well?
Yeah, there's diffraction with waves. Yeah, with water waves, sure.
Interesting.
Now explain it for the 650. Yeah, did I say 458 time before? I could have said that. It's one of my favorite numbers. Right? Somebody said, I think you mean the observer. Now, the observer doesn't have to be there. It has nothing to do with an observer. You can have 1,000 people in a small auditorium watch the double slit experiment, and it isn't going to change. It will just give you a diffraction pattern. Diffraction patterns and interference patterns are synonymous. They're the same. You're saying the same thing. Diffraction,
that's the only reason I say that is because every time I've watched it several times. Different people have done the experiment or whatever you want to call it, and they've always said the observer. They called the camera the observer, the person of the observer. I've never heard them say I know her. That's the only reason I mention it. I've never heard anybody say know her before today.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, because they say it real quick and then you get confused, and it's really not an observer, because you can run like the quantum eraser experiment, the Lay-Joyce quantum eraser, and it's a fire and forget experiment. Just turn it on and leave. No observers necessary. So it's more or less a misnomer. They say the observer effect, but there's no observer effect. It all has to do with information. That's the key.
You wouldn't mind going over the delayed choice because that's the one that's interesting. That's the one that removes the scientist from the equation for the people that were saying that it was the scientist causing it, right? Or the man or woman.
Yeah.
Who was saying that?
Well, go ahead.
The whole New Age thing with like, oh, your subjective reality, we're all creating a reality. They were all chanting that.
Oh, that yeah, you start to go around some crazy paths from that. It's already out the bag. I can't stop that. It'd be a long discussion about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. Why'd you just have them watch the video?
I already linked your fucking video earlier, man. And I told these guys in the text, I was like, oh, I got the best video on the subject, like I found on YouTube, and I linked your video.
I
You're out. You bet, man. Because it really yeah. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Break down.
No, go. Yeah, just watch the video. It's not that long. Maybe I can go snatch it. Where'd you go? It's all you have to do is go to any one of my YouTube videos and always click the description box because there's really, really good stuff in it. A lot of people don't do that, right? Because you get in the habit of clicking description boxes and people, that make videos don't put anything in there. It's just nonsense, right? So just go down there and there's frequently referenced videos. And one of those is the quantum mechanics, double slit, and quantum eraser explained. Right? That would be one of the videos I would probably review. It's an hour and 15 minutes. It's not all that long, right? But it's action packed. And it goes through everything from the word go all the way to the end. So there you go. Thanks, Cyrus.
You bet, man. I gotcha.
Yep, appreciate it. Yep.
I mean, I only watched it, I think, 3 times, like back to back. That's about it. That's pretty good. I like it.
Cool.
I've taken notes too, I believe, somewheres.
Run with scissors. What's the budget in U.S. dollars for reconstructing this? Oh, So what's the budget in U.S. dollars for reconstructing this experiment? What's it? Let's just take the first part because the second part. Yeah, I was recon, but I don't know what that has to do with your U.S. dollars for reconstructing the experiment. For the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, you're talking big bucks. Just a simple, I don't know if you can conduct a simple delayed choice quantum eraser, maybe a simple double slit experiment. You could probably get away with that without too much cost. Yeah, just a simple double slit. I don't think it would cost all that much. In fact, there's people on YouTube that have already done that. I remember a year or two ago looking around and people have done that. So just search YouTube for I don't know what you just search for. Double slit experiment. No, you don't want to do that because you'll get hundreds of thousands of other ones.
I think it's the crystal, the BBO, or was it? The barium, blah 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 blah. That crystal is the most expensive part, I think.
With the delayed choice quantum erasure. Yeah, it's not feasible, man. Don't even.
Right.
The simple double slit experiment. There's been a few of them. Who's that one guy? Oh, what? Oh, we got to go. Yep, we got 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, we are. All right. Sorry about that, guys. What was I on? Double slit experiments. I don't know what search term you'd put in there. Easy double slit experiment? How about that? Try that. Let me try it. Ooh, I got to do that too. It's a good thing I stopped. Simple. Let Earth. Oh, damn, Professor Dave's on there. There's a few in there. Just type in simple double slit experiment and go through a few of those videos there. I'm sure you're going to run into something. Don't go to Professor Dave's. Clown. Then you guys see Bob, the Al Bob Baruni steel Pythagorean formula. Do you guys see that yet? Yes? No? Maybe?
I haven't yet. I've been away, but I'm looking forward to that one.
You haven't seen that? Here, I'll give you it. Hold on a second. Nathan chopped Ball Busters up, and it's really concise.
Yeah, I saw that you posted one, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna watch it with Karma later. So
Yeah, he stole Pythagorean formula. He's a Pythagoras pirating pseudoscience flathead. Right there, that one. Check that one out.
awesome.
Cyrus, didn't I throw that at you? I think I did.
You did? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Will do. Tonight, man. Make it dinner time material. I'm sure it'll be, good laughs.
Yeah. This guy stole the Pythagorean formula, made it his own.
Oh, all right. Okay, he discovered it. Dang.
We call it the Al Barbaruni formula. Oh my God. He's a twisted individual, boy. Yeah, he is. He's great. Yeah. Jaron, just listen to Jaron. He said, whenever you see this guy, run. Yeah. Bob, he's not lying. No, Bob's a believer. So there's no lying in those eyes, boy. He's so far beyond clinical level Dunning-Kruger, it's scary. Dunning-Kruger's in the corner blushing.
I'll go watch it now. So I'll be back in 13 minutes.
And I'll be gone in 13.
Well, you know what then? All right, we'll hang out.
Just chill, man. You don't gotta watch it now.
Yep. Yeah, I'll watch it later then. It's only 13 minutes, so yep.
Yeah.
I think we have a new user in the house. Is that Alan? Or I don't know how to say that. You're unmuted. Alan? Alan. Oh. Mike Shy then.
What's that thing in your ear that you can detect movement?
Vestibular.
Hello?
This vestibular, right?
Yeah. Hello.
What's up?
What's going on? Okay, I'm about to eat, so if you guys want to talk to this guy, that way, you know, I don't eat on the air with you guys. No one wants to talk to this guy? Come on. I have a mouthful. Man, I'm trying to eat. Trying to eat my lunch, guys.
I thought this is where you come to talk, right?
Right, man? There you go. Themor, yeah, what up, dude?
What's up, Cyrus?
Ah, man, just trying to eat, man. There you go, bro. Take it away, man. You got this.
Who's here? Who are you talking to? Like, I don't know who's the new guy.
Okay, I guess he dipped. I think Ellen
All right,
or
so
Ellen.
now
Ellen.
you want me to talk to myself?
Yep, that's it, man. I guess I'll have to talk to you then, man.
It's all good.
The
How you been,
distance,
dude?
the distance to a hidden object. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right, Quantum Eraser. What a fucking joke. Excuse my language. If it's hidden, how can you get a distance? Oh my God.
It's like you read it for the first time. I was pondering this word information, trying to wrap my arms around it. It's all about the information. How do you define that? What is information then? Would it be fair to say it's code? It has to be organized if it's information, right? So it's organized information. It has rules, I'm guessing, right? Structure. We just don't know where the information exists, but we know it's everywhere at the same time. If you use the word code, then are you getting into simulation? I don't know. Can we just interpret the information with our senses, or are we holders of the information? Like, are we the vessels where the information exists? Or is this place all information and we just decipher it? Where can I get my hands on some information? Isn't this the place to come? Who knows some shit? Tell me some shit, man. I want to learn some shit. Let's go. I'm talking with myself run with his scissors. Everybody else bailed. Quantum Eraser bailed. Cyrus bailed. I think those guys were the only ones talking there for a while. The new guy bailed. So I've been told to talk to myself.
Well, you talking to yourself is better than you talking to no one. So, what's up, man?
Yeah, I like to listen to myself once in a while, but that, denial, man. It's really hard to hear yourself sometimes.
Well, it's good to hear you, Thimor. How are you keeping, my friend?
Doing well. Good to hear you too, old dude. Been a while. Nice to hear a friendly voice. Love living real life, right? That's why we're here, one day at a time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You said it.
So yeah, anybody got a bottle of this information? I want to do some experiments with it. How do I get my hands on it? Is it expensive? Makes me think of the Akashic Records, right? It's sort of the mainstream idea that this information exists that we can tap into, that it's there. And you say, where is it? And I say, well, it's everywhere. Well, okay. Man, I learned a lot since I got into flat Earth. That's for sure, man. It's pretty cool. I think the first thing that sort of registered was that I enjoy learning. Like before, I didn't realize that the whole indoctrination, education process is fucking memorization. It's not learning. It's manipulation of your mind, right? So once I figured out, I can ask questions and really ponder those questions and explore them. Internet changed everything, man. It's cool to be able to hear people talk about this kind of shit every day. I mean, who knew? We're talking real science when all you hear out there and all you read is pseudoscience. No, the real stuff's in here. Fucking flat Earth. Who knew?
Mostly the people who knew natural science, I guess.
Yeah, right.
I think I wasn't coming across earlier. Something was wrong. Because you said you were all alone, and I unmuted, and I guess I didn't even light up.
Yeah, I did not hear you.
Right.
You're
I
good to
said
go.
you weren't alone right before everyone else jumped in. It was like, yeah, we're here.
Yeah, very good.
You summoned a whole crowd.
But I sit here and talk to myself about gas pressure.
You like that
I
one?
hope somebody out there is listening, because this is going to be worth your while. Yeah, it's something on my end. I just disconnected and came back, though. The question is, what do you want to learn? I mean, there's tons of people here with tons of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shoot. I enjoy all the sciences, right? And some quantum eraser stuff's been fantastic, really looking at it a different way. All the elements really interest me, right? The water experiments, the fire experiments, the air, the land. Like, what do we know about these things? We know that they're not what we're told, right? And sort of breaking down what real experiments are happening with these things is pretty cool. I always enjoy seeing a good experiment with any of the elements.
And then I have a fun little experiment that you can try. It's basically something I devised after looking at centrifugal forces and thinking about relative density, how lighter than lighter objects than the medium they're in rise, and the heavier things fall. The same is true for the centrifugal forces. The more dense things have centrifugal force and tend outwards, whereas the less dense things tend inwards, which is really interesting. And I didn't know that until Flat Earth. So I thought I'd share it.
That's pretty interesting. Reminds me of what Schlongir or whatever, the guy that does the vortex work. Vortexes.
I don't think I've seen that.
Force. That whole word blew me away getting into Flat Earth, right? The big joke in Star Wars, may the Force be with you. It's like, brilliant, genius, simple. What is Force? How does it work? Give me a definition. Because that doesn't work in a vacuum, right? So what's your conclusion about the way these forces work, the centrifugal, and where are you going with it? Like,
conclusion, but what is interesting is that it seems to reflect perfectly how things fall here on Earth or how they rise. It's somehow interconnected. I don't know how or why or what's happening, but it's interesting that they act the same.
We're able to observe, measure, and test out a pattern. And
yeah, you can see that if the medium is more dense, they use this in a centrifuge. This is one of the I made my own imaginary models of trying to solve how the world works a long time ago when I came into this, and centrifugal Earth was one of my fantastical ideas that's based on nothing but imagination. So that would basically be enough. You could throw out gravity, replace it completely using centrifugal and centripetal forces for up and down, and it will all work mathematically. So I thought that would be a simple solution, but you can't verify it in any way. So it's unverifiable and therefore pointless and useless. But it's interesting nonetheless, and that's one of the things that like Flat Earth gave me, at least, was interest in like all of these sciences and how things actually work, not just like how they want us to believe things work so that we can do our job and die.
Definitely. The questions are more interesting than the answers, right? Like, Flat Earth is, I always called it Pandora's box, right? You open it and you go, oh shit, what about this? What about this? What about this? And, you get all these questions and you recognize, well, oh shit, I can't answer that one. But the fact that I can't answer that one makes it that much more interesting, right? It makes it that much more inspiring for curiosity. Like, you come up with different ideas about how it could work. And, the idea of outer space is the greatest idea ever. Like, what a great freaking idea! Like,
it's a fun story. It's a very fleshed out, very imaginative story. But once you take that away, all of a sudden the world is a blank page, and it could be amazing beyond our imagination. So it creates this feeling of wonder and desire to explore, something that they killed in school. I remember it so clearly because I wanted to explore the world and I wanted to go to the Amazon or some unexplored place when I was young. But then they were like, oh, here's the maps. We have maps of everything, even on the bottom of the oceans, everything explored. There's nothing we don't know, except there's some math here, bullshit that they don't like exactly know everything, but they pretty much know everything, so you don't need to question it. And so I didn't question it. I thought they were right. And when I tested it, and they weren't right.
we figured out everything here on Earth, so now we got to go to outer space, right? We got to figure everything out there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Complete diversion from, hey, why don't you look around and figure out what this place is really all about?
Yeah, don't look around and figure out how we're screwing you. Just look to the sky and imagine you're going to be there someday. Someday you will be there. Just don't look around you, how we're stealing all your stuff and taking your freedoms away. Just look to the sky. You're going to go there someday and drink ass coffee.
You're going to live on Mars. We're setting it up. Let's go. And you can take your Tesla with you. You can take your cars with you, your Winnebagos. It all works out there. No problem. Your remote control cars. We're good to go.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Remote control cars, like my remote control car can't go forever. Like the signal strength doesn't work. It doesn't.
Right.
You can't.
I was always so pissed. You had to buy like $1,000 controller to get it where you wanted to go. It's like, come on.
There's nothing more annoying than having like an aerial miniature that you're flying and then it's out of range. Fuck. That one's lost.
You're chasing it. You're like running after the thing. Come, get my signal back. Get my signal back.
Yeah, it's just going down. You got to try to catch up, but it's really hard unless you have a straight road in a car in that direction.
Hey, you can bring your golf clubs. Little moon golf. No problem. Let's go. Drive around in your dune buggies. It all works. But yeah, it's so easy to get lost in those ideas. And oh man, you try to tell people, no, that's just an idea. And they go, what? No, it's real. What do you mean it's real? How do you know that? It's like, because science tells me, right? You always get that from people. Science. What science? Scientists. Those people. You ever meet any of those people? You know any of those people?
Yeah. Many people like to appeal to this vague idea of authority.
And it's so amazing how obvious the authority structure is when you look into this. I couldn't believe it. They're like, Royal Academy of Science. What? What royal? Who? Every single time you look into all these, the Vatican owns all the telescopes. What? You know, that's the Vatican's doing science for us now. Like, come on.
It's kind of like once you get grown enough to start noticing dirt piling in the corners and that you have to clean, you can't just unsee that once you've seen it. You can't go back to the childhood innocence of cleaning the house. Why would you need to do that? Same with the truther stuff. Once you see this for what it is, it's hard to go back.
It's even harder to believe no one else like sees it. It's such a small community, right? Like, there's not a ton of us out there. Some people might see bits and pieces of it, but to get to flat Earth is a huge hurdle for most. It's just way too big, you know. No one can imagine. They won't take the chance that, you know, it actually is flat. Like, don't want to be one of those. But yeah, 9/11, inside job, no problem.
They just don't want to deal with the grimy bits.
Yeah, this is liquid gold though, right? This is where it's all at as far as really learning about life, like life lessons. You want to understand life, understand all the life that's here. And in order to do that, you have to look into the earth itself. And yeah, it starts there. Definitely liquid
To
gold.
understand life, you have to have foundation in reality where life exists.
Exactly. You have to use the tools that we have to evaluate it for yourself. You can't take other people's ideas or words and construct a reality. You have to use a method to defying reality.
Yeah, I mean, you can take their ideas and you can imagine it and you can construct it in your head, but it doesn't make it true. And you need that foundation or the verification of that thing to have anything in your hands. Otherwise, it's just fantasy. But we see that all the time. I think it's part and parcel with the big issue with science today or pseudoscience is it's so much on philosophical grounds because they can't test it. So they have like every contingency, even though the contingencies contradict each other. So they have these different fields where these different experts are fighting constantly, and no one is actually progressing science or mankind. That's my issue with it. Like, they got all our greatest minds stuck in an egocentric belly button, like looking at their own belly button and picking the lint out. And they all have their own ideas, which they're married to. And they're all on these philosophical grounds, which has no basis in reality. And instead of these people helping society progress and advancing our technology, they're just talking about things that doesn't exist. And we're basing policies and societal change on these things that doesn't have a lot of substance. And it's really bad, but it's not like the public is doing this. This is just a group of people that are connected through bloodlines and secret societies that work against the public, and majority doesn't know about this. I mean, I only know about it because my family is from this shit. We were used by this bloodline, so that's why I know.
Yeah, I feel fortunate to know. I guess there's a commitment to time, right? To unlearn all this stuff, to recognize that you've been lied to on such a grander scale that you really have to look into things for yourself. And they've done a great job creating the rat race, right? This capitalist idea of, every man for themselves kind of thing. And I get it, it works to it has a function, but at the same time, it's really created challenges for people to explore, real information and share real information. It just doesn't happen, but it's kind of cool to know that we're in a war and the information war is real.
Yeah. It's definitely a war, and just like how they convoluted science and corrupted it, they're doing the same with everything else. I forgot the point I was going to go into off of that, but yeah, you're right.
The big picture. What is this thing? Who is they? Who am I putting my finger at?
They is the hierarchy enslaving you, the Federal Reserve System. When people say it's the system, right, or it's they or them, right, it's the Federal Reserve System that perpetuates all these illegal wars, right? Because if we're not exporting our debt and Saddam decides he's going to trade, and not petrodollars, but what do they call them, euros, then he's got to die. And all these American soldiers, well, they got to die because it's not like the bankers are going to get out there and fight the war themselves. And if we got to take on the communists, right, World War II, well, the bankers had to fund both sides of the war, right? Because you can't have war without the funding, right? Like you can't have war without the soldiers. You got to have the funding and the soldiers to have the war.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The bankers are in all this stuff, and these bloodlines own all the banks. So that is correct. And for instance, with Saddam, he was trying to create a gold standard in Iraq. So that's a no-no. It's not allowed. That's why Abraham Lincoln.
So was
shot.
Gaddafi.
Yeah, it's a common thing. Like you try to get off this fiat currency, and they kill you.
Well, then it begs the question: who owns the Federal Reserve, right? Because we know there's other power structures in play here too. We can't dismiss, all these different structures. What about the church? What about the Vatican? What about the Queen? I don't know. I don't know. There's lots of queens and kings out there, lots of royalty that never really relinquished their power, right?
Yeah, all those that is a bloodline thing. That's why I mentioned that. There has been DNA research on this where they've traced the lineage of most of the kings and queens and presidents to a specific allele group or something along those lines. I forget the exact saying on that.
Well, sure, keep it in the family, right? Like that wouldn't surprise me at all. But
they have this giant extended family where they intermarry at a certain stage again and again and again and again. To as their literature calls it, keep the bloodlines pure. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I'm not.
Except the unfortunate part about sometimes kids come out with so deformed, they look like an ugly monster. They have to hide them away in the tower for their entire lives.
Yeah, that has been a common occurrence with royalty, and but it's not like it's just in royalty, but it's more common.
Monsters in the basement.
Mafia style, sort of gangster, right? Yeah, and then you look at some of the entities, right? Like a lot of people point the finger at corporations. What about big pharma? Are they to blame? Is it not people behind these things, but the entities themselves that need? Hank pointed at the Fed. Is it the entity or is it the people behind the entity? Interesting. How far do we go? Because I'd like to point fingers, but it just doesn't seem like that's easy to do.
Well, for some kind of entity to control money and the value of the money and be able to inflate and deflate and collapse it and all kinds of stuff.
But the entity doesn't make those decisions, right? Like,
what's that?
The entity wouldn't make the decision to do that. It would be the people. Who are the people that are making the decision to do that?
Yeah, well, what if they all have the same kind of belief system?
Yeah, they're all in the same belief system. They all have cult ties and have sworn oaths to uphold the cult and follow its commandments. And then they're all working towards the great work and all this bullshit. So that's why this manipulation and control just keeps going, even though they die off, is because it's a system of control. It's not just the people in the control. There's a web of control behind all that, which recruits from within other secret societies and from other prominent men that they try to recruit into the Freemasons. So they recruit the people they want to reflect them. So the good people, the influential people, the people with the money, they get them into their societies, the Freemasons or other such societies, and then they have a second layer, a deeper society which recruits from within that their control mechanism, and that group then runs the country. At least it does in my country. It's called the Octopus, and it recruits from within the Freemasons, and my foster grandfather is in the Octopus and the Freemasons. So that's why I know this. So this web of control is everywhere, in every country, and they convene on meetings, and they are beholden to the Vatican.
It's
So
crazy that you say octopus because you're talking about my octopus theory where how the divide and conquer strategy works is you got different people who are truth seeking, right? And one guy finds the Jews, one guy finds the Jesuits, the other guy finds the Knights of Malta, the other guy finds the Knights of Columbus. And they're all on these tentacles, like stuck to these tentacles, and they're stuck, right? Because they found the truth. But they're arguing with each other, and they're saying, one guy's saying it's the Jews, and the other guy's like, no, it's the Jesuits, you moron, it's the Jesuits. And the other guy, no, it's the Knights of Columbus, no, it's the Knights of Malta. Right, and it's like at the same time they're all correct, and they can't see that they're looking at a 6, and the other guy's looking at a 9, and they're both correct.
yeah,
Right?
it goes even deeper than that because the Freemasons are told the Jesuits are the bad guy, and the Jesuits get told the Freemasons are the bad guy. So they internally get told that the other guy is the bad guy. So that's how it always goes. So that's the problem. So the Freemasons and the elite within the octopus think that they're serving God and the church, secretly doing bad things, although they are recruited mostly. They recruit mostly the sociopaths. That's why they tried to recruit my dad, because he was a sociopath. Running with Scissors is asking, what's the Freemasons? It is a group that is worldwide. You can look it up. It's not unknown. It's not secret anymore. The Octopus is a secret society in Iceland. It is the society that controls my country and recruits from within the Freemasons.
So to elaborate on the Freemasons is the oldest and largest fraternity in the world, and they were called Freemasons because they were first called stonemasons. And unlike the normal people, right, the stonemasons and access, different places that normal people couldn't access. So, a young kid would see these guys and be like, hey, these guys seem to be free. They just walk past the guards, and the guards don't mess with them because they're stonemasons. So I want to be a Freemason just like them. So that's why they're called Freemasons, because they can freely travel the world without being stifled by, I guess, what we would call passports, permission to pass through the port and leave to another port. And these people are what we call fascists. Now, fascist is kind of one of them words that's emotionally loaded. So erase everything what you know about fascists. Basically, what it means is one stick is weak, right? But if you have 10 sticks, it's a lot harder to break that. So 10 sticks are strong. That's where we get the word fasci. It's a bundle of sticks. And basically, that's how they work. They work together because they're never arguing over race and religion. They don't even talk about that sort of petty stuff, right? They're just talking about, how are they going to make the next move? And there always seems to be, these Masons are like movers and shakers in their community. They're like judges or doctors or lawyers or defense attorneys. They're always like, politicians, like especially like presidents. And they always seem to be heavily connected with the in crowd, and they always have lots of money because they have this knowledge in their libraries that we don't have. And this knowledge differential, you may need to look up the word differential, it just means that they have knowledge that we don't, has created a power differential. And this power differential is obvious to those who are kind of looking around, and it seems like some people have like way more power than others. Like cops can basically shoot you in the head, right, for officer safety and not go to prison. Whereas if I were to shoot somebody in the head, I would go to prison, right? Unless I was a cop and it was for officer safety.
Yeah, that was really well put, man. I enjoyed that. I felt like I was back in the day of Babylon. There was people building all these magnificent structures throughout, Rome and Europe. Good times. Yeah, that's the idea of a free person because of your knowledge, right? I think we all find that too when we come to Flat Earth. It's free when you know where you are and how this place works, you better understand who you are. And knowing who you are is the key to freedom, right? Like, who am I? That question leads you down a path of realization that you are free. Everybody's free. They just don't know it, right? They've been taken captive by a mind warfare program since birth, and it's pretty damn effective at this point. I laughed the first time I heard about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, right? Like, well, why do I have to declare I'm free? I know I'm free. Like, free from who? Like, why do we have to declare this? Why isn't it obvious? And then, yeah, history, man. It's been manipulated so much, but there is some things we can fall back on, and one of them is power structures, without a doubt. And there have been power structures for a long time. I don't think any of them give up their power too easily, so to speak. Master manipulators.
So I'm sure, a lot of stuff could be said, a lot of bad stuff could be said about such a large group of people. Just like any large group of people, you could say bad things about them, and it's going to be true because people are generally bad. But I have a different understanding of the Masons. I think it's more like the Harry Potter movies, where you got this school where people come to learn, and some of them are good and some of them are bad. So, like, you got Harry Potter and his group, like the Gryffindor, I think is what they were called. And they weren't really the racist assholes, they were just kind of like the people that were like there to learn and just kind of going through the ranks, moving up the ranks, getting to higher degree, and just trying to graduate. And then you got these other group of people that are all about, their bloodline, and everyone else is a mudblood to them, and they seem to be like the assholes, and they go to the same school that the other witches do. Now, I'm not saying all witches are bad or all witches are good or half and half, but all I'm saying is that you have a mixed multitude of people. You got a mixed bag of the type of people that are going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's human nature to work as groups, right? We are team workers. We work together. That's why most of our entertainment involves teams, right? It's not individualistic things that are celebrated in most cases. It's people coming together to accomplish something. And I definitely think that there will always be groups of people. You can't avoid that. It's who's in charge of them, right? Who's the leader? Who's the alpha? And who makes the final decision? Because it's not always, let's vote on it, right? That's just not what happens. They appoint leaders for a reason, and yeah, I think that's true with all of them, right? Like, NASA could have took a whole different direction than it did, but when you look at NASA, it's made for kids, right? It's not made for adults. They could have made that for adults.
I think that's very bad.
What's that?
To let somebody else lead you, because you don't know where they're going to lead you to.
Well, when you're talking about groups, though, when you're talking about coming together, right? You assign a captain, a CEO. You appoint somebody that you feel is capable of the task, right? To give direction.
I mean, that's cool and all, but like I said, which captain is going to be the right captain? I think you should lead yourself in the right direction, not anybody else. That's just my thought. I can't speak for anybody else.
What about your family? Who's going to lead your family?
Only I can lead my family. Nobody else.
But then you're saying the other ones have to look to you to lead. See what I'm saying? There's always going to be followers. You can't avoid it. Every time, there's going to have to be somebody appointed.
True. True. That is true talking right there. When I say my family is my seeds that I make up. You know, my kids, my son, my daughter. That's only people I can be accountable for.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we should, I think it's a big issue that we don't take accountability, right? The man in the mirror kind of thing. We should all look to
Yes.
ourselves, to ourselves to be a leader. Like this isn't something that's unique to anybody. We have to all be better leaders too, whether that's within our families or however we choose to apply that. But yeah, don't get stuck in the follower mode. Step up, learn something, learn how to lead.
It's true. So that's why I say that I would say flat Earth itself. It would be a springboard. Maybe not a springboard. Maybe like one of those baby trampolines that you start on, and you know the direction that you should go into once you come off that pad.
Yeah, like as a foundation, right? In order to
Yes.
make good choices, you have to know something. If you don't know something, then you can't make a good choice, right? It's left, you're going to make an ignorant choice if you don't know. And that leads to poor decisions. So the foundation to make good choices, absolutely.
Oh yeah. So I'm sorry to step in like that, but I just heard something else. We good.
Yeah, all good.
But I did enjoy my vacation last weekend. Yep. Awesome.
There you go. What is a vacation for you? What does that mean to you?
A vacation is when I don't have to do the struggle of life of stressing about. Hey, make a dollar bill, make the house go round. Vacation was get out and kick my feet in the sand, just get away from what I normally do 6 days a week.
There you go. So you went somewhere? You went to the beach?
Oh yeah, I went to the beach and got to hang out with hang out with my old lady and take my baby girl to the beach. Awesome.
I like the Westworld quote when you look out over the horizon at the beach, and it reminds me of when Ford was. Anyway, he goes that impossible line, right? That impossible line. It's so much easier to appreciate the horizon when you know what it is.
Well, it's not physical, number one. It's just the vanishing point.
Yeah. But knowing, it's not where boats are going over the curve of the earth, right? Like it's not. It's that impossible line. Yeah, good times.
Well, I'm about to put this picture in live stream. Oh shoot! It took it the other way. Give me just a moment.
Did you get to see the sunset?
I got a sunrise. Sunset. I had to go on the other side of the island, which would put me on the other side of Florida to see a true sunset. So, no sunrise I can catch.
Nice. Sunrises are beautiful too.
Oh yeah. Looking for the picture. This is what hold on. Sorry. If everybody look at this right here, it's freaking awesome. Post this picture. And I wasn't even looking for this, but it was given to me by somebody else. And I took this picture because I was taking a picture of a guy. He was on the beach and just like like gold, silver, and all that stuff. He was on the beach. I was taking a picture of him. Then I looked at the freaking horizon, up under the bridge, but yet the bridge and the horizon is still a straight line. Freaking awesome. Things you don't see.
Yeah, that whole way of perspective, boy, that stood out.
Yes.
Like, oh shit. Neo's dying in the hallway of perspective. He's reborn. He sees it. Like, oh man, it's everywhere. Like, look at that.
Oh yeah. Freaking awesome.
That's on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Tobby Allen.
Alrighty, because it looks just like a pier I know on the West Coast here. Interesting.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
up under the pier.
Wow, what a trip. It looks just like the Venice Pier, man.
Yeah, bro.
Damn, Daniel.
What's up with that water? Even that water right there is flat as hell. You know what I'm saying? Look at the reflection. Got a specular reflection right there on even that small section of water there.
Mm-hmm. This was a different day right here. See if it goes through. Dang it. You gotta download that one. I have to. Let's see.
What makes little things like that go viral? You know, that damn Daniel thing. I've heard it before. I don't know where it comes from, but obviously it went viral because I keep hearing it in different places. What is it, you know, that just like grabs people's attention and then everybody's like that girl that went missing, like I don't even know her name.
I think it has to do with the context of whatever that group is looking at the time. So they all swing to whatever direction, like a bunch of fish swimming.
Hey, Sonny, I'm about to fix a picture where
You know what? Listen, man, I have it on my big screen on my TV. I put the image in. I can see that whole horizon, man. Yeah. No, I can see it really good.
I'm about to fix a picture, so my face is not there. My daughter's she's not there.
I wonder if
So I'm gonna fix this picture.
I wonder if I'd make it bigger if I see it. I wish I could zoom in.
That way.
I don't know if I would show the same thing.
Hank, they got an easy button for that. They just push the easy button and it goes viral.
A viral button.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's handy, I guess.
Right. No, it's crazy. Everybody will get the same thing on their For You pages on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, right? All of a sudden, whatever it is that they want to promote shows up on everybody's media accounts. But no matter what social media their platform they're using, they're all linked.
I know.
They're all linked. They're all the same.
Survey says 99% of those people are sociopathic narcissists.
Hey, Sonny, you see this picture?
Yeah, wow, that's pretty cool. What?
I had to block me out, my daughter. So I'm not
yeah,
about that.
Gotcha.
Look at the moon and look at the moon light and the other light skipping off the water.
Yeah, no kidding, man. See the moonlight? Yeah, there's a hot spot on the freaking water right there.
Little helicopter up there shining a flashlight down or something. That light on the water, that's crazy.
That's the moon.
Nah.
Yeah.
Someone's holding a flashlight up there.
You see the moon directly above the light on the water. It's a reflection of the moon on the water.
Yeah, but how is that possible?
How is it possible? Because water's flat and horizontal. That's how it's possible. That's the only way it can work. You can't have a reflection that matches the sky exactly on a sphere. If water was spherical or convex, you would never see a reflection like that matched the sky like the Salar del Uyuni, the Bolivian salt flats, the largest salt flat on Earth.
I did get a picture of Rumpus.
Picture of Rumpus. What does that have to do with specular reflections?
I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
how everything falls into place that, you know, how the sun. I give you another picture. How about that? Bam. This one. Yep. See the picture?
Wait a minute. Say it again.
You see the picture now?
Yeah, 38 minutes after the hour. Yep.
Yeah.
What a beautiful morning. That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, sunrise.
Fantastic. Wow. Look at that cloud. Wow. How big do you think that cloud is? Wow. Goes all the way
I'm
out
still
there.
looking for Rumpus. Where's Rumpus?
Yeah, where's the Rumpus picture? We want to see that Rumpus picture. Someone's going to scientifically prove Rumpus exists with a photograph. Not. Wow, that's so beautiful. What the heck? See, our sunsets look just like that.
Never looks like that over the land.
Yeah. Some pretty beautiful sunsets. But it's a sunrise for you, huh? Yeah.
It's always sunrise for me because I'm on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So I can fix this. You know, it's time to turn the heat up on these guys. The hell with them. Let's see.
And that was a video of a creepy fucking beta male, like, following, I guess, an alpha male, and it's like, damn, Daniel, back at it again with those white sneakers. Like, over and over again, like, chasing him around and recording him every time he saw him. That was creepy.
Why is everybody quiet?
Everybody's watching.
What a beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
We don't know.
Just chilling.
That fixes one picture.
We all space out at the same time or something, I guess. I don't know. Everybody doing different things.
No, this is another picture when I was at the same spot. So, yeah.
Wait a minute. Can't be no space out. It's a contained environment. So from now on, we can't say that no more. Spaced in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Spaced in. Yeah.
The space-time continuum. Just look at the moon behind my back. Freaking awesome.
Yeah, it looks like there's a cloud in front of it, and then you see above it, there's the light continuing, like that cloud actually blocked out that part of the light, I don't know what to call it, the arc of the, no.
When you say arc is
rays.
Yeah. So
The
I
rays
don't.
of the moon. I don't know.
I gotta. You say rays. Let me get you.
Blocking the radiance of the moon?
It's the apex. The top of the path is the apex.
Yeah, but as far as we're looking at this image, so you have something circular, it looks like emitting light. So the top part of that light is being occluded by, I imagine, a cloud is what I think it is. That's it. That's
Let's see
it.
what this looks like. You can see it right here. Goodness gracious. Screenshot. So, once you look at this picture, I see nothing.
Why don't you take a look at those chaps?
Yeah, got that picture. Once the cloud itself lifts, you can see the rays.
Yeah, that's nice when I blow that up on my large screen. That's a great shot. It's across my entire screen. It's like that's a good shot. Those are there are some directional light rays or whatever.
There you go. Here's another one. Incoming.
Another one.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Oh, the same day?
Fantastic. That's a great
yeah,
shot.
back to back.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
What a place we live. How incredible. You still have that light on the water all the way across, and at the little place where the water dips down before that wave, and then right in front of that on the sand, like all in alignment.
Just a straight line shot. Hell with it. You see it.
What's that thing in the water to the right? Far right, kind of just a little something poking out of the water. Is it like a lighthouse?
It's a buoy. It's like a little buoy. I could show you on other photos, same spot. Different time I went down there, you'll see it.
Theoretically, you should be able to see left to right curvature, a drop on the left and a drop on the right.
You know, the funny thing about that is, let me see if I get the bridge for you.
I mean, that's a wide enough angle. Look how much area that is. That's quite a bit of distance.
But you know what they say.
You could estimate it with where that buoy is.
It's so crazy how they say that. Like, oh, you can only see curvature directly out in front of you. Like, that's so dumb.
I know. Isn't that a good one? Wow. Great job, Glovers.
I mean, it's just like this little bitty little port thing that I took a picture of. I was taking a picture of the guy on the beach. He was out there searching for metals. And now I get to looking at it and seeing the little port thing. If you see the horizon in the background and look at the port, straight lines. Didn't even realize it. Yeah.
Horizon. Horizontal.
Yep.
That shit is flat.
Yep. Just as well as this picture right here. Let's see. Bam. You can look at the pier, straight line. You look at the horizon, straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That last one, I like that a lot. That's the next clear shot. You can see the horizon way the hell out there.
Yeah. I had one night where I took a picture. Well, no, a guy came to me and he came to me. He was like, "Repoed it to you," and I gave him a shot of 3 cities in one shot, and he just shut the hell up, and didn't say anything else.
I spy a GE platypus in the chat.
Enemy spotted.
It's not an enemy.
He's back from his hiatus in Cogdis.
Oh, did he get more preparation? I got to show him all these pictures. Everything's flat. Sorry.
We're also joined by Knuckles1313, VC verified. Welcome to the conversation.
Just don't make no sense. It's right there before you. Nobody don't want to take it up. That's on them.
Hello.
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 How you doing?
All right, long time no hear, Lemon.
Good to be back.
Cool.
So what's the latest globe Earth argument? Or do they have a response to the sextant argument?
Their greatest argument is why would they lie? Because they're so stinted and perfect, they would never lie.
I know, right? Moving along past the why would they lie, then how about the sextant?
Oh yeah, it can only work on a globe or whatever.
No, only works on a flat plane because you have to have a circle of equal altitude. Can't have equal altitude on a sphere.
No. You have to have a straight line to the horizon itself. If you don't have a straight line to the horizon, you can't get the angle correctly for what's in the sky.
That's true. You have to have that 90-degree angle. Yes.
So
what are they saying? Like, are they saying stuff like, "Well, we go back and add the curvature in after"? Like, do they even have a response to the whole argument?
Okay, so let me push you here. How can you even get a direction to something in the sky, far, we just say a star. Oh, how far is the star? How can you gauge where the star is from the ground up to the star? How far it is with no measurement?
Well, I just assume that Earth is the same size as Venus, and then just start assuming a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, that flies like turd shit.
Right.
I wouldn't let him even go there. Oh my gosh.
That method of proof works well for winged horses, also. Just letting you know.
True. I'm ready to get back to the beach. I'm going back to my photos, see what I can share. Because everybody need to take a vacation.
Yeah.
Get the hell away where you're at. Just get away. Go see life. I mean, I even mess around, took a picture of the pier while I'm standing on the pier. You give a shit. You never know what you're gonna see.
I bet.
For real. Why should you not? Just take a picture. Look how it turned out.
End up seeing things that you never even knew you were looking at, huh?
No, you know what? You know what you're supposed to do. Just take a picture, and then you never know what you're gonna get out of the picture.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, that's really pretty cool, actually. You just took that just now? No.
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 I took it on my vacation, and
Yeah, right.
these are the pictures I took.
Gotcha. It's dark where you are right now.
Oh yeah, it's 8:55 right now. These are the pictures that I took on my vacation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Spent
look how
time
the
with my
pier
daughter.
look how the pier goes out flat in the same rise in perspective as the surface of the water is itself rising up to that horizon, to that vanishing point there.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Next picture. Check that out.
Yeah, there you go. Right along the line of the side of the pier. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, shows that surface of that pier mimicking or parallel right to the surface of the water itself. Seems
That
right.
stuff is flat.
Flat.
I need a soundboard too. This is a little bit crooked, but like I said, got to take pictures.
Yeah, so where's this curved horizon? That's what I want to know.
Still ain't found it.
I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like that. Why'd they have to be so specific about the size? They just figure, oh, we'll tell them the size. They're so stupid, they'll never figure it out. Or we'll have a bunch of numpties that are countering them. We'll get 10 times the numbers of numpties, anti-flat earthers, to muddy the waters. And hang out like little catfish lurkers.
Numpties, multiplying the numpties.
In the flat earth server itself.
Muddy in the waters and poison in the well. Shh.
Murky, muddy waters for the catfish to roam.
Like I said, I enjoyed my vacation. and I had to take a lot of pictures. Share with everybody else. Go take pictures. There goes for anybody out there listening. Go take pictures.
When the clowns are doubling. See, I should do that song. That's a song that
And the sky is Ireland.
I know Arim and Stan wrote a song for me to sing, and I've never. It's I don't know. Never mind. I'll keep it quiet. It'll be a surprise.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Are you telling me I should keep my secrets to myself?
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Okay, then.
That was Michael Jackson.
Stolen my childhood.
Was it Michael Jackson?
I don't know.
No, Hank, it wasn't, but this is.
I don't know how you do it. Wow.
Heyo. Hi.
Yo, wow, that was quick, man. Gee, I think.
Oh, nice.
In the halls of the mighty Globers. Yes, they've lost everything.
That was for you, Enoch.
Bro, I loved it. That was awesome.
To the light of the flat earth community, which is indestructible.
Hey, Enoch, have you heard that video of Mike Pence talking about the Space Force with Halo theme in the background?
Space Force.
I gotta
No.
Oh, you gotta look that up. It's hilarious,
Dude.
man.
What about the Space
Send it
Force
to
song? There's a Space Force song, a parody. Does anybody have that?
Oh, yeah, I saw the Space Force parody.
That would be funny to play. I wonder if I can. Can't find it. What the hell? Where was that? Space Force pizza.
It was about to be that time of year where it's starting to cool down. Like, I'm thinking, why do I got all this stupid shit? I could just put it in storage. And then, how hard would it be to, like, go camping and shit? Tired of working all the time.
Yeah.
Or maybe I need to go get me a trade job. That way I can work like half the year or some shit. I don't know. I mean, welding seems pretty easy. I did it in high school, shop class, welding class, or whatever.
And now you weld Glober's brains together, Hank. Never lost this skill.
Yeah, fusing them together.
Oh,
funny you say
great.
that.
I just found it. The theme song, Space Force. Uh-oh.
So do the Globers just not have any new arguments, or like what are they talking about these days?
I really don't even know.
They accuse me of poisoning the well and what's that word? Being vitriolic.
So projection.
So just like what they're doing, that's what they're saying you're doing.
So they're projecting.
Okay, stand by, Space Force.
Yeah, last time I was there, they was like, "Why are you being so vitriolic?"
Hey, Christian, you're not wrong, but I'm listening.
Space Force. Space Force. Space Force.
Space Force.
Space Force. Space Force. Space Force. Space Force. Space Force.
Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, 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 Space.
Sounds kind of
We're doing
gay.
a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Space Force, 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 They say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray.
Space Force, 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 Space Force.
Songify this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life. Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices.
We're definitely gonna get a copyright claim on that one, but that's okay. We get one on every single video we put out, so it's all right.
Wow.
It's like even if we don't play music, they do copyright claims. I get email every single day on every video.
Wow.
Yo, what was the narrative behind the whole
Shines, I just put the link. Scroll up a little bit. 5 after the hour. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what was that whole narrative about the whole, like, ozone layer? Because I was really young when they talked about this, and it just literally didn't make any sense how there's.
And now it's gone. They don't talk about it at all.
The
Nobody
ozone
talks about it.
layer over Antarctica because we're using styrofoam cups and aerosol deodorants. So the ozone protects the Earth from harmful radiation. And if we're cooking Antarctica, then it might flood the world.
I remember picturing like a literal hole and something like a firmament, like when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too, dude.
Yeah, I remember that shit. I mean, the hairspray is going to cause, a hole in the ozone layer.
No, I mean, he's creation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're thinking about like this translucent, almost clear, like dome thing with a fucking hole in it that keeps getting bigger and bigger.
To a T, exactly.
Yeah, and it's going to let radiation from the sun in.
I know. What happened to that?
Dude, they don't talk about it anymore. It's like they never said it. Don't they dare blame it on Mandela.
But they still sell Aquanet at the store.
Wait, really quick, I have to say, because I was a young girl in the 80s, and I remember we all loved Aquanet. And when they said that this hole in the ozone layer, suddenly it was happening, they created Vidal Sassoon created like these pump aerosol hairsprays that became like super expensive. And it was like $4 more than the regular hairspray, so that you had to pump it for it to have a
And it
stream
didn't
of
work as
hairspray.
good. It didn't work as good for the blow. You know, with the 80s hairstyle, you had to have used the blow dryer and the hairspray at the same time to stretch that
And it
shit
went
out.
away. Like literally,
away,
it was like
and-
2 years later, disappeared, gone. Forget
And it
the
got
ozone
all over
layer.
your hands.
It was so messy. Exactly. It, like
Messy.
came out in like clumps of like hairspray. It was so messy.
Yeah. I felt bad for girls during that time. Shit, I feel bad for girls all the time.
It ruined the Hair Bear era and all of the like rock hair era. I mean, all the hair went flat. It was,
Yeah, it wasn't just women that used Aquanet, so you know it's not a.
It's that damn Jennifer Aniston that ruined the hairstyles. It's like, I'm gonna wear flat hair.
Oh my goodness. I was a hairstylist during that time and everyone wanted the Jennifer Aniston. It was so boring. Oh, it was a rough year that year.
It's a rough year for hair.
So you had to flatten out your hair skills?
Yeah, it seems people like to flatten things out when they come around to facts, and when they realized that Jennifer Aniston's hair was totally bunk, they were like, yeah, forget the big hair, forget the Jennifer Aniston hair, let's go with cool, clean bobs, because we're moving in the direction of truth. So hair for the people that are woke, you can see that. People that aren't woke, you can see it in their hair. I don't
know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I love long hair and a ponytail. I love it.
Because it's natural. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
And any girl that I've ever said that to, they're like, what? That's just a ponytail. And I'm like, I don't know. I really like it.
The people who have natural hair are people that are most likely more willing to understand nature. This might be anecdotal, but I have found that people that want to do like crazy things with their hair, or want to look like movie stars, they want to do all this different stuff, they are not in tune with any kind of like facts about what's actually happening in the real world. The people that are like, I just want to trim, and they show up like once a year, you know what I mean? Those are the people that I always had the best conversations with, and they were like on the level. They're like, I just need to trim. Those were the best people. That's anecdotal, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah, my mother was you call it beautician or a hairstylist or whatever. So I never paid for a haircut in my life. And you guys know I'm bald now, but whatever. When I was a teenager, I did have hair.
No.
Yeah. I started it started thinning when I was like 16. I'm like, oh shit, I'm bald.
Mama was a rolling stone. Sorry.
How about this one? I'm looking at up 80s hairstyles right now. Seriously. For women. But I mean, in the 80s, you know, it was just like it was as popular for women as it was for men. So it's not even a big deal, you know.
Oh my god!
And I was always jealous of the people that could do that, you know. Because my hair was always really thin, you know. Just like I wanted to have long hair and shit.
Dude.
Like Sonny, you have long hair, don't you?
Yeah, I have long hair. Yeah.
If I grow long hair, it's just gonna be like in the back.
I have long hair, Helio.
It's below my shoulder blades.
I got the Caesar cut, you know, where you just comb it straight down. Like, are you not entertained?
Actually, right now I've grown my full beard out, and I have some clippers I use, so I do have hair on my head, not on top, of course. You know, I just have the mainstream receding hairline thing. But I grew up my full beard, and so I think it looks weird when you like shave your head around your beard. But
Shave
Rob,
your head around your beard?
yeah, like you stop it where your sideburns start above your ears, and you just like go clean, bald.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of looks weird, but I mean, it works for some people. But I was like, all right, let me try to grow this out just a little bit, and so I use an 1/8 inch freaking clippers now.
Pardon me, sir. You're awfully bald around your beard.
I'm awfully bald. All right, here's an 80s. Here's an 80s hairstyle. There we go. How about this one?
I don't know which is worse, Vanilla Ice or this young lady.
It's just like, did she do that herself, or did she have someone else do that? Yeah, I've had a friend that actually did that, Phil.
No, that's really
Are
weird.
you talking to Dr. Phil?
No, I'm talking Philemic. That picture. I had a friend that he was a guitar player in my band. Freaking, not at the time, but we were at the club. I hadn't seen him in a while, and he's just like shows up with this O. He's got all of his head shaved except for this whole big O around his face. Freaking insane.
That army helmet method. Yeah,
I like that. I like that. That's funny. So he's got the bald. But I can't grow. My beard doesn't even grow that thick. I wish I could grow a beard
I
like
think
that.
that should be required for everybody that wants to cover their face with something. They have to do it this way, whether they're male or female. It has to be a beard, and it has to go just like that.
I can't. I mean, I wish I could grow my beard that long.
No, all the women downtown walking down the street with their high heels and mini skirts on. I want to see them. I want them to see. I want to see them doing this method. If they're covering your face, they might as well have a beard and push it under a freaking army helmet. So I can't wait to see that.
Okay, you probably won't.
Push for the campaign, people. Come on. Don't.
Only person in here. She's not actually in here right now.
Remember
seen my modern, my modern look is damsel medic. She saw me a few weeks ago.
Remember the people that sent out a false thing for the anti fa la 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 people and told them to shave their heads for the cause, and they did, and it was fake.
Anything to join the
Hey,
status
I'll tell you
quo.
what, man, a lot of people do donate their natural hair for wigs for people that are going through, like cancer treatment and stuff like that. Like instead of having fake wigs, they'll donate their. There was a guy I worked with. This dude was freaking. His name is Bob, and he would grow his hair out. He was old, not old. I'm old now, but when he was older than me, he was like 12, 13 years older than me. He would. But he wasn't, a bald man like me. He could, he could grow hair. He is blonde, wasn't even gray. Blonde guy, he would grow his hair out for a few years, cut it all off, and donate it for wigs for cancer patients. So I thought that was kind of weird, but at the same time, I mean, it's rare that you get, donations like that for someone. I don't know. I guess it's for women. I don't know, because he would like just all of a sudden show up. He was one of my team leaders. And just like all of a sudden he shows up one day and he's got short hair, and I was like, "Where the fuck did your hair go?" "Oh, I donated that shit for cancer patients."
I'm still wondering, like, what is the current Glober argument? What are they pushing right now?
I couldn't even tell you.
It's so funny that they literally have nothing. Sorry, Crit, go ahead. You know,
Uh,
we're talking about
go ahead.
sextants. We got arguments. We got Black Swan. And then you ask like,
Hey,
okay,
how come the flat Earth got all the sextants, and then those Glovers over there like thirsty as hell, like they ain't seen no sextants nowhere?
What's up with
I
that?
just watched the first. I just watched the first. Yeah, the Sextons. Oh my god! I just watched the first episode of Visions, which is a Star Wars anime thing that they put up on Disney Plus. So I'm not subscribed to Disney Plus. I just know how to get it. Pretty cool, actually. I think it's pretty cool. There you go, Phil. Phil just got he's on it tonight. He said Effie just got sexier with the sextant.
Hey. I like that.
I do too. Good stuff.
Effie bringing sexy back, eh?
Someone has to. Yeah, we don't know what each other look like, so probably not with the sexy thing.
Well, I don't know. Speak for yourself.
Well, you know what Chief looks like. You probably know what a lot of these folks look like. I don't know what anybody looks like, and my ugly ass, I'm not going to show you guys until it's, the very last minute.
I got a face for radio.
There you go.
For sure.
Good one, Hank.
Well, my face is out there, so I'm thinking about it, but I don't look like what I used to a couple of years ago. Like I said, I grew out a full beard, and so I look a little different.
My face is for an LP album, but like the LP album, they're obsolete. just like me. So,
I saw it. You sent a picture one night, Sonny. I saw what you look like, bro. You look good.
I'm curious what Sonny looks like because
as a kid, you saw a picture when I was young.
No bullshit. I saw you
you
sent a recent image of yourself in the live stream one night. Send it to Hank, man. Hank wants to know what you look like. I think I'm gonna take a selfie and put it in here. See what you guys think of my full beard. I don't have a beard like the fucking helmet guy, but I wish I did. Wish I could grow it that long, but it just stops at a certain point.
Mine does too. Mine gets all fucking curly and dumb.
my hair gets wavy. Like once the length gets past the ears, like it starts waving out, like saying hello to everybody. Like I'm not trying to wave right now. Like
I want to actually. This may or may not make sense. I want to get like a little, like hair straighteners, but I need a little one so I can just like. It's not because it's curly. It's just because it's just ragged. You know what I mean? I use like beard balm. I'll rub that shit on, every day, and then comb it. But I'd like to have a straightener so it'd be straight instead of a little bit curly. But whatever, I deal with.
You're gonna get a straightener for your beard, Helio? You don't sound like the kind of guy that does something like that.
Well, I want one. Just to try it out,
Well, there you go. Sorry, I'm being a dick. That was fucked up.
No, it's true. That's true. I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, I it's always ragged. That's why I just want to try out, what it would look like if I straightened a part of it, just like
right, the front of it or something.
Yeah, well, mostly the bottom, because it gets all weird.
Gets frayed.
Yeah. I ain't gonna put people. Hey, I don't want to put some Aquanet on it. Like shh. I haven't put any hairspray on it yet, but
you'd be smelling it all day. That would suck.
I could put, but you can use a gel, I guess, and straighten it with the gel. But that would be, I don't know. I like just touching it, freaking smoothing it down. I mean, if I put any kind of gel or hairspray, I wouldn't be able to like smooth it out. It would be all sticky all day. And I have to wash some bitch like constantly. Wash all the shit out of it. I haven't done a
Are
new.
they even trying to talk about the sextant? Oh yeah, I guess there was a kid earlier.
We've been talking about the
arguing-
sextant for a couple weeks now.
No, I'm talking about Globers. Globers.
Yeah, they're
Like-
avoiding it like the plague.
They're avoiding it. Yeah, for sure. I've noticed that because like they were all over Black Swan trying to make fun of it. Jay Toll and stuff. They were trying to make fun of that. But they haven't really touched this one with the sextant.
They try. I mean, there's been several people over the past couple weeks that have tried to come in here and talk about it, but they really don't understand it. And you guys have been doing a great job, freaking showing them how it can't work on a globe.
Yeah, how do you get a 90-degree angle? I mean, that's it. It's done. Well, shines, that's right. They will say they still get triangulation with a curved surface, but they don't get perfect triangulation. That's what a 90 degrees is, the corner pocket, like Kiwi keeps saying. You know, you might get like 89.6 degrees, but that's not a 90 degree, kind of deal.
Yeah, and then how far off you would be is the whole point of it.
Right.
know?
Well, because if you get 89.6 in 1 degree, and then let's say I want to do stars that are further apart, well, then the degree is going to be less accurate even then.
But
Because
see,
we're
it's
trying to
gonna
go around a curved surface.
but it's going to equate to being errors in your actual physical location.
Oh, yeah, that
because
too.
of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's the most important part, really, because you're going to be in the yeah.
Yep. You ain't
It'll
be
be
knowing
off.
where you at.
Yeah, have fun with those rocks out there.
The rocks, yeah.
I wonder how many Globers that are trying to do that wreck their boats on rocks.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very
Only
complicated rocks.
only rocks.
No
Rocks.
such thing as life. Oh my
No
god.
such thing as life. They're only complicated rocks.
See, these atheists are going whole hog. They're like, not only is there not a creator, there's not even life. Okay? Chew on that. Chew on that, religiotards.
Man, it's just like the Bible says. They got reprobate minds. Like, they just reprobates.
Yep. Degenerate deplorables. But I don't want to stoop to their level anymore. I don't want to call them names. Also because they know.
This isn't a name,
deep
it's a
down-
description. Reprobate is a description.
Well, that's true. So is degenerate.
Deplorables. Deplorables sounds like a little package you would get from the refrigerator section in your grocery store, like Lunchables.
Deplorables. Gotta collect them all.
Gotta catch them all.
Catch them all, yeah.
Deplorables.
That's good, Helio. I like that a lot. We might have to do something with that. Deplorables! Fuck yeah!
Catch them all.
Oh shit!
You gotta school them all. I don't know.
We try. We do the best we can do with what we have to work with here.
Oh, dude, it's like, listen, if there were even one proof of a globe Earth, we would not be talking. This server would not be up.
Yes.
We would all be
not
saying it's a globe and moving on with
Yeah,
our
we would
lives.
not be making up deplorable commercials.
No shit, dude. We wouldn't be in a flat Earth channel board. We'd have countless people coming in and schooling us. If you know what I mean, like it's pathetic. It's over, globe. It's
It'd
over,
be a
globe.
constant battle. Yeah, it'd be
Yeah,
a constant battle,
it's
but
over,
not.
globe.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if they had any real evidence, yes, we wouldn't exist.
All right, check out the definition for reprobate. Okay.
Oh shit! I was about to post that, Hank. Yeah, go
Romans
go ahead.
128. In reference to those who God has rejected as godless or wicked, they suppress the truth By their wickedness, it is upon these people that the wrath of God rests. The Greek word translated reprobate, which literally means unapproved, that is rejected or worthless, literally or morally. Damn, son.
Right. And here,
holy shit!
I just posted the
That's
definition.
a Glober if I ever heard one.
Sounds like the 90%.
I just posted a definition from dictionary.com. Reprobate, a depraved, unprincipled, or wicked person. A person rejected by God and beyond hope of salvation. Morally depraved, unprincipled, bad. These are different. You know how the dictionary goes. The noun is the first two that I read, and then the adjective would be morally depraved, unprincipled, bad.
Get wrecked.
Or rejected by God and beyond hope of salvation. Ooh, that's a reprobate.
Muy malo.
In the verb, which is the active, to disapprove, condemn, or censure.
I don't like
the other one is of God, to reject a person as for sin, exclude the number of the elect from salvation. Yeah, so I mean, it really, the word reprobate is connected to religion.
And what's it say happens to those people?
It says they're not able to be saved.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're going to have too happy of an ending. That's my guess.
Well, I wasn't, trying to say they weren't able to be saved, but the part about them hiding the truth or whatever was hiding the truth.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Hank. I mean, if you're going to call someone a reprobate, that's what it means. It's like you're not even
stop hiding the truth.
Yeah, you're not even you're not honest with yourself. If someone calls you a reprobate, it's a very serious word. That means that you're not even able to be saved by any religion or anything that you believe. You're just being obstinate for the sake of it.
I guess take it back. That's a pretty strong word.
Yeah, it is a strong word, bro. Because I have hope for even the most stubborn people that come in here and argue with us. I still have hope for them. A reprobate was like the end. It's like, you know what? You're a reprobate. No. Okay. It's like, don't call me a reprobate. I don't want anything to do with that. If you really understand what it means. But.
Well, they got 100 years to figure it out. Hopefully they do.
Yeah. Well, they have their whole life to figure it out, So whatever. But if you're a lot of people come in here and say, I'm an atheist. Well, how about I label you as an atheist reprobate? What are you supposed to do with something like that? Because they would own the word reprobate because they don't really care if if atheist tag is on them or the reprobate tag. They're just like, you guys are just wrong because you're wrong, because we don't really care if the earth is a globe or not. You flat earthers are so dumb that you can't even figure out what you see with your own eyes, which the earth is actually what we see with our own eyes is that the earth is obviously not a globe. And they, in their spirit, they know the earth is a globe. Now, for us to call them reprobates, just because they can't believe their own eyes, I guess, the way that we describe it, they're not willing to have an honest, open discussion about this and compare and contrast ideas. They're just like, you flat earthers are dumb. Those kind of people, I wouldn't call them reprobates, but it's just like they're being dishonest with themselves.
Listen, if they treat somebody else poorly because they don't share the same belief system and they start the fight like all of the anti-flat earthers, well then yeah, they're being reprobate, or they are reprobates. I don't know how to use the word, but that's.
Yeah, but how can you accuse someone of being a reprobate when you don't even know their you're not inside their mind, or
I don't care. It's in how they act towards me and everyone I know. So
Hey,
yeah,
and
that's
you
what I'm
know what?
saying.
It's really good that we actually brought this up now, because they can actually take a look inside themselves and see if they're actually reprobate.
Narcissistic reprobates.
And
Let's
we'll be
see.
here, and
I used to
we'll
be
be
one.
we'll be here, and we'll happily point it out to them that they are. So we'll be
And
here
then they'll be
waiting.
like, "You calling someone a narcissist is narcissistic," and I'll be like, "Yeah, well, great. You suck more than me, so fuck off."
Hey, do you not think that I haven't analyzed my fucking self? You know,
No shit.
over
Every day's
several
about
years.
self-work, dude.
I'm almost 50 years old. I've analyzed myself every fucking day. I think I overthink what's going on in my brain. So,
And I have been a reprobate before. Absolutely. Oh yeah, especially when I was in my 20s, dude. I would love to go back to my 20s and beat the living shit out of that dude. Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too. Actually, no, I wouldn't beat the shit out of that dude, because I always thought I was the nice guy, which that was the wrong approach. I think back in my 20s, I was the nice guy. I should have been a dick back then. Might have got further in the world than I did. But whatever. That's some lyrics that I wrote to a song. Treading my six. Wait. I was playing some of that shit earlier. Some of my old lyrics and songs. Trading my regrets, or turning my regrets into success, the higher calling paving my way. So it's like in like early, when I wrote that was like right after 9/11. You know, I was writing lyrics. You know, I was playing with a band. Turning my regrets into success, the higher calling paving my way. So it was a strange time for me. That's funny. Cut the shit. It's like, who told you to do that? The guy with the hard hat on said, "Nigga, you probably shouldn't do that." He already knew. Did it blow the sledgehammer freaking off of the wood? What the hell is going on with that gif? I think he had like a baseball cap on, and that's what's falling. I bet you right after that, the dude with the hard hat on said he was laughing so freaking hard at this dumbass. See, are these the smart or dumb people on Flat Earth? I've done some dumb shit in my life. I don't know what freaking it. Obviously, it wasn't a landmine, because then everybody there would die. It's like, why is he hidden something? Did everybody check out, or is it just am I missing something here?
No, we can't.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, because sometimes, you know how the glitches happen in Discord. You know, you might be talking over someone when you can't actually hear them. You know. Just want to make sure that's not happening.
No, you're okay. We couldn't hear you talking for the last 10 minutes. We haven't heard the word that you've said.
That's bullshit. I know you guys can fucking hear me. Anyway.
What?
Let me find. I picked up some decent memes lately. I'm gonna have to share them from my phone because. Hold on. How about this one? This one's pretty cool. No nonsense. I mean, they make up some crazy shit about centrifugal force. Centrifugal force is really easy to understand. When they start to apply it to the globe, this is where the problem starts. Because there's no container on the outside with the Earth spinning. The bottom picture is what happens. Why is the water still on the ball? See if I got another. Here's a good one. I was actually looking at cowboy hats. I don't have $100 to spend on a good cowboy hat, but I want one. But this one, I like this. I like this freaking meme. And I'm not a cowboy. I've ridden horses and I've wrangled cows and shit, but I wouldn't consider myself a cowboy. But I do like cowboy hats.
Isn't that pretty much a line from the film anyway? That's more or less what the content of the movie's all about between those two.
Oh yeah, that whole movie is to offend everybody. Yeah, I mean, that's that's a scene or that picture is from what the hell's the name of the movie? I can't remember. Somebody knows.
Blazing